Tina, my cheerleader, she's my diva. She hurt my head, oh mama. It's fuse. She hurt my head, oh mama. Okay. It's a worldwide movement. Cupid, let's go. There ain't no rain on nobody. I just stop her loving her baby, oh. There ain't no storm on no hurricane to stop her hugging her baby, oh, no way. Even when the sea come carry me, go Martina, go come and save me, oh, yeah. Not even the walls of Jericho can stop her touching her baby, oh. That's why I love my lady, oh. Even when I don't come my way, it's like your arms is where I lay, because I feel you when you pray, and I already know I'll be okay. It's like your arms just wildly, because I feel you when you pray. I already know I'll be okay. She hurt my head, oh mama. Oh, but my eyes won't leave her. I go head over heels for Tina, my cheerleader. She's my diva. She hurt my head, oh mama. Oh, but my eyes won't leave her. I go head over heels for Tina, my cheerleader, she's my diva. Love the way she holds me, telling me old stories, Linus and Mandela, and the truth behind Tripoli. Love the way she holds me, when I'm down and lonely, makes you feel all better, telling me no, don't you worry. Since I came out the rumbo, mama gave me my rumbo, she be numero uno. I wanna hold her rumbo, since I came out my mama rumbo, Tina gave me my rumbo, she be numero uno. I wanna hold her rumbo. She hurt my head, oh mama. Oh, but my eyes won't leave her. I go head over heels for Tina, my cheerleader, she's my diva. She hurt my head, oh mama. Oh, but my eyes won't leave her. I go head over heels for Tina, my cheerleader, she's my diva. Tina na 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 na, Tina na 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 na, Tina na 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 na, na na na, na na na, Tina na 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 na, Tina na na na, Tina na na
Hi everyone, hope you guys are all doing well. So my name is African Millennial. Today I wanted to watch two of the 1957 and 1956 high school debates about prejudice, discrimination, race issues as it pertains to certain African countries and the experiences that those children also had when they were actually coming to the US for their exchange program. And I thought it to be very, very interesting because this was before a lot of African countries gained independence. This was also a time where in other parts of the world, different things were happening. In the case of South Africa, apartheid was in rule, I believe. In the case of the US, there were still civil rights movements that were happening. And in the case of just Caribbean, blah, 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 like there was just a lot of stuff going on in the world. So to me, it's very interesting how some of these conversations we're having basically 60, 70 years later, it seems to be very similar to the conversations of what people were having during that time. And then it also begs the question, has much really changed at all, because 1956 for some people that's like unimaginable times, but my father was born in 1957, so technically it was just a generation ago in terms of me. So what has happened since then, what's going on? I wanted also some of your guys' opinions, and has anyone in this chat section watched that video? Because that video has gone viral. We've talked about it before, but we haven't really gone deep into analyzing what happened in the video. But before I go any further, I just want some confirmation from anyone. Can you guys hear me? I know that there aren't a lot of people in the chat section right now, but if anyone is there, I would just like some confirmation if you guys can hear me, if everything is great before we go forward. And I also wanted to quickly speak about, I don't know if you guys were here, but and I know it's gonna sound like I'm obsessing over Quissy. I promise you I'm not. But if if anyone was in Quissy's live stream yesterday, I just want to know also, what are you guys' opinions about what he said? Because he made some very interesting assertions that, to be honest, people, I don't know why he even deleted that video, because this is the thing. People will complain about when people are not being honest or not being real, but then when they give their real and honest opinions, they get upset. It's so funny because I'll put things into my perspective, right? Like, especially in this sector, people have said that I'm too diplomatic. I'm going along to get along. I don't actually speak the things that I feel. Like, I'm just trying to make sure that everyone gets along and is happy. But that's how I generally think. Like, I generally don't have any, let's say, strong or prejudiced opinions against other groups of Black people in the world. Like, I generally don't have that. So I don't understand when someone comes out, right, and says that they don't care about other Black people, they think that they're better than other Black people, people get angry at them. But then it's like, I don't understand. Are you guys not the ones who always talk about you want people to be real? You want people to keep it 100. And then when people keep it 100, and then when people keep it real, then you undermine their opinion by telling them, how dare you say that? So which one is it? Like, do you want people to be fake, or like, I don't actually understand that. So that's another aspect of it. Okay, great. Thanks. Right. All right. So I guess I'll just start by playing a bit of the video, and I'll stop it midway as well, and then we could just have a conversation about it. Let me just go ahead and find it. I know everyone's seen this, but
Discussion on the roots of prejudice. All four participants in today's discussion are high school students from Africa. Let me introduce them to you now. First, from the Gold Coast is 18-year-old Alfred Bannerman. We call him Nini. It all started, Nini tells us, when he was born. He looked like a little old man. And Nini is a term of respect for an old man. We still call him Nini, and he considers it a term of respect. From Nigeria, Mohamedou Liman, 18 years old. From the Union of South Africa, Dix Lobjer. Dix, well, you should see him do the rock and roll. From Ethiopia, 17-year-old Nabiat Tafari. It was Nabiat's suggestion that we start this discussion with a prayer in case there should be violence later. What you heard was Nabiat from Ethiopia giving a prayer in the Ge'ez language. He's a Cop by religion, Amhara by race.
Oh, and I would just like to pause it right there, because there's so many of these videos. I'll drop the links to these videos very, very soon, but there's so many of these videos. There were so many exchange programs that were happening that time across the whole world. And, watching some of these videos, I would always wonder, why were the representatives of South Africa, why were they always white? But then I had to really understand what was going on in South Africa in that time period. And even Christopher Kane, last time I asked him, and he was like, "Oh, the reason why a lot of the representatives in these video that represent South Africa are white South Africans is because Black South Africans at the time, not all of them, but I guess the majority of them weren't able to travel like that. There was just some kind of turmoil that was going on in that country. So I found that to be extremely interesting. But yeah, let's continue.
Hebrew in origin and an African since he's been to America. How should we start this discussion on prejudice? Would it be unfair to ask each of you what your own prejudices are? How about you, Nabi?
Actually, I'm prejudiced against the Italians, and I have been prejudiced against the Mohammedans. Since I arrived here, I have developed some new prejudices, and I never felt that I was a Negro till I came to this country.
Why?
Because my tutor in the monastery told me that I was not a Negro, but I was a sunburned Hebrew.
You mentioned that...
No, okay. So the Ethiopian guy was basically saying that he didn't feel like he was a Negro. So let's just say Black African until he traveled, because he was always under the guise that he was a sunburned Hebrew. Now, speaking to some Ethiopians of today, they say that, oh no, now in Ethiopia, people claim more of their, I guess, Black or African heritage or ancestry. I would like to challenge that notion. I definitely think a lot of Ethiopians identify as being Ethiopian or identify as their ethnicity. I don't necessarily think they identify as Black either. I know the younger generation is getting more influenced by the media, but taking into account how this man felt, or yeah, well, he's grown up now, but how this child felt in 1956, that, oh no, I'm just sunburned. Oh no, I'm not really like those other Black people. Like, I'm not really like the Black guy that's beside me. Like, I'm different from that. It's very, very interesting because I'll show a picture, I guess, of this in color. He's not even that light skinned. So to me, it's very, very interesting that, I don't know, it's very, very interesting. It's just a very interesting aspect to have. And this wasn't that long ago, by the way. So when people go like, oh yeah, no, things have changed, only a generation ago, I don't know about that.
You have prejudices against Mohammedans. I am a Mohammedan, and I have prejudices against Christians too in southern Nigeria.
You said you have prejudices against Christians in southern Nigeria. Is that particularly because they are Christians? I'm a Christian myself, but I have no prejudice against Mohammedans. I rather prejudice against whites.
But why have you got prejudice against the whites in the Gold Coast?
I think it's a sort of this kind. At first, I was not prejudiced against whites anyway. I was prejudiced against fellow Africans because I had some opportunities which some of the Africans didn't get. I was brought up in a city. I lived the Western way, I dressed the Western style, and I did everything Western. And so I was looking down upon fellow Africans who live in the villages, in the rural areas.
Now I found, and this is the Gold Coast representative, I found what he said very, very interesting because, well, I guess not thinking about it, that answers my question from earlier. You know, when the Ethiopian was saying, "Oh no, I'm not Negro, I'm not Black," but then we have, I guess, a Black African over here saying he looks down upon the Africans that act more African. Like, he doesn't look down upon the Western Africans, but even in his own community, the Africans that are not educated, the Africans that maybe speak bad English in his case, the Africans that don't, because he's wearing a suit, right? In some of these other programs, we had even some of the other Africans wear their cultural clothes. So I guess the notion of westernization and classism amongst Africans is still something that is very prevalent. But yeah, let me just continue. Oh no, I lost it. Okay, let me just play
The
from
problem in South Africa. We hear quite often about how the blacks are treated there, how everything goes on there. And for instance, everybody knows that we get good friendship and peace in the world through games like the Olympic Games and those kinds of games. But everybody knows that the team from the Union of South Africa has not got a single African, which means the people in South Africa think of themselves as superior beings. And this thing gives me more ideas just to be prejudiced and discriminate against the whites. And so I'd like you to explain to me some of the policies of the apartheid system and the basic idea to the logical conclusion.
Well, in South Africa, one must realize this fact, overseas people especially, and that is that this is the first case in history that a white nation has settled itself in a black country. In the whole of Africa, there are 190 million Africans, 190 million Negroes.
Yes, yes.
And in Southern Africa, there are almost 3 million white people. That means less than 3%. Now, in South Africa itself, the blacks outnumber the whites there by 4-1. In the States here, they outnumber the white people outnumber the Negroes 8-1. For that reason, and for the reason, and for this fact, that one cannot ever draw a parallel line between the Negroes in South Africa and the Negroes in the States. The Negroes in the States are far above the Negroes in South Africa.
Wow, just hearing that is just crazy. Like, I understand that obviously was the sentiment of the Boers or the Afrikaners in down south, but this Afrikaner was basically saying, "Oh no, the blacks in South," basically was insinuating that the blacks in South Africa are worse than the blacks in America. Oh no, that's so that's so disrespectful. This guy was literally in America after they finished doing Jim Crow, talking about, oh no, the ones we have back home are even worse off than here. It's absolutely disgusting. But I mean, this was only in 1956 too. So when people go like, oh yeah, we progressed, we completely moved forward, of like, those people are still alive. Like, people with those mindsets are still alive, but sure, let me just come. But that's so disrespectful. My goodness.
As far as education and civilization goes. Now, the government's policy of apartheid, that policy, the guiding principle of this policy is to help the non-whites in South Africa to self-realization in their own territories and within their own communities, so that they can govern themselves. Gradually, they'll be giving more and more power to govern themselves. Now, that's what the guiding principle is, and that's what the white man in South Africa is doing.
Yeah, let me make this point clear. You say they want the Africans to develop themselves. And so will you allow the Africans to get their own governments and their own representations? Or will you like to give them the rules?
Now, and as many times as Josie Gold has called in on this panel, it seems to me like the sentiments that were happening in America were not the same, but very similar to the sentiments that were going on in South Africa. And for the life of me, I've never really spoken much about the South African situation because I just didn't know too much about it. But for the life of me, I cannot imagine that a minority goes over there and then tells some of the black people, no, you can't do this. You don't have access to this. You don't have access to that. We're going to go in there. We're going to build all these schools. We're going to build all these institutions, and we're going to lock you out. And it's allowed by the government. It's like really taking a look into what happened. I know that's not the situation that's going on right now, but it's been so normalized that it really makes my blood boil when I really just sit down and think about it. That's madness. Because in the case of America, right, in the case of the US, technically, yeah, the colonizers founded that country. So it's not saying it's right, but it makes sense why the colonizers did that because, okay, yeah, they founded that country. So, of course, if they say, okay, I'm going to lock you guys out, it makes sense. But when the reverse happens, it's just, Oh my goodness, that was extremely inhumane and horrible. Absolutely disgusting. This guy is sitting here saying, oh yeah, well, we built South Africa, so we have the rights to do it. But then in some of these other debates, you'll listen and people will be like, no, the Black South Africans built South Africa, but you're taking all of the props like you did it yourself. And you have the arrogance to keep them out of certain institutions. Wow. When I even look at some pictures and I see Jim Crow, oh, this water fountain is for whites only, this water fountain is for coloreds only, and you have that exact same sentiment in South Africa at the time. It's just absolutely mind-boggling. It's anyway.
The laws by yourselves.
No,
we force them and do everything.
We're not going to force them to do anything.
No, the point is, I know that in South Africa you have a government, and there is not a single African in the government. There are 9 million Africans as against to 2 million whites. Why is it that there is not a single African in the government of South Africa?
Well, they're 9 representatives for the...
But I mean, how can 9 Englishmen or 9 Europeans represent 9 million Africans? How can they know their problems and their ideas? These people are Africans. You believe in separateness. The Africans separate and the whites separate. Well, how then can it happen that you get whites representing Africans and ideas since they are separate?
I don't think that is...
That's that Ghanaian fire. That's that Ghanaian fire. Anyway.
fair either. Since the people in the House of Representatives, do you call it that?
That's right.
They are supported by the taxes paid by the natives, aren't they?
No, just a minute. There, you've gone altogether wrong. If South Africa was to subsist on the taxes that the Bantu in South Africa pay, then South Africa would drop just like that.
Then,
okay.
on what do they support? What supports them?
What?
The House of Representatives, or the people in the government, the officials?
That's the 2.5 million white people that are supporting themselves and the overwhelming black population. 12 million black people. It's those 2.5 million to 3 million white people that are supporting.
Like further analyzing the video, it's definitely very clear that during the 50s and even before, because I mean South Africa only got independence in what 92, 93. Anyways, it is just definitely very clear that, and I can't speak for everybody, but there clearly was a time where this United South Africa Front did not exist. Okay, because you literally have people, or you had people in that country be like, yeah, we South Africans, but I'm different. You know, even in conversations, they'll say that when they instead of saying Bantu, sometimes they would refer to the natives as Africans. So it's like, but you're African, but you're not African. So definitely this race discrimination element is just very, very interesting. Extremely interesting. Because it's like, okay, you're saying you're one country, but then you're othering yourself all the time. And it's not just a matter of othering yourself, like, okay, I'm a different religion, I'm a different ethnicity. It's othering yourself in order to get more benefits, in order to steal resources from the country. It's just a very, very interesting outlook to look at.
Could you just explain how they are able to support themselves and how they are able to support
the white people's
yeah, and how they are able to conduct this development without the assistance of the natives?
Because they've got the Western idea of working, and they've developed that country.
Oh, I see. They've developed that country through the Africans working. I know that the whites in South Africa went down there because of wealth. It was through the gold rush and all those things that happened that, I mean, we got white men in South Africa. And so they went down there purposely to use the Africans as tools for their own benefit. Isn't that?
When the white men went down there, they never even knew a black man existed down there. When the white man landed at the bottom of the Cape in 1652, the black people in South Africa hadn't even moved over the northern boundary of the Union of South Africa.
Yes. I know these people would like to get these sociological ideas just to get around the question. So far as I know, the people in South Africa are a nomadic tribe by career or by profession. They are headsmen who move with their cattle all around the belt and all those places. Nowadays, even in the olden days, okay. It might happen that they were living down south, but because of their profession, they happened to live up north. Because in those days, there were warring tribes which were waging wars against each other. And so you cannot say that the land is yours. Everybody knows that Africa is for Africans. And when we think of Africans, we think of blacks. That's how I know. Well,
look here, just to give you...
Dang, he served it. He served it. He served it. But see how this guy's gonna weasel his way out of the question. Let's see what you guys are saying. Absolutely disgusting. Also consider there has been info about the government at that time pressuring the children. Oh, that's interesting. What's going on? Wow. You're just saying a lot in the chat section. Anyway, this particular video speaks about South Africa way too much, but we'll continue. We'll continue going forward. I guess to be fair, the reason why it was such a big deal is because, I mean, this was 1956, so I guess it makes sense, but still.
Short policy, and you are using the policy of aggressors that the land, the earth belongs to everybody, and the one that is powerful rules the part of the world which is owned by the others. That's the policy that aggressors use.
You know who are the aggressors? It's the African National Congress in Africa. They are the aggressors.
No, how can there be?
If the Africans in Africa would stop being so militant and would rather get down and help and build up South Africa and build up Africa, the problem would cease almost immediately.
Okay, let me ask you this thing. You said if they can come down and help, the problem will cease. The point is, how can they help if you get 9 million Africans and 3 million Europeans, and you get only 9 Europeans representing the interests of these Africans? Do you believe, let me ask you this personal question, do you believe, according to your apartheid policy, in getting 2 South Africas, one South Africa for the Africans and one South Africa for this thing, with 2 different colonial policies and 2 different foreign policies? If you don't, give me the answer.
Well, I wouldn't be able to give you the definite answer right now.
Why? Suppose. You believe in separateness. And why don't you believe in getting the Africans separate, having their own government and everything, thereby creating 2 union of South Africas? That's the point.
Actually, he raises a very good point, because at the time, right? And this is why when people talk about some countries, you know, they're scared that some countries need to separate. This is going to help a lot of civil wars. This is going to help a lot of conflicts that are happening on the continent. If you believe that you're so amazing, that you founded a country, that you built that country, why didn't you just take a piece out of South Africa and just live there by yourself? You know, instead of being like, oh no, this is my country too, okay, but I get to benefit more from this country than other people. Why didn't they just partition an area of South Africa and just say, okay, everyone else goes over here and we just live over here? Because they wanted access to the resources. But you know, he's not going to say that. He's not going to give the real answer.
But that, so far as you believe in apartheid, it means you believe in separateness. Then keep the Africans separate, with their own governments, with their own money, with their own everything, and keeps the whites separate.
Excuse me, I'll just come in there. Okay. He said that if Africans would just calm down and then cooperate with them, the land will achieve peacefulness. Right. Do you mean that the Africans are the people who are really the aggressors against you? You are not really aggressive towards Africans. I mean...
Of course not. The general attitude in South Africa, and I come from a country, I know, every summer that we have, every holiday at least that I have, I go and spend on the farms, and I live amongst these natives. I really get to know what they do and what they are like.
The
The
Suppose-
general attitude of the white people in South Africa is sympathetic towards the black people. They regard themselves as the trustees of the
I mean,
black people.
why shouldn't they be sympathetic? The point is, I always stress this fact that there are 9 million Africans and 3 million whites.
Exactly. So
I mean, if you come to South Africa, there are only 43 Africans with university degrees who are graduates. If you come to the Gold Coast, you have thousands of them. Gold Coast is a black colony, just like South Africa. But we have been able to develop everything, which shows the capability of the African to do anything itself. But we have been able to get all these ideas through the mixture of Western ideas. Actually, we couldn't develop on our own, until we got British help. And since we got the help, we have been able to do everything ourselves. If you go down to South Africa and help the Africans with your ideas, getting, free mixture of ideas, everything will be okay. But the point is, you use the Africans as tools. You tell them that don't be in this city after 9 o'clock, don't wear this thing, don't do this thing, don't go to America, and the Africans don't go any part apart. Anywhere at all outside the South African Union.
you know the white people in South Africa aren't allowed in the black areas either after dark.
It's because you created this situation. Why don't get free mixture? You look down on the Africans, that's the point. Am I quite clear? Because you said you believe in separateness, and I want you to come down to this point. You have not answered my question as yet.
Just let me interfere. What's the fundamental cause of all this discrimination in South Africa? The one fundamental cause.
Firstly, because the Bantu in South Africa is not as educated and as highly civilized.
And therefore?
Yes.
And therefore
we've got to live with them together in that land. Remember that.
You mean
you people want us to give them equal?
Absolutely disgusted. Absolutely disgusted. And of course, I do agree with him. Many Bantu populations across the whole continent were not as civilized. They were not as educated. That's true, right? Now you're saying that you're trying to change the mechanisms of that country. You're trying to bring, foreign ideologies, foreign this, foreign that. Who made you the leader? Who made you the boss that you have to impose that? See, this is the thing, and this is the thing that annoys me sometimes. Some people will sit here and they'll be like, oh, well, Africa must do this. Africans must do that. If the Africans didn't want to do that or didn't think that it was important, why should it be a minority's decision that, oh, no, we must all do this? Even now, there are some societies in Africa that I don't think should modernize. Not because, what if they don't want to modernize? That should be up to them. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. It's a very interesting outlook. But to me, it's the arrogance of it all. It's just the arrogance of it all. It's like, okay, they're not doing this. They're not doing that. It's like they were a dead weight. And to me, this doesn't sound too far off from even some of the ethnic kind of conflicts that are happening on the continent. Like you have other groups of Black people who talk like this to each other, even now today. They'll be like, oh, well, this tribe is not doing this. This tribe is not as developed. This tribe is not as this. This tribe is not as that. And it's like, who gives somebody the right to be able to even dictate what other groups of people need to do? Especially if those other groups of people don't seem to care. Why should it be the responsibility of somebody else to modernize, develop, stabilize somebody else? Like, that's just what I don't understand.
Franchise rights. We give them equal franchise rights within hardly any time whatsoever. The white man in South Africa will have absolutely no say in anything.
But you have been...
In this case, you don't have any choice. Suppose now you think that if the society of the white and the society of the blacks is mixed, it will be quite dangerous for you because these people are not as civilized as the white. Exactly. Suppose these people are kept in separation and you educate them, and the government, I think believes within the 20 years they will be of the same standard as the white. And this means that you are giving them help mechanically, and unless you mix with them, if they are as good as you, then they will say, get away, who cares for you? Yeah. You must realize the fact that they will do so because you were not exchanging ideas for developing these people in terms of friendship.
But that's exactly what we're doing.
No,
No,
The
the
black
How can
man
that
and the
be?
white man in South Africa are working together.
no,
There's constant contact between the ministers and the Bantu.
no, but I mean,
Oh, yes.
how can 9 white men get the interest of 9 million Africans? That's the point. If you get the Africans there in the government themselves,
It's not just
they
nine.
can be able.
It's not just 9 men, and it's not the 9 million black people aren't just sitting there and waiting for the government to do something
The
for them. They're governing themselves. They got local governments already,
Yes.
and they're getting
Okay.
more and more local government.
Okay,
as
answer
it
this
is.
question for me. I was asking you a personal question, if you don't mind. The
Okay.
point is, you believe in separateness.
Yes,
You believe that if you keep the Africans separate, entirely separate, and the whites entirely separate, you can be able to live in South Africa?
Look up. You mustn't take this idea of separateness or apartheid too literal. It doesn't mean that's fenced around and blacks live there and whites live there.
That's how it is.
Oh, no,
If you
it's
go to
not.
South Africa, tell me this thing. You come near Johannesburg. Africans are not allowed to be in Johannesburg after 9 o'clock. Am I quite clear? Is it true?
No, it's not.
Is it not true?
In Johannesburg, after dark,
Yes.
it's just those hooligans that walk around there. After dark, any self-respecting Bantu or white person won't venture out of doors.
Okay. Come to this point.
I
If
believe
you
that
go to
all
the railway
Bantus
station,
are not the same as you think of them. There may be
Me,
the
because
minority.
I've been in contact with them all the time since
Yeah.
I've grown up.
Yeah.
I know what they're like.
But
I'm not
how
one.
far
I'm
does the
not the
government
city.
make use of those who are educated, for example?
They're going back to help educate and uplift their people.
no, they are not going back.
They are.
The point is, you try to educate these Africans to go back and help their peoples.
Exactly.
And that is where I tell you that there are only 43 Africans with university degrees. How can these 43 Africans go back with their Western ways and Western everything to this African society and help the people? The people will not understand them because you are turning back to primitivism in South Africa. And so when these people go down to the Africans don't, I mean, as it were,
Look
I
at
mean, get them nicely.
you'd always talk.
Conversations kind of, or the debate, I should say, is getting kind of circular. But let me see what some of you guys are saying. Cave Polymath is like spamming the chat section. Good evening, Joyce Boggs. How you doing? How you doing, Amilcar? Audrey? Yeah, the whole high IQ conversation, right? I don't know. It's like, see, this is the problem, right? Like you'll say things like, okay, Africans must do this, Africans must create their own paths, as Africans must create their own way, but then you're using an IQ measure to see who's intelligent and who's not. And even going back to the last live stream we had, when people were saying, oh, well, nomadic people had low IQ, I really want to know how you can survive generation after generation with low IQ. Like, I'm still trying to understand that. They were able to do craftsmanship, they were able to do so many things with their quote unquote low IQ. But yeah, let me just keep going forward and seeing what you guys are saying. So in this case, you're making the argument that the Afrikaners going to South Africa is basically what saved them because of the, I guess, external expertise and all of that. Is that the assertion that you're making? Because I think that's the path that you're trying to make in the comment section at K Polymath. If the Ethiopian king was wise in how he signs, a wise person is regardless of if others recognize it. Okay? So you're saying that it was justified that the wise people at the time in the 1950s and other parts of Africa, it's justified that they had to go in there and do whatever they needed to do because they were doing the Africans a favor, right? Is that what you're insinuating? I just want to make sure that I'm understanding your point exactly. Hi, the only JS. Yeah, this is just so sad to listen to. Like, it, it's really disgusting, and I don't want to just make it putting the spotlight on South Africa, but for whatever reason, the majority of the debate was tackling the South African guy. That's why it's like that. But basically, the same thing was going on in the Gold Coast. It was also happening in Nigeria. I guess Ethiopia has an excuse, but even though Ethiopia did not get colonized, I mean, they're still going through certain issues that you would think, okay, why are you going through this issue as well, right? Um, if they couldn't tolerate the lack of exactly. And this is the issue with some of the descendants of these people today. It's like they impose their ways of life, their thoughts on everyone else. They subjugate everyone else, so then everyone else is like forced to modernize and get with the times because of them. I know people, want to sit here and make excuses, but I keep asking, if a civilization does not want to modernize, if people want to be like the Sentinel Islands, if people want to be quote unquote savages, what's wrong with that? Like, it has nothing to do with you. If they want to be savages, starve themselves and dance all day, that's their prerogative. Like, I don't understand why other people have to be like, oh no, that's not right. They must do this, they must do that. Why do you feel so entitled to somebody else's way of life, their being, their resources, their religion? Like, why does this exist? It's just so annoying. Like, I don't understand. But then they'll turn around and be like, oh, we're all God's people, we're all the same. So then what gives you the right to impose your way of life on somebody else if you're all equal and all the same? Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. If I could do something about it, I would, but evidently I can't. So that's why I'm ranting.
About you can't learn to swim unless you get into the water.
Yeah.
Well, you can't start educating them unless you send those that are educated back
you
to
ought
their...
to start educating them. For the 300 years that South Africa has existed, we have been in the Gold Coast with Western contact for only 100 years. But if you come to the Gold Coast now, we are able to do everything ourselves. We are, at present, I'm sitting down equally with you.
You can't. It's absolutely unrealistic and stupid.
Okay, in as much as I love my wonderful Ghanaian warrior, he was over exaggerating a little bit, okay? He's over exaggerating a little bit, but let me continue.
Stupid to compare South Africa with the Gold Coast.
Yes.
There's absolutely no comparison
No,
whatsoever.
but basically we are all Africans.
Just let me finish.
Oh no.
In South Africa, at least in the Gold Coast, there has never been enough white men there to constitute a nationhood.
Yes.
If the Gold Coasters at any time wanted to drive him out, and they drove him out, those white men have got England for their homeland. We in
The only
South
thing I
Africa
know,
haven't
the only
got
thing I
our
know is,
homeland, old
according to
boy.
the partition of Africa and the scramble for Africa in 1884, all the white men came to Africa and they settled at the places which suit them best, according to health. If you go to South Africa, the climate is Mediterranean in certain places, so you see white men there. If you go to East Africa, it is tropical, but because of the highlands, it's relatively cooler, and so you see white men there. That's why you get the mama in East Africa. In the Gold Coast, it is jungle, mosquitoes and everything.
Yes, thank goodness for the Congo and West African terrain. Thank goodness, okay? Thank goodness. That is one of the rare times I say, thank God for malaria. Thank God for yellow fever. Thank God for all these diseases that some of these people were not able, to survive. Thank God. Thank God. Thank Him.
And so the white men don't like to live in the Gold Coast. That's natural.
And Nini, and excuse me, Navy, and Dix, I want to ask you this. Dix just said that there weren't enough white men in the Gold Coast. Would your point of view be that believing in separateness, you've kept yourself so separated from the white men in the Gold Coast that maybe your standard of living has...
No, ma'am. We were just keeping, side by side with them. I tell you at first that if you come to the Gold Coast, through the contact with the whites, we have been able to develop. We can never develop on our own. That's the point. But we got Western ways and Western ideas and Western help. That's why we are, as equal to the whites now.
I suppose it's a different case with...
It's so sad. It's so sad. He just said in the end, because we were with the Obronies at the side of the Obronies, we now are at the same level as the Obronies. That's so sad. That's such a sad thing to say. That's so sad. That is so sad. Oh no.
Countries on West Africa. You see, we in West Africa, we were brought under the British rule, but you can't compare that with the Union of South Africa, because the white went there to live and not to bring these people to a higher standard of living and to educate them and bring and allow them to realize the full significance of civilization.
The Africans, they are the citizens. If they are citizens, why deny them these rights?
We're not denying them the rights.
Let me ask Mohamedou another question. You said at the beginning that you were Mohammedan, that Nini was Christian, that you had some prejudices against Christians.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a fairly frank question. Do you have any sense that Nini from the Gold Coast is less purely African than you are?
Yeah, I often feel that.
Why?
But, you see, we in Nigeria, and our part of Nigeria, northern Nigeria, we often feel that Africa is for Muslims, not for Christians. It's meant for Muslims. And
Whoa! First and foremost, I love how the lady got tired of them talking about the colonizers, so she had to like shimmy it back to, oh, you Negroes. Oh yeah, you Negroes. Let's shimmy it back to you guys again. So I love that. But see what this Nigerian man, okay, what this Nigerian Muslim man is saying is very concerning, because he just said it right out of his mouth that Africa belongs to the Muslims? What? Yo, I've never heard an African say something like that before. Now people, will come at me and be like, oh, that was so long ago. They learned their lesson now. Okay, so explain the killings that are happening in some parts of that country. Explain the massacres that are happening in other parts of the continent. This mindset clearly is still alive. It is crazy. If I'm not mistaken, Islam was brought by the Arabs, from the contact from the Arabs, from the Fulanis, people who had contact with the Arabs. That's how that religion got there. I don't ever remember Islam even being like an actual like African religion. So for someone to come and be like, oh, all of Africa should be Muslim land, it's like, wow. Is this really what people are thinking? And then we wonder why some of our politicians, why some of our government leaders, why some of our just spiritual leaders are crazy like this. This is the type of rhetoric that they grew up with. It's absolutely disgusting. What does Islam have to do with the foundations of Africa? Like at all? To the point where you come out and be like, oh no, my personal opinion, all of Africa should be Muslim. Weird.
Our social life is entirely different from the Western ways. We are totally opposed to it, because it sort of try to disassociate our religious principles.
We were talking a moment ago about discrimination between white and black. Suppose Nini comes to visit you in Nigeria. Would he be discriminated against in any way?
I suppose so, simply because, for one reason. You see, we eat in a bowl. In my home, we put a big bowl down, and you have about 3 or 4 people putting their hands all at the same time into the bowl.
There is an element of competition.
And you see, we
Be honest, maybe it was just his misguided youthful mind or ignorance, because if you go to other African countries, the Muslims and Christians don't have as much religious conflict as they do in some of these African countries. So by his logic, he's actually incorrect, but whatever.
we don't allow Christians to interfere. We don't allow Christians to put their hands inside. You see, it's one of our religious doctrines. We don't allow, we're not supposed to eat with Christians in the same bowl unless we're obligated to. And so that's one of the things which we will...
On this question of religion, I'd like to ask you one more thing. I've heard it said recently that Islam is gaining rapidly in Africa and Christian influence is declining. Is that true?
I wouldn't say definitely it is not true, but to some extent it is. You see, there are two sides to it. We have the Ahmadiyya movement in Nigeria. They come from Pakistan, and I think it originated about 1885. I don't know. They have...
I wonder if Nini would agree with you that Christianity is on the way.
I disagree with him. The point is, Muslim teaches purely African, principles. That's the case. They had the Mohammedan influence in Africa, around about West Africa, in about 1,000 years ago. About some few centuries ago. But Christianity came down in Africa about 200 years ago. And through Christian influence, we are able to adopt Western ways of life and Western everything. And so more people like to adopt Christianity, whereby they try to become Western. Because most of the missionaries who come down there are Americans or Englishmen. And people like to follow the style because of singing and everything, because African likes music. You know, and so
but you wouldn't say a person joins a religion simply because he finds it very easy or because he finds that he can conform his social customs to it.
No.
You follow it because you understand that it is a true religion and your spiritual understandings agree with it.
No, what I'm trying to say is, I'm not saying that Western ideas are best to the African. I believe in African getting everything African. But the point is, we know and everybody knows that if you get some things African, they are sometimes bad. So I believe in getting Western ideas, and through Christianity, we are able to teach the people decent ways of life and different everything. For instance,
Absolutely disgusting. They're literally having a debate on, oh yeah, we need the Christianity because that's what the priests brought, that's what the nuns brought, that's how they built these Christian schools. So we need the Christianity just to be like the West. And the other side is saying, no, we need the Islam, okay? We need the Islam so that we can impose our actual culture on other people. So westernization, liberalism versus conservatism, in some arguments, a reluctance to change, in some arguments, extremity. Very, very interesting. But at the end of the day, it's very, very funny how both sides are arguing over religions that are technically not, because in this case, right, the Christianity that he's talking about, now people are going to be in the comment section like, oh, Christianity isn't indigenous to the continent. Yes, I understand that, but the Christianity that this man is talking about is not the Christianity that's indigenous to the continent. Let's get that clear. This guy's not talking about, Ethiopian Coptic. He's not talking about that. He's not talking about Orthodox. He's talking about English, British Christianity that he's arguing for by way of modernization or westernization. So both of these arguments, I think, are just elementary, unnecessary, because you're basically fighting the same beast, so to speak. But I will continue.
Mohammedans will not eat with a Christian, which is bad. It doesn't bring peace to the world. But through Christianity, we are able to teach pure love and love for everything.
But
so more Africans like
haven't you heard me?
I said, if you of Christianity, there are Orthodox Christians who don't allow to mix with Mohammedans. For example, I belong to a real Orthodox Christian religion known as the Copts, and there it says that its origin, of course, from Judaism also. It says that the animal must be properly slaughtered before you eat it. And if a Mohammedan has already slaughtered a sheep or a cow, for example, I will not eat with him.
I'm sure there are infinite prejudices in your country alone between Amharas and Hebrews and Arabs. You do say your origin is Hebrew, do you not? And most of the Ethiopians are. We could talk for ages on that, but there's another question I want.
And I wanted to ask somebody, is that true that most of the Ethiopians are Hebrew? This is confusing. It's absolutely confusing. Like, what? Is that real, or is that just a fantasy that they say to themselves just to make themselves feel better? Because I'm just like, Hebrew where? What? Hebrew. Yeah, exactly. He's a sunburnt Hebrew. He's a sunburnt. Why doesn't he go back to Zion? Okay, why do these people never go back to the promised land? Okay, why don't you ever go back there? I don't want to get into this rant, but the Hebrew Israelites everywhere in the world, they get me so upset because they're always talking about we're the righteous people, we're the lost tribe of Judah, we're the lost tribe of this. Why don't you go back to the land that God blessed? Why don't you go back there? Why are you not fighting alongside? Now I understand, of course, the Israelis, the modern day Israelis hijacked their culture, right? Or hijack their religion. I understand. Why don't you go back or go black? Yeah. Why don't you go black and claim your identity? Why don't you tell the Israelis, the Jewish people, the Ashkenazi Jews that stole your identity, that stole your religion? Why don't you go and battle them and be like, hey, this is my birthright, not yours, colonizer. You stole my religion. Why don't they ever do that? They never do that. I'm like, so you're telling me you're the original Hebrew, but the US is not the one giving you money. The US is giving the fake Hebrew money. You're a failure.
I want very much to ask all of you. That is, what had you heard about race problems in America before you came? Is our problem greater or less than you thought?
I thought it was greater before I came. I mean, because of the nationalistic feelings in the Gold Coast, everybody is prejudiced against the whites because we want to get the best positions in the government. At present, we have it though, but I mean, in the olden days, we wanted to get them. And so we were always constant on the point to listen to some of these things which happen in America. About 70% of the news about America are concerning racial prejudice.
Is that true in the Gold Coast, Dick? How much news, American news, is concerned? I'm sorry, in South Africa.
Well, very little, except the
African, since he's been to America.
Okay, wow, okay, let me, my bad. I kind of lost the footing over there. But I thought that the question that she asked was very, very interesting because why are you asking the white South African if they were consuming racial news from America? Obviously, they're not. Obviously, they're not gonna do that. Because even at this time, like if we're being comparative, at this time, America was ahead of race issues than South Africa. So why would South Africa look onto America at that time on their race dynamics? She was being shady there, but I live for it. Now let me see if I can find. Dang, I lost the timestamp, but let me play it.
American haircut appeared in American. About 70% of the news about America are concerning racial prejudice.
Is that true in the Gold Coast, Dick? How much news, American news, is concerned? I'm sorry, in South Africa.
Well, very little, except the case like the recent Supreme Court case comes up, then that receives attention in the South African newspapers. But we realize what the position is here in the States, and we got a problem much, much bigger than ours back home.
Was our problem greater than you thought it would be, or less?
Oh, I think it's bigger than I thought it would be, because, well, I imagined when I came over here that all the Negroes were as well educated as the white people. And, well, that's not always the case, especially down south. And then I didn't expect to find them as concentrated in the south as they are.
Have any of you had any experiences with segregation here in this country?
Now, before I get into the have any of you experienced segregation in this country, I would really like to hear what the Ethiopian says because he's not black. So I'm assuming, as somebody who's not a Negro, he wouldn't face any discrimination, right? But I would like to make the argument that now this is kind of like, I guess, an extreme argument, but I would like to bring up the argument that if the white South Africans that were in South Africa at the time, if they were actually black, I would like to make the argument that they probably would have done something like Rwanda did, but because they weren't, black, they couldn't do that. But just listening to the way that that man speaks and analyzing some of the things that were happening in South Africa at the time, it wouldn't be too far off that if that country was more homogenous, that they would probably just do a let's get rid of these people type of thing and claim this whole land to be ours. That's kind of like the notion that I was getting at the time. But yeah, let me just continue the video.
Well, I've just got something quite insignificant. You know, people get to know that I'm a foreigner, and so they treat me differently. When I came at first, I tried to get an American haircut, appear in American clothes as best as possible and as much as possible, just for people to discriminate against me. And I've never had such an occasion. I've been trying to get it, but I mean, it seems as if I've been getting the best, actually.
Much friendly.
That is so cute. He's like, I'm trying to discover the discrimination. I'm trying to experience the segregation, but I haven't gotten it yet. I'm trying to. That's so adorable, man. So adorable.
Yes, ma'am.
How about you, Navy?
This is rather superficial, but I was living in one of the communities in New Jersey, which is strictly white resident, and there I couldn't get a haircut for about 2 weeks because the white man don't know how to cut this type of hair. And one of the boys...
The white man doesn't know how to cut Habesha hair. The white man doesn't know how to cut the Habesha hair. Now, I would like to say Ethiopia's, if I had to choose which Horn African accent I like the best. You know what? I'm not going to do that actually, but I will say that the Ethiopian accent is so adorable. Like, the Ethiopians would be like, huh? But I'm not blacker. I can't do it. Oh no, is it Blaeka? No, Belaek. Yeah, but I'm not Belak. It's so cute. I know I did that so wrong, guys, but forgive me, okay? I love the Ethiopian accent, like the Ethiopian aunties. The accent is so adorable. It's so adorable. But yeah, let me continue.
was joking to me that he said that the best engineers in the United States are working hard to design an instrument that will be of some use to cut this hair.
Then that's not discrimination.
Well, it is another sort of discrimination because United States is a business country, and if they...
This guy is a whole quasia. He was basically you basically admitted that you face discrimination or prejudice in America. But he's not gonna say it's because he's Blaeka or Blaek. He's not gonna say it's because of that. He's gonna say it's because of something else.
discourage their customers by means of types of hair, then they are defeating their own purpose.
I found a little bit of segregation, yeah, form of segregation at any rate. And that is, while I was speaking to residents in New Jersey, while they were teachers.
I get so annoyed when Afrikaners want to talk about discrimination. Like, I don't want to hear it, Karen, Brad. I don't want to hear it. It's like, how arrogant. A whole Afrikaner goes to the States and's like, oh yeah, I experienced segregation too. Bye. Absolutely disgusting. In your home country, you were literally subjugating a whole group of people, but now you're in America talking about, oh yeah, I'm just like you guys. I'm just like you Negroes, even though I'm not. I experienced it too.
Get absolutely disgusting.
They told me that although it's officially prohibited by law, there are what they call gentlemen's agreements, whereby a Negro cannot obtain land or buy property in a white man's area. Then, on the other hand, I found that on the whole, the Negroes here are not as economically sound as the white men are. And then too, in a recent case where Negro and white schools have been integrated, the Negro teachers have lost their jobs.
See, let's come to this point. You said they are not economically sound as the white men. The point is, in America, for instance, if you get much education, you get better pay, better job. If you deny the Negro opportunities to go to college, how do you expect them to get better qualifications, to occupy the better jobs, and get better pay for the houses? That's the point. I'm now getting some of these facts from the papers. I every day read about the problem which is happening down in Alabama, and I see quite a lot of those things. Those are some of the experiences of segregation that I've seen in America now. Obviously, I can take back some of these ideas with me, but they are just insignificant. As I said at first, I've met with candidates in America, but in certain aspects too, I see some of these things, you see. That's the point. Think of the education first. I believe in education.
Do you know something? In South Africa, last year, we spent $42 million on educating the Bantu there, and 3/4 of that was paid by the white people. 40% of the Bantu school children are going to school. And the literacy rate in the Union of South Africa now amongst the Bantu is 27.7, and within the next 20 years, it'll be 100% literacy.
Why is it that then? Why is it that then that you have not got a delegate who is African for the whole year that you have been operating this forum? I'm sure that next year a white man is going to come here as a delegate for the Union of South Africa, though they are.
Oh wow, Obroni's funding the education of Bibinese in their own country. Wow, that is so sweet. This guy's the sweetest people. They're so nice. You're bragging about sending South Africans to school with your own taxpayer money.
9 million South Africans who are Africans. So don't think of this thing as something like literacy. I know that the literacy rate in South Africa is 16%. But
No,
the
it's
27%. But the point is, the Africans just get the elementary education in the African quarters, which is fit for nothing but unskilled labor.
To sum up a little bit, Nini, what's the best thing your government can do, the most significant thing to help attack this problem?
At present, we are not yet fully self-government. We do everything ourselves in the government. But the last point is defense and external affairs. Great Britain is controlling this. And the moment we become independent, we can prove to the outside world that the African can rule himself and the black can govern itself. And so I think that's the only thing.
The government must definitely apply this policy of apartheid more firmly and more thoroughly, and apply it and carry it out more rapidly than it's done in the future.
There's a final question I'd like to ask you. Since the population of the world, the percentage between white and non-white is roughly what it is here, I'm sure Dix and I are wondering when the 3/4 of the human race that is not white gets political power, what are you going to do to the whites? Segregate them?
Well, if we practice segregation, then we will be as bad as the white. So what we will do is we'll allow them to mix with us, and in the meantime unite ourselves like that we did in the Bandung conference.
Well, listen to me.
Clearly, Emperor Haile Selassie did a horrible job. Because clearly there's a lot, well, I'm not going to say a lot, but clearly there's still instability in Ethiopia. So I'm still wondering what happened to the whole, oh yeah, we were not colonized. We're not like uncivilized Negroes. We're not like uncivilized Bantu. We Hebrew people. But why are you guys attacking each other? Why are you guys doing that? Why are you guys doing that? It's like, oh no, I'm the better Negro than all these other Negroes. I'm the best one. But it's like, so why is your country literally in a disarray right now? Like, why is that happening right now? Just with all due respect.
When Mr. Thurgood Marshall, the attorney to Miss Lucy, when he came down from Alabama to New York, this is what he said. He said, sometimes Negro organizations and individual Negroes, through their help to save the white man, so become a little bit tired. And so I think probably that's our mission.
To save the white man's
yeah,
soul.
just to save the white man's soul.
Thank you, Nini. I'm sorry that's all the time we have. Thank you all. Next week.
One thing I'll say that I miss about, the 1950s is people used to dress so good back then. People used to act classy back then. Now everybody is in joggers, leggings, athletic wear. You haven't been to the gym since this whole pandemic, but you're always wearing athletic wear. I miss that. I miss the days where people used to wear dresses, skirts, dress shoes, comb their hair. People don't even iron their clothes today. What happened to the pride of dressing up? People have become so lazy and nasty. So I miss that. I miss that about the 1950s. Can we bring that back? Because jeans, this lazy jeans, I'm not gonna shower. I'm just gonna put cologne on. That lazy, nasty lifestyle is disgusting. Now I understand people want to say, "Oh, people should be comfortable," but why are you wearing a bonnet outside? Why are you wearing a bonnet outside? People don't even try anymore. Okay. So I'm gonna play part 2 of this video, and then we could have the people call in. This again, I want people to understand we're analyzing a video from the 1950s. So I understand things have changed, but I mean the overall mindset. I'm arguing, has the overall mindset changed? That's basically what I'm arguing. Clearly this is not a video from today. So clearly I hope we understand that. But yeah, I thought that conversation, I guess South Africa at the time and everyone was just so involved into what was going on in South Africa. But if it was up to me, I would have liked them to talk more about Ethiopia in the video. Let me play the second part though. There's like 6 of these videos, so I'll just play 2 today. And then maybe next time we could play the other ones that don't have the more popular countries in there. But the one I just played, I believe, was in 1956. This one is in 1957, so a year later.
Prejudiced in their opinions about Africa.
The most certainly are. How could they be objective about?
Oh, by the way, I must say, the Nigerian in this video, whoo! Father Africa. He did it, okay? He did it, okay? We need more Nigerians like that today. We need more Nigerians like that today. We need more Black people like this today.
African Negroes, while they are prejudiced against American Negroes.
I disagree with you completely. I think that Americans are prejudiced for African and are very prejudiced against white people in Africa.
Well, I'm getting confused. How can America...
Susan is 17.
And of course, in true Afrikaner fashion, she's going to say the Americans are prejudiced against white people in South Africa. Once again, the arrogance. Oh no, the Americans hate us white South Africans. We don't know why though. She absolutely disgusting.
Susan, those school uniforms, are they always that short?
No, this is actually a dispensation. I'm a senior, but the other girls have to have them 3 inches above the knee.
Very interesting study in native costumes. Thank you. Now let me introduce the boys, will you? Here, our baby for tonight, 15-year-old Meskin Venega from Ethiopia, and 16-year-old Boniface Ofakaja from Nigeria. Now,
she forgot to mention, he's not African. He's a sunburnt Hebrew. Get it correct.
Let's start out by asking you what some of your own prejudices are. How about you, Amelia? Have you got any prejudices, say, against the Nigerians?
Yeah, I have my own personal prejudice against the Nigerians. Coming from the Gold Coast, where there are many Nigerians, I think that I sometimes look down on the Nigerians as somewhat inferior to us. Because you see, the Nigerians who come to the Gold Coast are mostly beggars. So that's my opinion.
Jollof Wars, Jollof Wars 101, Jollof Wars 101. By the way, my Ghanaian sister, you're so beautiful. Or I should say my Ghanaian auntie, my Ghanaian mother, because now you're like in your 70s. But you're so beautiful, so elegant, you're so beautiful. But what says the Nigeria? What says the Omonaija?
About Nigerians.
This is funny. I don't see how you have a case against for this your proposition, or I say for this your stand. Actually, personally, I look towards the Gold Coast not as inferiors, but perhaps as people that are individualistic, are not working towards the
Okay,
common.
how dare the Omo Niger, and guys, I have percentage Nigerian, so when I make fun of Nigerians, you guys gotta let me do it sometimes because I have Nigerian ancestry. But anyways, how dare the Omo Niger says Ghanaians are selfish? This was right when Kwame Nkrumah was literally doing everything for Africa. Kwame Nkrumah was literally trying to unite Africa, and this guy's literally at the time saying, "Oh, we were too selfish." Omo Niger, that one wasn't correct. You didn't have to say that.
Effort towards the welfare of the nation. They, of course, have made great strides because they are a very small country, and yet you have all these differences in their country.
Nesbin, how about your prejudices? You admitted to several at the beginning.
Well, as I told you before, we have also our own prejudices against the African Negroes. We consider them as inferiors. We have, of course, our own reasons for saying so.
Well, what are they, Nesbin?
Okay, so the Sunbird Hebrew Israelites said that the African Negroes are inferior to him. Because I don't think he was just saying they were inferior in general, like they were inferior beside him or against him. And it's like, wow, this is African Unity 101, man. This is African Unity 101. This is African Unity 101. See the joke between the Omo Niger and Ghana? That's cute. That's just brother and sister, fighting, and brother and sister calling each other names. But this African unity of the sunburnt Hebrew Israelite saying that he's better than us, absolutely disgusting. And then we wonder why Emperor Haile Selassie, why later on in his rule, he wanted to become more African, because he realized, oh, Italy doesn't care about you, Britain doesn't care about you, US doesn't care about you, nobody else cares about you. So now you have to work with your inferior Africans instead of working with the West. Now the sunburnt Hebrew Israelites of Ethiopia must now lower themselves to work with the lower Negro Africans. Amazing.
Well, first thing, we consider ourselves to be of the lost tribe of Israel and not Negroes. It's only that our faces are burned that we look like Negroes. And also, we've been ruling part of Africa for hundreds of years during the 16th century, and we ruled part of Egypt, Sudan, and as far down as Mozambique.
Well, what about your prejudices against white men?
Well, back home, if a woman marries a white man, she's considered mean, and when she dies, the priests never pray for her as they would do for any ordinary man. It's just considered as suicide.
What is that true? By the way, I want to know: is it true that Ethiopians? Well, I guess this is 1957, so okay, I guess things have changed a little bit. But is it still true that now today in Ethiopia, if somebody is marrying a white man, is that seen as worse than marrying another African? Is that true?
Do you think they look down on the white people so much?
Well, for the first reason, religiously they consider them unclean in white. because they eat pork, and that's prohibited in our religion.
Susan, you got any prejudices?
Oh, I think I've got some pretty large prejudices. I think I'm very prejudiced against the foreign press, particularly the American press, because
I don't even see, and I understand why. I have to make it very clear again for people who came in late. I understand why the South African representatives happen to be the white South Africans in this time because of the political issues that were going on in South Africa. I understand that, but I just wish they every time the Afrikaners in these videos talk, they just get me so annoyed. I don't know what it is. It's like I can't listen to them. They're so annoying.
I've come up against a lot of discrimination myself while I've been here. As a South African, everywhere I go, particularly in the schools, at the moment I mention that I'm from South Africa, I'm discriminated against in the sense that, well, the picture in South Africa, the situation has been so badly distorted and so exaggerated because racial news is sensational news. And so journalists have so distorted the picture in South Africa that when I come over here, I'm looked down upon, and I've really felt this discrimination. I haven't been treated as just an individual and a human being, and I feel that the press is responsible for this.
Well, I've been wanting to ask you a question for a long time. When we all came here, you just took to me. You like me very much, I can see, and I like you. But I know you are a South African, and I'm an African. But why is it that out here you are very friendly towards me, but down in South Africa, you don't do the same towards the Negroes that are living there? Can you tell me?
Well, it's the whole setup. I mean, in South Africa, we have a pattern of life which is different to any other country in the world. Because you have the white population, and which came to the country in 1652, and they are much more highly developed, coming from Europe with the European backgrounds and traditions. And they have developed the country and have developed a highly civilized community, whereas the Negroes, the Bantu as we call them in Africa, in South Africa, is primitive, on a very primitive level. And the barrier in South Africa isn't so much color as civilization and economically.
Whoa, the barrier is not color, it's civilization. Hey! This is 1956. No, 1957. My father was born in 1957. Have these thought patterns changed or?
Excuse me, on that point, we get into a very, very tense ground recently. You talked about this question of it not being a racial struggle, but a struggle of civilization. Well, personally, you see, I sympathize with your situation, because I couldn't live in a country, your economic position, and perhaps your future well-being as a nation might be in danger if you allow the strong-hearted, driving Africans to take over the government. That is, of course, what will happen if they're given the vote. Nonetheless, let us come now to that basic issue of racial segregation. I hear this honorable gentleman from Ethiopia. I think it's high time Ethiopians come to the side where exactly they are. I usually wonder, are you Negroes? You are not Negroes. You say you are not Negroes. Are you white? You're not white. What are you?
Well, I told you the answer. We are not Negroes. We are one of the lost tribes of Israel. It's just because our faces are burned that we look like Negroes.
I've got the point, you are lost. I think that makes a conclusive answer.
I'm sorry, Omonaja did it. I'm sorry, Omonaja was standing up. Oh, he definitely won this one. He did. Omonaja won. He did.
I'm wondering if Susan and Mesfin have something very much in common. Neither one of you admit you're Africans, and yet both of you live in Africa and have for generations and generations.
Well, I won't say that we naturally, because We're a different ethnical group. We're not Africans in the sense that the Negroes and other groups have actually originated in Africa. But I consider South Africa my homeland and my fatherland, and I always will. And there is a misconception that exists. Most people think that the white settlers came to South Africa and took the land from people who
so.
Oh no, it is not, and I'll prove it to you. Who came to South Africa and took it away, as the whites came here to America and took it away from the indigenous occupants.
Jeez, I guess Karen's is true. You know, you could plant a tree anywhere and it's still a tree. The Karens everywhere act the exact same. Like, oh my, they act the exact same. It's so weird. It's like the sense of entitlement is a global.
Occupants. In 1652, when the first white settlers arrived at the Cape, the Bantu, as they are now known, the Negroes in South Africa, were still coming down from equatorial Africa, migrating. And it's a fact that they had not yet entered what is now known as South Africa, the borders of South Africa. The only indigenous occupants in Africa, South Africa at that time, were the Bushmen. And they were exterminated by the Bantu coming down.
Excuse me, Susan, on that point, I think you've read your history upside down.
How come?
Yes, you see, the exact thing that happened was that these Dutch men, I think they were Dutch men, they haven't got a place in their homeland.
Oh,
not
no,
a means of living.
I can just prove...
Let me finish.
All right, and then I can prove you how wrong your historical facts are.
Oh, no, you know, your history is South African history. Mine is a bipartisan history. Well, this men came without any means of livelihood in their own country, with their economic background without any meaning at all. They came to South Africa. And the real facts are that as they came and there was an influx of these Dutch people from their unwanted homes, as there was an influx, the Bantus were pushing the Bantus up into the country till came the Zulu War, in which
This guy knows what he's talking about, but the Karen is gonna be like, oh no, you're wrong. You're quite wrong, sir. You're quite these Karens are, oh my goodness. But Omonaja, thank you. Omonaja, thank you for standing up. Thank you for standing up for your people, man. Thank you.
the Zulus were finally defeated in the most an agonizing struggle they had against this African, you call them? Yes.
I don't know where you get your historical facts from. I really
I
don't.
got my historical fact from, I think, is it Mr. Trevelyan? He's in British history.
Oh,
That's far
Mr.
better
George
than...
Trevelyan knows nothing then, and I'll say that. Because it so happens that these penniless whites, as you call them, didn't come out because they didn't have homes or because of any kind of persecution. They were sent out as officials of the Dutch East India Company to establish a refreshment station for ships passing around passing around.
No, Karen. Now, I understand loving your ancestors, Karen. I understand it. I love my ancestors too, but Karen, they went there because they couldn't compete in their home country. Like, let's be honest here. They went there because they couldn't compete. Oh man, this
on the bottom of the Cape, just as the Dutch settlers were sent out to America by the Dutch West India Company to settle and to make a refreshment station here. Now, I think if you had to turn around to those Dutch settlers who came out and said that they came out because they were penniless, they'd be just as indignant as I am. And as you say that the white settlers came and pushed the Bantu back,
yes,
it's a fact that the whites went into the interior of Africa and didn't come into contact never even saw a Bantu until 1795, which was practically 100 years, more than 100 years after they had arrived in South Africa.
How did you have the Zulu War? What brought it about?
The Zulus had already, by the time, I think you must have a look at a map. Zululand is very far from the Cape, where these people arrived. And in 100 years, within 100 years, after the arrival of the white settlers, the Zulus had by that time, the Zulus are a part of the Bantu group, had already come down to Natal. And then you've got the two groups, the one coming from the north, the one coming from the south, and they met. And that's where you get the Zulu War.
It was not even a clash in the sense you are taking it. It was
It
even
was
the
a clash.
British.
It was a
who,
clash.
the British in their benevolence, or in fact in their, because they've seen the facts that this thing is not good, they even were exercising a tempering force upon the people.
Boniface, just to make things more complicated for you and Susan, I've heard a third interpretation of this, which might settle it. That was the fact that the Bantu were a migratory people.
Oh,
and
they
that
are.
it may be true that at some point when the whites came in, there weren't any Bantus there because they were migrating somewhere else. But look, this is all past history now. I'd like to hear something from Mesfin and Amelia on their interpretation of South African history, but almost rather. Let's bring it up to the present, can't we?
Yes.
Yes, we bring it up.
Well, come back just a minute, Sue, to your violent prejudices against the press because they're misrepresenting what goes on in South Africa. Do you want to clarify that a bit?
Yes, I would.
Will you?
No. Well, I know one outstanding example of misrepresentation. We read in an American, I think it was a magazine, I won't give the name, although I could very easily. This journalist quoted Dr. D.F. Malan, who is an ex-Prime Minister of South Africa, as saying, and I quote, "The Negro does not need a home. He can sleep under a tree." Well, not only is this absolutely fictitious, but he forgot to mention the fact that brick and concrete trees, known to most people as houses, are costing thousands, millions of dollars of the white taxpayers' money annually.
What did you say? I didn't get the point. Said what houses?
Well, you see, this journalist said that Dr.
Yes,
Malan...
I got that point. You say what houses costing the government millions of dollars?
I
What
said
houses?
concrete and brick and cement houses for the Bantu peoples.
But these are the Bantus that are working for you in the factories. How did you get the money? They got the money, they mined the gold, got the gold, and you sold the gold outside. You got the money and you say the money is yours.
Of course
You
it
can't
is.
do that's a contradiction,
Look,
please.
we came along. We bought the machinery. We developed the mines.
From where did you get the machinery from the mines in Johannesburg? Do you own the mines?
No, we got
Who
our
worked the
machinery.
mines?
We got our machinery from Great Britain.
Who
From
worked-
the money that was picked, what was got with the diamonds and
How
the
did you get the
diamonds
diamonds out of the
alluvial.
ground?
No native labor there,
How did you
Boniface.
get the diamonds out of the ground?
They
I want
weren't
that.
dug out of the ground. They were alluvial diamonds. No native labor there, my boy.
What do the natives do? You know what, Suzanne, what's one point you must get right down to the crux of the matter, is that in this country, the Africans are...
Yo, isn't it interesting how the world turns around? The Nigerians were standing up for the Black South Africans in this debate. It's so interesting, man. It's so interesting. But look today. Anyway.
really the backbone of your economy.
I
And
want
it
to
is
point
one of
out
that
the fact.
cases where you get this question of man's inhumanity to man. And every day you come here to complain about misrepresentation in the American press. In the actual matter of fact, the American press is giving a fairly good view of the whole situation
been
because
to
they
South
have a color
Africa?
problem themselves.
Have you been to South Africa? my
I
boy?
wouldn't even pay a penny to go there.
Well, then,
That's
how
far
can you
short.
talk? How can you talk?
Because I have the facts. People come in there, get every people, no means of living. How can I go there? I want a house, I want a home, I want position in society.
Well, look, they're getting it. They're
Sue,
getting
let's
exactly what they want.
I'd love to hear from Amelia and Mesfin what if their picture of South Africa is the same as Boniface's
It
is.
should be the same weight.
Well, coming from Africa myself, naturally I would be a little embittered against the whites in South Africa because from what we hear, they are mistreating the Africans there. But personally, I have no preconceived ideas against the whites because, frankly, I haven't been there, and you can't always trust what you hear from people or what you read from.
Wow, colonization did its thing, eh? Colonization did its thing. You see how Madame is speaking. You see how Madame is talking. It's sad, man. It's so sad. But let's continue.
The press, so I have no solid facts about South African problems.
Actually, I myself am against the South Africans because, I mean the white people in the South Africa, because in whose house can one come and take away
They haven't
the
taken away
property? Because what they are doing now, the white people are mining and taking the property for themselves, and that's what they shouldn't do, because the native people who are living there, They should have what is the property of theirs. Well, actually, before I came from Ethiopia, I was reading about this in the press, and they were pretty hot about it. They were against the white people. The same thing could happen to them, of course.
On this oppression business, if you say the Bantu in South Africa are oppressed, how do you account for this fact? That every year, regularly, hundreds of thousands of Bantu and Negroes from other territories adjoining South Africa, such as Portuguese, East Africa, etc., are invading our country illegally in spite of the law.
We've gone.
Are they coming for oppression?
No, I agree with her. Illegal immigration is wrong. No, I agree with Karen on this. So, but the illegal immigration in the 15th century, right? Illegal immigration in 16th century is okay now, but the illegal immigration now is a problem. But the illegal immigration of your ancestors was no problem, Miss Karen. That was no problem. The illegal immigration of today is all of a sudden a problem. Oh man, anyway.
They know what goes on in South Africa, and they come back year and year again. Those who have worked in South Africa and have been sent back, come back. Are they coming back to seek oppression?
Your query, this does not answer what I am driving at. The Africans have the land. They were there before you.
They do not have the land, and they were
mine
not
the
there
gold.
before us.
All right, wait a minute, Susan. Let me get my point straight before you go. They mine the lands, they get the diamonds, you sell the diamonds outside. And when you get the diamonds, you say they are not to be given their own fair share of the quota. Have you read Cry of the Beloved Country?
Yes, I have.
How?
It's a one-sided view.
One-sided view, and it was written by an European. How could Europeans be having one-sided view about their own
They're
king and
radicals
king?
in every nation.
Radicals? You are radicals in South Africa, then?
Oh, no, we're not.
Look, Mespin was just talking about, and all of you, about the importance of news about South Africa in the Gold Coast, in Nigeria, and in Ethiopia. I'm wondering whether news about racial problems in the United States also takes up a good deal of space in your countries. Does it in the Gold Coast?
Yes, very, because after all, the Negroes come from the Gold Coast, and we feel very badly about what the Americans are doing to our Negroes.
Oh, she's so cute. Okay, I'm not being so bad, but she's so cute. She's like, yes, because the Negroes come from the Gold Coast. So we're very sad about what is happening, what the Americans are doing to our Negroes. She's like, she's so sad about what the Americans are doing to our Negroes. I know this sounds so sick and twisted, but it's actually kind of adorable too. Like, it's so cute. It's so cute.
I know that one of my ancestors probably came here too, and from what I hear in the Gold Coast, the Americans don't give the Negroes a fair chance of activities here. For instance, they don't give the Negroes the same education as they give the white Americans. And also, for instance, a Negro wouldn't be permitted to ride on the same bus with a white man. As for me, I don't think that color, which is purely a natural thing, can be such a great bar to human understanding. And I think America is a democratic nation, as it calls itself. But this one thing really doesn't show it all very well as a democratic country.
Amina, you've been in the New York area for about a month now. Does the picture you had of America that you've just described correspond to what you've seen here in the schools and the communities you've been in?
Well, when I came up here, most of the people in New York told me that segregation is only practiced in the South. In the North, they have now begun to have integration. Well, I didn't think much about it. But one day after school, I went to a restaurant with a friend of mine, and she's an English girl. And we sat there and waited to be served by a waiter. Well, the waiter just came around, looked at us and passed us and went around serving others who came in after us. Well, I knew at once what he was doing, but my friend didn't know it. So she walked up to the waiter and said, well, we've been waiting here so long, won't you serve us? The waiter just looked at her hard and then looked back at me. And then I told the girl that we better leave the restaurant because I understood it. But the girl was shocked, but I wasn't surprised because that was what I was expecting to find. And
How about
Americans.
you, Nesbin?
Well, in my country...
No, I mean your experience with segregation here. Have you had any?
Well, when I came to America, I was in Dwight High School, and I went for a haircut in the city. I looked up for a barber shop. I went there, and they told me they were busy. I went to a second one. The same thing happened, and to a third one, too.
How about Dwight Morrow? Are there any Negro students there?
Well, there are.
Interesting. So I guess I guess they can't cut with Habesha Hebrew hair either. Eh? Interesting.
Quite a lot of them. In fact, about 3-4 Negroes in the school. And they are well treated as the other white people, and I'm happy about it. In fact, one of the vice president of the school is a Negro himself, Intermarriage.
How about you, Boniface? Have you met segregation at all here?
I've not met it. I think the most pretty...
So basically, he was treated well by a Negro in America. Of course, they're gonna treat you well. Of course, the Negroes in America treat you well because they see you as someone who's close to them. But clearly, this guy doesn't see the same thing. But let's continue.
I'm lucky because I've been looking forward to get the segregation against me, but have not got it yet. It's an irony that the South African will get it and I wouldn't get it myself.
Well, Susan really has felt some here. It's interesting that you're the only one who has not. Is that short?
No.
It's so adorable. Again, the Omo Naija was like, he hasn't experienced the segregation yet, but he wants to experience it. It's so adorable. It's so adorable. Immigrants are so adorable, man.
District. Why? They don't want the Africans to have a means of communication.
Okay, I think I lost the timestamp. Sorry, let me go back.
Has continued to be worse.
As a matter of fact,
And that exactly, Mesfin.
As a matter of fact, we are progressing.
Wait a minute, Susan. That exactly, Mesfin, is what, Susan, I think you better take care about this. When these Africans come to learn that they are really being discriminated, they're learning now. And when they rise, you know what has been imposed upon the people by law? Or what has been suppressed when you get the people really suppressed? When they rise, they shall throw away that same government. And you are...
Well, let me, look, you've had your speak, I'm going to have mine now. It so happens that this apartheid, which you most probably have misinterpreted already...
No, you misinterpreted
Just a minute,
yourself.
let me speak. Is working towards a solution in South Africa, and it so happens that there will be no riots, nothing like that. This apartheid policy, which I will afterwards speak to you about, seeing I think there's only very little time, is working towards getting self-realization and self-rights for the black people within their own areas. And I think if you make a careful study of apartheid, you will see, and already they've started legislating in South Africa and spending vast sums of money. Within the next 20 years, we're going to have a solution to our problems.
I've spent 15 years learning it, and every day I become more prejudiced against South Africa. I don't need to spend a day more. And
But I think
for
you're getting your
instance,
facts from the wrong source.
not
That's all
from
I
the
can
wrong
say.
source, please. You're getting your facts from the government laid out principles and practices.
Well,
by which
I
racial
live there.
segregation will
I
be
live there. I ought
discriminated.
to know.
I don't want to
You
live
live
there.
7,000 miles away. How can you
That's
know?
not better. I have a home, I have a house, I
reading
can walk anywhere I
propaganda.
have.
Reading propaganda.
Unfortunately, our time is running out. I'm wondering if anybody's got a final word to say on the subject of prejudice and where they come from.
Yes.
Mesfin?
Folks, I understand I'm becoming an African, I suppose.
Well, and I think, Susan, I'm sure that government policies sometimes conflict because you and I get on so well together, and I'm sure that this time our governments are in the wrong. So if we get on together, I'm sure in the future they will try to understand each other better.
Boniface?
I think the important thing to consider is whether on the balance, the direction in which a nation is going is the right one. If two different, even contradictory opinions or points of views can be hospitable, can exist in hospitality in the United States.
You're talking about Amelia's point at the beginning now.
At the beginning, yes.
Yes, when she said that Americans, she was confused because they could be pro and anti at the same time.
Yes. Can have hospitality in the United States. This is progress. It may not be, it is not weakness.
The dynamism of a democracy that
dynamism
gives
of the
hospitality
yes.
to 2 points of view. I'm sorry, that's all the time we've got. We'll be back again next.
Thank you, MS Delta Guy. Definitely appreciate it. He says, thanks for covering this historic video, as usually we Bantus are the ones pushing against white supremacy and lies. Yeah. See, you'll have some people, right? Clearly this video shows that there have been racial issues that again have been going on as as early as even 60 years ago. That generation has not even died out. My father is still alive. Okay, so when people go like, oh, that was so long ago, that was ages ago, I'm literally sitting here thinking, am I the only one who doesn't think it was that long ago? Like, am I the only one who feels like this wasn't that long ago, and that there are people that still have this mindset? Obviously, due to rules and laws, especially in the West, you can't always come out and speak about race issues and prejudice and all that, because we live in such a PC culture now that everyone feels guilty over everything. So I understand that people don't openly speak about race. But if we were still living in a society that wasn't trying to be so PC, we would still be having more conversations like this. So in the case of a lot of, especially a lot of people saying, "Oh, this was so long ago, we moved past it." Move past what? What have we moved past? What have we moved past? I'm tired. I'm sick and tired of those excuses. Oh, we're a better generation. We're changing things. We're moving forward. I would argue that some people are over exaggerating just to make themselves feel a bit better, right? I found it very interesting. They were speaking a lot about the issues in South Africa, and of course, that's very important. But even beyond the issues of South Africa, uh, it seems like the other Africans had their own prejudices today that they were even tackling, like the prejudice against, I guess, some Ethiopians and some other Africans. So the different elements of prejudice, discrimination, that is still happening, that people don't really want to talk about, and I get it, but to just deny it and say that it doesn't exist, to me, is just very, very tiresome and worrying. But without further ado, I'm gonna go ahead and add some of the panelists to the stream. Thanks, guys, for being here, and yeah, let's go ahead and have a conversation. So, Dr. Kaiser, you can go ahead.
Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Salam alaikum, and shalom, habari. How do you say it in Tree language?
It's the same.
Oh, okay. Etese. Say hi to the Somalis out there, and Dednish, to some of the Amharas. Yeah, so thank you for having me on the platform. I really appreciate it. And
Nagadef.
Nagadef, okay. So, Dr. Ari, can introduce yourself too, and you can go and say your point first.
Greetings. I just want to add, I don't know why some people in the comment section are dragging Horn of African people because of this one guy, because of his views. Like, I don't know what his tribe is, but Dr. K said he's from the Amharic tribe, and he was not like articulate in terms of like why he doesn't claim black, even though black is not a identity or a race. He should have like distinguished between his ethnic origins, identity. For example, I think some Ethiopians do claim Jewish ancestry, similar to some people in West Africa and in Southern Africa, that Jewish myth. He should have like talked about that.
Yeah, he should have talked about that.
Dr. K, go ahead. Go ahead, you explain that.
He's actually not wrong, because I know everyone's coming for him, but so as far as I know, this guy is an Amhara, and Amharas, if you look at their genetic information, half of their origin.
Dr. K, sorry to interrupt, but people shouldn't be dragging Horn of Africans because Ethiopia has got 110 million people, and there's like how many Cushitic tribes? Like
110 million people, 84 different tribes, and most Ethiopians are not even Habesha, right? So he's a Habesha. Most of them are.
Dr. K, a distinction should have been made. That's what I'm trying to say.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You should have been speaking on behalf of a Habesha, not
by
on
the way,
behalf of Ethiopia.
I'm not even Ethiopian. I'm Somali. Yeah, there's millions of Somalis in Ethiopia, and plus MLK. Yeah, please, yeah, don't drag other Horn of Africans.
Yeah, I think people need to be really clear about the distinction. So basically, the people that claim that the ancient Jewish people, or sorry, ancient Judean people are Amharas do claim this. Some Tigrinyas do claim this also, or Tigrayans, whatever you want to call them, depending on the country. And also the Beta Israel, which is the Falashas, basically the Jews in Ethiopia, which again genetically are Tigrayan people. If you look at the gene pool, so if you look at again Amharas here, 50% of their paternal haplogroup. That means if you trace their fathers back several generations, half of their genes is from the so-called Levant region. The other half is Cushitic. But if you look at the autosomal DNA, which is now majority of their DNA, they're mostly Africans, like 80% African. So they are, so what happened, that means is there was a few men who then intermarried into some tribes. And the main tribe that these Habeshas are mixed with is Agu. Agu is, they still have Agus today, but they're one of the tribes there that exist. So when they say that from Israel, if you look at, like, let's say the Ethiopians the kingship, this recent kingship comes from the Solomonic dynasty. So all the kings claim that they are from the ancient Solomonic dynasty. What that means is, let's say in the past you had King Solomon, who was a Jew, who didn't marry, he Fucked Queen of Seba, basically Queen of Yemen. And at that time, they claimed that's where they claim the ancestry. So Queen of Sheba had a son, Menelas. That was one of the first kings. I believe he was the first king of the Aksum Empire, but he was one of the first kings of the Aksumite Empire. So everyone through that line who's been a king claims it. So the last king, Haile Selassie, claims through his father's mother's side, he is one of these Solomonic dynasty. No one really knows in that case, this guy. But the point is, that's where the Judean ancestry can be linked to. It's because of King Solomon and the Solomonic dynasty. So they believe that the so-called men with the J haplogroup from Yemen or Levant, wherever they originate from, doesn't matter, were actually Judean people that came with the Queen of Seba, and then they established the Amhara tribe. Again, I'm going to stick to Amhara. I don't know the Tigrinya story so well, but that's the story for Amharas. So in a way, they are, Hebrews, if what they're saying is correct, so.
Okay, so why didn't he just speak on behalf of his tribe and not on behalf of the whole nation? Because that's problematic.
You see, the Oromos were basically,
because
colonized.
Exactly, but they're more, from my understanding, they're more Omoros than there
Oromos
are
the largest tribe.
Exactly. So then why is he acting like he's all of that, but his country is not?
Oppressed, killed, denied, all sorts of things. Look, let me see how bad Ethiopia is, right? Last time I was there, I was speaking to some southern nation people, so Waleta and some, Omo Valley people, right? These people look like your average Kenyan person, actually. Okay, not average, but Kikuyus, right? And they were claiming that they're not African themselves. So, as in, it's, the mentality when it seeps into a country, the people themselves start acting and saying funny things. So I'm thinking even Oromos and Waleta and Omo Valley people, even I'm sure the Gambela people. No, I don't think they would claim they're not African. But it's a mentality that seeps in, and everybody sort of just says and repeats the same thing. So that's where that whole "we're not Negroes" come from. They're not Negroes. They're technically Ethiopians at this point. So, and by that Negro, they meant race. They don't mean they're not black.
That's why I wanted to get down, because you have to remember, race is not black and white. Like even the Europeans distinguish different groups in Africa, if you know the history of it.
Right.
Because I don't think of race as I do not think of race as black and white. That's what the majority of people think. But when people talk about race, they talk about the person's like phenotype and skull shape, how they group the people up. That's what race is. It's not ethnicity.
But this is the thing, right? He was saying that basically his race, the Habesha race, is better, or it's superior. They are superior.
Well, he should have not. Well, I do have to agree. Like, their civilization goes back thousands of years.
Yep, Aksumite Empire was.
The Habashi, the Amharic tribe and the Tigray, their civilization, if you go back.
Yeah, African millennial, they are superior. Let me tell you why, right? the Aksumite Empire was one of the biggest empires of its time. They colonized Yemen, they colonized all the way back up to the Levant, up into parts of ancient Sumeria. That's how far this, and that's where basically education, knowledge came from. So they colonized the whole Yemen, Egypt, all the way up to ancient Sumeria. So they have their own written script. The Giz
They
script
didn't
is
colonize. They didn't colonize Sumeria, but they did colonize. What's it called? Yemen.
well, they claim they colonized Sumeria, but that one, well, maybe
Okay.
they need evidence for that. But yeah, so they are superior. They really did colonize all these countries and rule them for many, many years. And unfortunately, some of the other tribes like Weleta, Oromos, and the Bantus and other tribes, they didn't really colonize anyone. So, and they don't have their own written script.
Yo, Dr. Kaiser, let's be honest, your intellectual level. Do you think like all African tribes here, I only can speak of Cushitic tribes, do you think all Cushitic tribes are equal?
No, of course not.
Because if you look at it, I can say I don't have nothing against Oromo people, but I do consider my people to be superior to them in terms of like civilization, because the Oromos, let's be honest, the Oromos, they are similar to us in culture and language, but if you look at our history, Oromos were just nomadic people. Like they didn't have no written history, no alphabet, they didn't even like establish kingdoms. Like,
oh, thank you for spilling this tea. Thank you.
no, but it's all Africans in general. Like if you look at West Africa, when I think of like West Africa, I think of like what's it called, the Sahelian kingdoms. When it comes to like Timbuktu and all of that. When I think of Southern Africa, I think of Great Zimbabwe.
Right. I mean,
because let's be honest, a lot of people. Let me finish. Yeah, let's be honest. Yeah, not all tribes in Africa are equal, because some have done better than others. So it's the same with Europeans. It's the same with Europeans. Like for example, why does Greece has got a superior civilization to Germany, but Germany has got a superior economy to Greece? In turn.
Okay. All right. Yes.
I think some of all these
before
people.
Elijah comes in, just before you come in,
something?
let me. Yeah, I'm just want to define one word. Superior is a real word that means something. It means, hey, based on the things we've done way more things than you, and we're better at doing these things than you. Superior does not mean like inherently I'm better than you. That doesn't mean anything. Superior is a real word.
No, it's not actually a real word the way you just defined it. You just made it up. This is the kind of nonsense people come up with, and it just, man, just forget about it. I think the point is, he just made stuff up just now and say that's a definition. Point is that I think some of the things we are saying, we are not contextualizing it. We just say stuff and this was primitive. See, if let's say give an instance now, the so-called Aksum Empire that I've never heard of in historical empires that was ruling. Yeah, I'm not. They are not that significant. If they are that significant, you'll be hearing about them. So let me finish. Point is, if they were ruling and they lost power, and then after that the British came, the Americans came, the French came, and 1,000 years from now, 2,000 years, 5,000, 15,000 years from now, do you think you will know about what they did then? You wouldn't know anything about what they did then. And the people you are saying they are inferior right now, you don't know what they did, contributed to the human race. You don't have a clue. And you just say they are nothing. And this is why when people talk, you don't understand. There is a reason why these people are still standing today. There is a reason why their genes are the dominant gene on the continent today. And you just badmouth them and say, oh, they are inferior. Some of the territories they were governing was larger than the territory of the US itself. While the ones that are the horn go from the horn to the other side, that is relatively smaller than the bigger continent, and you guys don't even contextualize your statements. I don't understand it. And Dr. K, you are supposed to be a smart guy. You are supposed to look at the other continent, put the map of America in the Sahara and see how big it is. Those areas were controlled by the Mali Empire, Mali Empire and the Songhai Empire. And you just spill whatever you like out, and because you think it's just perfect answer, and that's lazy thinking, because you're not bothering to look. What we know today is not that clear cut about our history. The only thing we know is that the oldest living fossils was found inside Ethiopia, but the oldest
and Kenya.
modern. Let me finish. Yeah, Ethiopia, and the oldest modern human fossil was found, for me, basically in Kenya. Not the horn, as people like to talk about. So that's what you don't know. And the skeletal remains of human beings are not well preserved in the more these temperate areas that that's wet and all the rest. So we don't really know the history and the contributions of all these groups. You don't fully know them, and you just say whatever you like about them and say dismissively. I don't buy that. I don't buy the idea where people just say that you disassociate yourself from Africans because you are embarrassed to be African, because the white guy is the one in the ascendancy. I can excuse the Horn Africans, but I can't excuse black Africans like the Ghanaians. Sorry, African millennial. I don't know what Kwame Nkrumah taught you people. That girl is coming out publicly.
Why do you forgive? Why do you forgive the Horn of Africa? What
because they are bordering countries. They are bordering Arab countries. They are bordering so many other countries. So you can understand
so
why they have.
What does that mean?
They have the reason why I say that, because if you live next door to a white man, the way they treat you affects the way you see both sides, because you are seeing black people and you are seeing white people. But
well, you know that's long time ago. Now there's no reason. If people are being prejudiced, there's no reason for that. They're just being weirdos. If you could do that in the past, yes, but now there's no reason for that. There's this thing, this white supremacy thing. The past history has put the Bantu man in a very bad situation because people took advantage of us, and people using that to mean we are weak, we are stupid. No, we're just taking advantage of because we were like a good group of people. We didn't cause no problem, and people took advantage took advantage of us. That does not mean we are like that. That does not define the Bantu man. We've been that group that we just migrated, look for food, and people took advantage of us. If we, the Bantu people, want to start being aggressive, we're going to burn that continent down in one day.
You wouldn't be able to.
I tried to warn
you wouldn't be able to.
I was talking when I was talking. I hadn't finished.
Hey!
Everybody
No,
out of
I'm not finished with
African millennial, you didn't take 2 when he started that.
I'm not finished with the Nkrumah. I'm not finished with the Nkrumah. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Because I don't know what the Nkrumah taught Ghanaians. Why that lady can come out publicly in front of, you don't embarrass your own family in front of strangers. That woman can come out openly and talk down on these fellow Nigerians. And this guy at the same time was going out to promote the African continent. Could it be this is why he failed? Because the people in Ghana themselves that he was supposed to be ruling and sharing his vision with, he didn't share it with them. Instead, he went and married an Egyptian and want to conquer the continent without changing your people too. Because during that period, was it not during that same period when the Nigerians were expelled from this in Ghana? What did he teach Ghanaians?
There were some Ghanaians that didn't believe in the pipe dream.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to cut you short. The African millennial. I heard one of your panelists saying some bullshit like the Ethiopians had a language or the other Bantus don't. We had. This language was suppressed. I can share a link to you. Just check for the Bamileke language alphabet and post it on your thing. Most of all these Bantu people had their own languages, but because we didn't have the time to develop these languages, these people came and destroyed all of these things, but there are still relics of these things across African countries. These people don't know. Just that because these people, for some reason, were not being, their things were not being colonized. That's why I'm destroyed. That's why they remain. Just for example, search the Bamileke language, and there's one in Gabon, there's one in many African countries. It is there, but it was not like really developed.
Is Bantu people in Central Africa?
What?
Is West Africans Bantu?
Yes.
West Africans
So
are
what
Bantu.
tribal Africa, what country are you from?
I'm from Cameroon. That's the heart of Bantu.
So you consider West African as Bantu?
No,
West
they're not
When
African,
Bantu.
West
Technically,
Africans don't
West
consider
Africans and
themselves.
Niger Congo people.
West
really,
Africans are not Bantu. We don't consider ourselves Bantu.
really, when they say Bantu, now it really means a group of people
Niger
that speak
Congo.
some similar language. They
Language.
don't even consider Yoruba people Bantu, you know.
No, they're
So,
not.
but yeah, they're not. So when they say Bantu, people just think people who look as have a
Negroid.
similar phenotype. You know, that's why it's like considered like Bantu now.
To be honest, I wouldn't be able to distinguish a Bantu from West African because they look the same. Like you could say the same about Kushites. Like you wouldn't
No,
be able
no,
to
no,
distinguish.
definitely not.
Yeah,
Somalis
yeah,
look
I know
very
it's a
different from
language,
other tribes.
but people always
Somalis
it's
look
just the
different.
looks that
They're
people
not
take the
Bantu.
From
looks
other
to be
Kushites.
Bantu. But it makes sense because, like, for my country, okay, Cameroon is like the heart of Bantu. But in that country, people are so diverse, and you can see why they had to move out of Cameroon and go across Africa, creating different countries. So that makes more sense. But it's just the same. But what my point is, I was talking about these languages.
Wait,
So
let's.
African Millennium Place, if you can just search for Bamileke language alphabet, something, and charge just, it's all over there on the internet. There are languages, but we didn't have this time because our stuff were destroyed and burned by these slave traders, and it seems as if we did nothing. But we had kingdoms and Bamun kingdoms, big empires that were doing great, but for some reason were destroyed. No,
Do you
and
believe in?
this white supremacy have painted this image of Bantu people, and all these non-African looking people are using that as a bait to say, oh, we are this, we are better than you, we're not colonized. Yeah, you were not colonized, but your countries are as fucked as this, even worse than these countries that were colonized. So
But
how can you be really
tribal African, I've
claiming
got a
back
question for you.
this pride about this thing that's not benefiting you now? Yeah, what's your question?
How come you know what, yeah, let's compare West Africans and Central Africans. How come, yeah, like West Africans are more civilized than the Central Africans? Central Africans have no civilization whatsoever.
Word. No. When you say civilized, when you say civilized, what do you mean? That's the thing. People just want to take a particular group of West Africans and say those are the West Africans. The ones that they think they're not doing good, oh, those are the West Africans. And the ones that are doing good, or that those are not West Africans, or those ones that look different, have a kind of phenotype and say, oh, this is how Africans look. But the ones that don't have that phenotype say, no, this is not how Africans look. That has always been the case. When you talk about civilized, what do you really mean? All these countries, they're doing their best. We're fighting colonialism, we're fighting colorism, we're fighting all this bullshit, and we're still surfacing. For some reason, I don't want to be proud of it. There are 14 West African countries that are paying some, who knows, God forbid, they call it colonial tax to French countries. And these countries are supposed to pay, I don't know what's this happening, but I could know why their forefathers had to sign a deal because they wanted to be free. Maybe they didn't know this was going to stay this long. They just wanted to be free from colonialism. But despite these countries are paying this money to France, they're still doing better than most of these countries that claim they have never been colonized. So what are you doing with all your wisdom and your superiority? What?
Each other.
Did you just say that the French-speaking countries are doing better than the? I'm not so sure about that. They are stable, all right, but I'm not so sure about that. Mali is not exactly having fun right now. And
okay, yeah, but okay, good. But the Malians can tell you they have a great. The Malian Empire
that provides so much energy to
had a great history.
See, tribal Africa, Niger Republic provides that's power to this in the French, and yeah, look at their country; it's one of the poorest on the continent. So I cannot sit here and tell you that, that the French are doing them any good.
But see, but these people's burden, was not on them. If this burden was not on them, they'll be doing far much better. Do you know what I mean? This country are struggling because they have this pact with the devil that they have to pay. Do you know what, like, to be 75% of your natural reserve being paid in francs? So the whole of your country needs to live on 25% of your national budget. That is crazy.
Okay.
Why don't the people
that makes perfect sense why they're living like that.
Whoa, 1 second. There's other people on the panel as well. We're gonna let everyone at least speak once, so we can let Truth is the Way go ahead.
I mean, What's the problem with someone saying they are superior? I mean, I think I'm superior, then allow me to be superior. That's my opinion. So if someone thinks he's superior, and I don't have a problem with a white person who thinks he or she has been sunburnt. I don't know why we get stuck on words. And to Niger, what's your problem with Ghanaians?
Yeah, internet.
Seriously,
It's not that great now.
everything he just said was saying, trying to disagree with everything I have said without contextualizing.
Niger hates
I'm not going to
Ghanaians.
answer that cheap question. You need to do the hard work and
But
tell me why I'm wrong.
AM didn't check you when you started that, so I had to.
Tell me why I'm wrong, then.
You were
Why
talking
would I do
about
the hard work for you?
Nkrumah and stuff. Why was Nkrumah the teacher of Ghanaians?
Wow, is he not your leader? Do
I
leaders
mean,
not give? Do leaders not chart a vision for the people? When you are trying to convince Africans to embrace one Africa, and your people are still thinking the way they are thinking about fellow West Africans, my God, I would have thought he would have taken care of that at first before he goes out.
don't you think that there are going to be people that will oppose his view in that country?
Yes, but not the vast majority.
How do you know if the vast majority oppose his view?
Because not long after that, they expelled Nigerians.
With a longer history that
You see, I'm giving him
I've had
evidence, but
with you
he's not doing
before.
the hard work.
But I'm saying that Nkrumah came with a dream for the country in itself. And the idea of Nigerians being expelled, like we always start from the 60s and something, but I have already told you that it goes back as long as the British and the Ashanti War. So
But that is
I
what
always have this
Nkrumah was supposed to
conversation with you,
change the mind of the people about. That is
but
his
I'm
point
saying,
of leadership.
but I'm saying that if such people had resentment like that, that had been built over almost 50 years, and now they were at the time where they were having economic problems in that country, where the cocoa that they were relying on had fallen, and they were dealing with people, immigrants that were coming from other countries, rushing into their country because it was an economic sport, and now they are dealing with a financial turnout, and not only are they dealing with the immigrants that are coming in, they were dealing with immigrants that had been in the country for 40 years, that had been in that country because of a war, that some of them fought with those people. So don't you think that it's going to breed that resentment among them when they are seeing these other groups coming to their country, who not only are there for immigration?
Nigerians had resentment for Igbo people too. They have resentment for Hausa people. They had resentment for Yoruba people that invaded, that the white people used
And
to
you
invade.
killed almost 3 million
Nigerians
of
have
them.
resentment for all kinds of people. They don't go about
How many Igbos were
creating it
starved
for the
in
sake of it.
Nigeria? How many Igbos were starved to death in Nigeria?
What are you talking about? The Civil War? I'm talking about
Yeah.
when the Europeans used parts of Nigerians to defeat other parts of Nigeria. When they came in, they took Lagos. They used Lagos to defeat other parts of Yoruba land. They took Yoruba land and used it to defeat the Igbos. Used the Igbos and all the Yoruba to defeat the
And I'm
Hausas.
saying that what happened brought about the civil war in later life because one side wanted to separate from it. And now that one, we are dealing with one people who thought that they were one country. This one, we are not dealing with the people who thought that they were one country. We are dealing with people who came outside of the country to fight a war against the indigenous of that country. And they were allowed to give land under the British rule.
You remind me, you know what he's doing now? He's going to take us to the Biafra argument again. He wants to start talking about
No, I'm not talking about the Biafra. I'm saying the issue with this idea that Nkrumah was supposed to change the entire Ghanaians' mind. Nkrumah wasn't the leader of all Ghanaians because not everyone accepted the ideas of Nkrumah. That's why he was overthrown. And I think
exactly, but that's my point. If he was there, somebody that was sent to America to go and talk on behalf of this in Ghana as a young this in a school person or teenage secondary school person or something, and espousing such views overseas about fellow Africans, fellow West Africans.
Nkrumah didn't start that view in Ghana. He went outside to get that view before he came back to Ghana. When he came
that is what you
back to
try
Ghana,
to change. It's like the UK now sending somebody out there to go and espouse Nazi views.
But I'm saying that
the view of the country doesn't reflect that, so you don't send somebody to go and reflect that view outside.
Ghana didn't send Nkrumah. Ghana didn't send Nkrumah. It was a church and Kweji Agri who sent Nkrumah because there were many African youngsters or great minds that were being sent outside of the continent to learn and bring some ideas back to the countries. When Nkrumah came, he was riding on the character of independence for the country. Then later on, when he was in prison for many years and he got out,
Don't you see what I'm saying here? It's like the UK, right now, or the US, somebody sending somebody from a school in the US going overseas, let's say to this in Ghana to go and do a debate, and then the guy comes to there and start talking like a Nazi or saying these people are inferior to me. The US will frown at that. They will close that school down because they'll say, what is going on in this school? What are they teaching in that school?
This is 1957. They all had prejudices, and the conversation is an honest one about prejudice. Think about it. The South Africans said crazier things. So I think that was actually.
But the Nigerian didn't.
No, because they were more intelligent.
How would you know? How would you know?
Because didn't you just watch this in the debate?
But that is one
the second
person
Nigerian
representing that
too,
majority in Nigeria.
The Muslim one was really bad, saying, I think...
If you had watched other videos, you will see how he was referring to other Africans.
What the Muslim one, but he didn't say anything about other Africans, like in the sense of looking down at them. He's talking from the point of view of religion.
I think Nigeria has always been standing up for the whole of Africa, and that's why I respect the Nigerian people so much. I think that's why
would Nigeria stand up for the whole of Africa?
So out of Africa,
listen,
out of Africa, Nigerians are the only African making Africans proud. That is a fact. The rest are just in their homes, docile, doing their bullshit. Nigerians are the only ones.
So you're playing with fire. You're
Africa.
not saying that all Africans are docile.
No, listen, sorry. Maybe that way was so harsh. Nigerians are the only ones out of Africa making Africans proud. Yeah, making Africans proud.
I think I'll put it from this point of view that Nigerians generally, anyway, I don't think it's all of them.
Nigerians are lovely people.
Unapologetically African.
Yes.
They tend to hold on to the African
Nigerians
ways.
don't send people out of their country. They come. You never hear Nigerians talking
one day
about different people. But for some reason, all these sort of people
don't be silly.
Just sit and talking shit about Nigerians. I don't even know why.
I mean, nobody was talking shit about Nigerians.
I'm not saying like in general. You know, Nigerians are everywhere. They're not causing problems. They don't go online talking about Ghanaians, talking about South Africans, talking about things.
I mean, there are people that have had negative.
Nigerians are in my country.
I'm saying there are people that have negative encounters with them, and they use it to generalize the entire Nigeria. Of which I do not accept.
I call them
That's one of the
social
first things
dinosaurs.
KVN has said.
To Niger, please. It's okay.
Those are social dinosaurs. People who
complain one of the highest
because they can't compete.
I've ever met. But I think he's a supremacist like me. Because all the Africans I've spoken to in this panel, he's a very high IQ guy, but he's also a supremacist like me. That's now the problem. you can get him to change and be a Pan-African. He's going to be a very strong brother.
It's good to believe in yourself, but when you do that from the point of view that you undermine a greater good, then I don't know how smart that is.
How can you say your dream? How can you say How can you say your dream is a greater good for me if I do not align with that dream?
Because you don't see it. You know, it's like somebody that is mad and crazy. They are taking them to this in a mad home, and they're like, I don't want to go, and they are fighting all the nurses and all the rest. But you know, it is what it is. You can't back for their level of consciousness.
Truth is the way where you finish the point.
Yeah, it's just that I wanted to say something to Niger because I think he has something for Ghanaians. And the day we were having this conversation with, I was having this conversation with Kwesi. The idea of Nigerians being Pan-African is a fallacy because when during the quest for the idea of Pan-Africanism during the African Union, the OAU meeting, which side did Nigerians side with?
See, I never said.
I'm asking you, which side the Nigerian side is?
See, before you start asking me a false question, I never
said a false question.
Nigerians were Pan-African. What I say about Nigerians is that many people talk Pan-Africanism, but Nigerians act it more.
No.
So what idea of Pan-Africanism has Nigerians ascribed themselves to?
What do your lawmakers wear in your House of Parliament? You'll find that many of them probably wear coats and suits, and the Nigerians wear their traditional clothes. Nigerians represent everywhere they go. They don't change for anybody, at least most of them anyway. They don't care about changing for anybody. And we are unapologetically African. I think, you see, one of the things I see about what even Africans think Nigerians are they are more unapologetically African than most Africans
that's a
out
fact.
there. So,
that is a fact.
And we are hardworking. No,
I
Nigerians
mean,
are.
I don't
Nobody
agree
will
with
say
that.
Nigerians are not
No,
hardworking.
no, you are. But I'm saying that Nigerians unapologetically African. No, Nigerians are unapologetically Nigerian.
Have you been to
Yeah,
North Nigeria?
it's
But
it's
compared to
unless you are
other
making
groups
the
of
idea of
Africans,
Nigerian culture the epitome
that
of
is true.
the African identity, you cannot make that statement.
Exactly.
compared to other group of Africans,
But I'm saying that
most
unless you are
Africans
making your
want to
culture,
toe the line. Most Africans want. It's just like comparing this in Jamaica to Barbados or the other this in Caribbean countries. Some of them want to toe the line, while
Have you been to
others are more
Zimbabwe?
rebellious.
Have you been to
how do you
Tanzania?
know what is
Tanzania is
going
the
on in
most
these
pan-African
countries?
country.
Because I know about them. I know about the dynamics around those areas.
What has
So
let me
why do
ask
you
you
think?
this?
Why do you think you hear about the Jamaicans more than Barbados and
There's
Saint
more of
Lucia
them.
and all the other
Because they
islands?
are
They are
More
all there.
Jamaicans.
No, actually, if you put all the other countries together, they probably outnumber the Jamaicans. But the Jamaicans are the most rebellious and black one among them.
Not really. Isn't
Okay,
it
name
the
another one that
Haitians?
you call really, really like the one that really hold up their black flag in that region. Just
I mean,
name one.
Tunaja, why are you racist? Why do you hate Kakuna so much? Kakuna's helped you advance.
Wow.
Yeah,
You have gone
Tunaja's a
360
racist.
on me now. 360 degrees on me now.
Wasn't
No,
Nigeria
I'm
created
not
by a
Why
white
racist
do
at
you hate
woman?
all.
Kakunas?
Oh no.
I'm not
That was
racist at
just a
all. What
name.
are you going
It
on about
means
racist?
nothing, man. You just
Okay,
a
You are
why
the
do
one
name.
you?
that talks like a
It mean
racist all the time. You talk about being supremacist.
superior,
Literally,
mean high
you are,
IQ. What
you are,
that
you are
BS,
one.
I am
You are
man.
one.
superior. That's the
Yeah,
fact.
Kaiser, you do
You are
speak
one.
like a supremacist, though. I have to
He's
admit
one
that.
stroke
but
removed
African
from a
Milana,
Nazi.
what's wrong
He
with
could just
people
turn it.
speaking
He
from
could
But
just turn it to
their
a
African
point
Nazi
of
at
Millennium,
any
view?
moment.
wait, let me make my quick point. Like, am I really gonna compare myself to someone that lives in Kibera, earning $50 a month, living in a $10 shack, with an IQ of like a lemon? Of course
What's
not.
wrong with
Of course I'm superior to that person, right? Go on, let's be straightforward
But
here.
now, when you want to talk about things, okay, you mean you as a person, or you mean you as
Yes,
a group of people? That's a problem.
no. A
If you're
group of
talking
people.
about you as a person,
Wait.
that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
But if you're talking like your group of people is more better than this group, that is a lie. Because I can come right into your group and look people that are dumb, I don't know, like caterpillars, I don't know. People that
What if
don't understand nothing.
No.
And in the
See,
other
what if he
group,
doesn't what if he doesn't compare his group to anybody, but he thinks his group is the best?
well, you can think what you want to think, but the facts are
Yeah,
the
his
data might
opinions.
show different.
but
So if you
other
just
Yeah,
want
it's
to
factors.
talk
people's
about,
opinions.
if you just want to
Yeah,
talk
This
but
is
about
why when
opinions,
people
then
say
it means
that they are
okay,
nothing.
not
but one
thinking.
second. But in the video, the guy wasn't saying that he's just good. He was comparing himself to other people, saying that he's the best. That's the problem.
And the truth is, the Aksumite Empire was one of the greatest empires of the world at that time. That's a
Was
fact.
it the greatest?
At that time,
Not
I
even,
mean,
not even the top 10.
We can't continue living on
we can't
past
make
Not
that
even
history,
the top
bro.
argument.
10.
We
What are you
can
going
we
on
can
about?
we can continue living on past history, because if we want to put past history on the table, I think Mali had one of the best empires in Africa. I don't know, I might be
In
wrong,
terms of
but
territory that they
Mali,
control, check
but
it.
Mali now is a country that is struggling. Do you know what I mean? So we can say let's go
yeah,
with this time. What are we doing now?
Okay.
true.
All right.
But yeah, go ahead.
Can we get to the
Tribal
times
Africa,
now?
at that time,
Yeah.
Ethiopia was actually more developed than some other African countries. So they really were kind of almost superior at that time. Now you can
But
say they're not.
I don't deny the fact that Ethiopia has got a good history. That they were in a better position.
I mean,
But
at that time, they were
I
still
know,
quite ahead. But
that
today, you can say that they're not ahead. So you
of
can't
course
make that
they're
claim
not. They're
that the
not.
Habesha are superior, because they're not right now.
They're not. They can't build their country. They have the highest Chinese debt in Africa. If you're superior, you'll not be doing things like that.
100%. And you see, I'm a logical person.
Yes, I think
I'm
Ethiopia has got the highest Chinese debt. They don't
Tribal.
think. Only people who don't think take debt from China.
Right.
All right.
How about even dead from the
Wait,
How
West?
do you know
one
that?
second. Kwesi, did you have anything to say on the panel?
Yeah. I wanted to say that the most interesting part was the Nigerian brother on the 1957 debate show. He basically spent his entire time on the show defending black South Africans, isn't it? But another thing I want to mainly talk about is the Ethiopian kid. The Ethiopian kid was basically saying that they look down on both Negroes, which Negroes I think it means black Africans, and he also looks down on white people. And I was thinking, okay, if he's looking down on black Africans and white people, what are his reasons for looking down? Because in order to look down on someone, you have to have like a reason there has to be reasons why. Is it? Do you think you're
Well,
racial?
he said the reason why he looks back
Because
down
he's
on the
born.
whites because of the port.
Quincy
The
is
port.
about to tell us. I think
He was born by the sun. You see?
No, let African millennial. Why did you say that? Let African millennial finish
No,
now. I wanted to hear. Why did
Wesley,
you?
there's a reason why. It's because look, let's say the Amaras and Tigrayans have practiced, Christian Orthodox. They're one of the first countries to accept Christianity. They also claim heritage to the ancient Judeans. So by that virtue, they've maintained their religion. Their religion was never colonized. All that stuff. So, and of course, they're very traditional in their religion. So they believe that white people who are Protestant are inferior to them because they're worshiping Christianity the wrong way. That's why they're superior to white people and to other people because of the ancient Aksumite Empire. And this includes other Ethiopians, not just that's the thing. So they have a reason behind this.
So, Dr. K, I also want to add one last important thing. I just want to add I want to add something importantly. I want to know, why do a lot of Africans got inferiority complex, and this includes Asian people, but you're not surprised that certain Africans don't have an inferiority complex towards white people? Like, my people don't have an inferiority complex towards white people.
Who are your people?
The Somali people, like.
They don't have inferiority complex towards white people.
No, we don't have no inferiority complex towards white people. No, we don't. We don't. My bro, you don't know nothing about my people. Like,
listen.
Let
me tell you what I know about. Thank you. They are licking Arab people's asses. They are begging Arab people. They want to be part of Arab.
Stupid Cameroonian. You don't know nothing about my people.
See, there's no need to
No. You don't call me stupid. You don't know what to do. Go online.
You've made an assumption. We don't.
Look how
we don't have an inferiority complex
Arab
towards
people
nobody.
to be part of them.
Then why are you getting upset?
To be part of them?
Wait, one person at a time. Let Dr. R finish his point.
Are you not begging Arab people to be part of Arab people? Are you not Somalian?
Let him finish his answer.
Yeah, so you keep bringing the Arab people. We don't lick anyone's asses.
You do. Yeah. Go online. Just go on YouTube. You see how you beg. You're trying to tell them you're the same. Your languages are the same. They treat your women like garbage. Deport you from your countries.
Now you're talking a lot of nonsense. No, you're talking a lot of rubbish.
You think you don't feel superior and inferior towards them? You do.
No,
from the facts you can see on my YouTube.
So you get your information from YouTube. You get everything from YouTube. You're a stupid Cameroonian, and you Central Africans are so dumb.
Wow.
No, come across as Central Africans.
You know, I want to ask something.
Look, listen. I'm not bothered about things like that. That is just a defeated mindset. When you get emotional, means you're stuck. You don't know what to say. So
why am I getting emotional? You don't know nothing about my people.
There's nothing to know about your country because nothing is happening there. What was it to know about Somalia? Al-Shabaab or what?
Hey.
But you see, I like how Tribal African acts. Whether I agree with what he's saying or not, it doesn't matter. I like the fact that he can fight. But all these other simp-ass Pan-Africans out here always talking about, they don't treat us well.
Let me ask you,
who says that?
We're not dropping names, but there's some people.
Okay, I'm not going to drop names, but I respect Tribal African. I don't need to agree with what you said, but I respect that you can fight. That's the kind of spirit that I want to see brothers have. Not this defeated mindset. They do this to us. No one can do anything to you unless you allow it. So this time,
Kezo, if you are putting your army together by IQ, all of them are going to be nerds. You're going to have problems. The way they are going.
You'll be in that army. You'll be in that army, so you could be leading them from your YouTube.
All of them are going to be army of nerds, and that's not going to work out so well. So
if you need a black army, then we need the Nigerians.
There's not going to be black. There's not going to be any black army. I just go on fact. I go on data. I see how people's country is developing. What's moving in the country. That's why I respect it.
Tribal Africans, don't worry about Cameroon. You are killing each other with wanting English to be an official language.
Look, listen. We have so many tribes in Cameroon, but for some reason, we are still
so why are they killing each other over English? I want to know, please tell me, why are you fighting over your
together? That is just to tell you, we are more advanced people. We know how to stick together. But you just feel tribal. You even have one religion, but you even think can live together. But we've got hundreds of tribes, but for some reason, we are more like educated people. We know how to live together despite our differences. That is a big kudos for Cameroon.
And one big thing that let me just do this one very quickly. One big thing that surprised me most about West Africans was that West Africans had an organization for themselves, like which is the ECOWAS and ECOMOG, military force too, and well about 30, 40 years before any other region. That is crazy.
Yeah, because we're ethnically brothers, so it's
Are you
easier.
saying we are
But the other side,
superior?
they're supposed to be. No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that all the ones that like to call themselves superior, they should ask themselves questions. They have questions
Superior
to answer.
on what? Mixing with
I
half
don't know.
I'm
That's
just
my
putting
point.
it leg. I'm just putting
That's
it
my
leg.
point. They should ask
Okay,
themselves
all right,
questions.
right. 1 second.
One person at a time, please.
All right, so next we have Guardian.
What's the order
Archive.
right here? It seems like this
hello.
is a kindergarten or something. What's the order?
Yeah, so I think most of those people, I don't think they represent the average African even at that time. I think they're highly westernized. They probably come from like different boarding schools, private schools or whatever. So they're projecting. They probably went to school with a lot of white people. Those white people had racist mindsets and made them feel bad. You know, where does the term Negro comes from, or Negroid? That's that was some made up stuff from a German guy, and they was teaching it in the school. So they were just projecting their own insecurities among other black people because that's the only person that they feel they could project those insecurities on. So I don't think they don't represent the average African at that time, because the average African was in the revolutionary liberation struggle at that time and was actually trying to fight to get their countries free. So they were just brainwashed. I don't judge any particular person, the Ghanaian one or the Ethiopian one or whatever. I don't judge any of them. I don't judge the countries that they come from. I just think that they were just brainwashed. They come from Europe and everything. They were born in Africa, but I could tell that they probably went to some European or school system where they were brainwashed, and that's why they put the for lack of a better word, they put the so-called coons on TV so that people could think that this is how the only way that they think. It's kind of perpetuates their little mind game control system that's going on. So that's what I took from their debate. So that's what I took from the debate.
Okay.
I mean, you're right. They were the high class people and which
Good
did
evening.
the Western education. So that is true.
Yeah.
Good evening, African Millennium. How are you doing?
So that's about it.
Wait, are you Amara or
So
Diogo?
Whoa! Why are you guys over talking? Somebody's talking.
I want to know, is he Amara or Diogo? Is he different or the same person? Diogo, are you Amara?
What?
Are you Amara?
Yeah. No, I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not.
good.
I'm
That
not.
guy tried to put juju on me.
Well,
I've got a juju again, anti-juju. You can buy it for me.
Bro, there's an order
anti-
right here, man. Let's be productive. There's an order right here.
Who's that? Diego. Okay.
I'm very concerned with the I think this is a kindergarten in the panel. Y'all not want to be productive. It seems like y'all just want to compare things y'all haven't achieved. Misery that other people consider success. It's very concerning, the mentality of Africans, especially if this is the next generation, the so-called diaspora that's supposed to fix Africa. So at least show a little bit of thinking in class, because there should be a way of people communicating, and let's be productive. I see a lot of people on the panels talking about we are better than this, better than that. So what's the problem? If it's better,
Your
keep it
microphone
quiet
needs to
and
get
keep it
better.
moving. Yeah, if you guys think you're the best and this guy is the best, the West African is the best, the East is the best, the South, keep it moving then. So why are you looking down then? You should be looking up and actually increasing stuff. This is the mentality of Africans that will never move forward if they think like this. I'm just telling you. So I pose a question to y'all. What's the problem with the Africans? Because it seems as if they are mentally in a space where they're not get out of it. I gotta be honest with you. So I hope you guys can give me an answer today. What's the problem?
Yeah, I think I've got my own little 2 cents about that. You know, Africans, my people, most West African and maybe Central African, we've gone through a lot of colonialism, okay? And we are still under neo-colonialism. And the white man, like the French, the British, they made us to be so subjected to them that if you want to have food to eat or bread, you need to pass through them to get things like that. So for a long time, generation have passed by and people are so used to those customs that, you need to beg the white man to have their own basic need. So some people that might be privileged for some reason that maybe can have these things without passing through the white man, they're trying to use it as a shaming tactics for those other people. And that's why some people don't get along with it. Do you know what I mean? We are still, it's a fact, we are still under neo-colonialism. Like my country and most countries around the region, we're still fighting so hard to get these people out of our countries. And we know they're there, we know what they're doing, but for now, we've not got the power. It's not that we don't understand, we've not got the power to do it as of yet. So if we're trying to work hard to get rid of this stupid or colonial rule and divide and rule system, and some other people that are not even like, that are not in the shoes, are trying to use it as a shaming tactics, that's what get some people like me or some of this like me and some my Pan-African is really annoyed. We know what's going on, but we just need to fight this European
Can I tell you something, bro?
worshipping mentality, and it might take some time, but that's the biggest problem in Africa, within Africa,
Well,
because some people think, some
tell
people
you
think the more they're closer to Europeans, they are better. For them have some proximity to Europeans, they think just because of that, they're better than those who don't have. And that's just BS to me.
Well, I believe the issue here is mentally, it's a poverty in the mind when I see how the Africans are talking here, because they're supposed to be talking about constructive things. But there's nothing they can claim, nor that they're closer to white people. There's no economy in Africa that's $1 trillion economy. So for them to say they're closer to white people is a complete lie. A lot of people talk about whites, neo-colonialism. Look, Africans are not productive. This is the truth of the matter. Just look at the type of conversation here. It's not productive. People just want to talk nonsense, talking about things of the 18, 19, 20. We're moving forward. If you guys want to keep in this mentality, we'll never move forward. I'm just telling you. So I don't see a point of creating panels and things just to have people argue here about phenotypes, who have a big nose, a small nose, and whose hair grows. This will never take nobody nowhere. We're supposed to be building, talking about stuff, not comparing how many millionaires there is in Nigeria, how many millionaires in South Africa. Why can't those millionaires work together? You see, so we need to change the mentality from the root, because there's a problem and it's very serious. If you don't change this stuff, Africa will always be what it is, and Africa is a shithole. Now it can change, but it will require a lot of mental change here. And this is the things you see in these panels. So I hope that in the future you take into consideration that we are living for the next generation, not for us. And if you actually don't think like that, Africa will never move forward. So think about it before you start talking nonsense.
Thank you for your contribution, brother.
Thank you very much.
That's true. That
Those are some good points.
Yeah.
No, there's no good points there. There's zero good points. You know why? Because that's how the average African thinks. It doesn't matter what we think over here. What matters is us respecting the average African. They think tribalistic lines, and that's not going to change because we don't want it to be that case. So the point is,
Dr. K, let me ask you a question. Do you care about Africa?
At some level, sure.
To
No,
be
you
honest, I
don't.
don't. I only care about my own people.
Dr. K doesn't.
At some
Hi
level,
guys.
right?
I can't.
I just wanted yeah, hello guys. I saw the why the Ethiopians feel superior. You guys were fighting over that.
It's superior
And here's my
bullshit again.
idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's
What's wrong
my
with them
idea
feeling
because that
superior?
was the topic. Here's my idea. The Ethiopians, I mean, let's face it. I mean, many African countries take their flag and run with it, and even many people from Jamaica are worshiping in their king. I mean, all this boost the ego of the Ethiopians. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm guessing that is a little bit where this is also coming from, because they think that we were never colonized. People are taking our
Yeah,
ideas and
that
running with it and
bullshit.
worshiping, as literally worshiping them as
Yeah.
God. Their king was a God, seeing people are worshiping him. So yeah, that's a boost of
Only me.
ego, plus their history.
I just wanna add something about Haile Selassie. I don't know why those
That's
Jamaicans.
bullshit.
No, it's true. Like those Jamaicans, yeah, worship a butcherer. Did you know Haile Selassie
Yeah.
killed a lot of tribes in Ethiopia?
Yep,
And
that
those
guy was one of
stupid,
the
I think
those weed smoking Jamaicans are so stupid. He would have
yeah.
called them. I don't want to say
He
Haile
had like
Selassie would have
thousand
called. No, but let
slaves
me
Yeah,
finish
too.
it.
watch
Haile
He had like
what
Selassie.
what's your
3,000.
Haile
words, man.
Selassie, you don't let me
Calling
finish.
Jamaican
Haile,
stupid. You need
if Haile
you
Selassie,
need
you
to
don't
be
let me finish.
careful,
If Haile Selassie was
saying
alive
things like
today,
that.
you would have called those people Baria.
Yeah,
If
let
Haile
the guy
Selassie was
talk,
alive, you would
please.
have.
Exactly.
I
So
think
he
some
had
of
like
those
thousands
Jamaicans
of
need lashes on their back so that they'll start worshiping in Yame and Ogun.
yeah, and he had also a lot of slaves. Yeah, like thousands of slaves from the southern people, the southern nation they call. And let's face it, the people had a great history, whatever, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. But also you have to understand that a lot of African people are literally like having they're influenced by the Ethiopians. And then on top of that, they get people to worship them. And on top of that, people are saying Christianity came from Ethiopia. It's so ridiculous. Even though we know Christianity, Ethiopia got it from the Armenians, and even the Copts got it from Armenians. So Ethiopia, the Africans are they putting them Ethiopians in a high pedestal. And of course, all that comes with a lot of ego, and they will feel better than you. Yeah, this human
Yeah.
nature. When you put me in a pedestal, and
I think that does not make you fear. That is more of a responsibility. If you're taking that to be ego, then you're missing the point. I think it's you're trying to say a big brother has ego because he is bigger than the little ones. No, that's more responsibility. That is not ego.
I do hear some
yes,
of
it
this
That's a good
stuff
point too.
being said there
Yeah,
because
that's
if
not
we are
ego. That's
busy,
just being
see
weirdo.
African tribe. If somebody goes about saying, "Oh, I'm the first to become Christian," that doesn't. I don't know whether that should be an emblem to be proud of. Really,
That's it.
Jesus Christ doesn't come from Ethiopia. What is wrong with people?
I
This
think
is
I
the thing
think
our
these
people
people
do. We hijack
they
other
don't want to
people's culture
say
and think we should be proud of it. Why should we be
look
proud of that?
that's not the reason why these people think they're superior. The superior because they think they have a proximity look to European. That's the only reason. They don't want to say it.
I
That's
don't
the
think
only
Why?
reason
so.
that
Why
I
they
do you
think.
think
really
like
don't
that?
think so. I don't think it's the
Yeah,
looks,
that's
to be
what is
honest. No, it's
that's
the
what is in
history.
their
Listen,
mind.
though.
That's the
Listen.
dirty mind they
No,
have.
it's the
It's not about
history. Is the worship.
Ethiopian people are
Is the
proud of their
influence.
history.
Is
There's
if the
nothing wrong with
influence.
that.
No, it's
There's
all that
nothing wrong
will
with
be wrong.
Ethiopian
Yes.
people be proud about. We know about the Ethiopian history. I read the Bible. There's the Ethiopian eunuch. The Bible speaks about the Ethiopian eunuch. I don't know if I think one
But
of Jesus' disciples went to Ethiopia. That is something to be proud of. That's a history that
first
should
of
make you
all, when
proud.
we're
But
talking
that does
about
not
the
make
ancient
you
Ethiopia,
think
Why
you're
should we be
superior.
proud?
okay,
Why
Tribal
should we
when
African.
be
we're
proud?
talking about the
I also
ancient
want to.
Ethiopia,
I want to respond to
couple,
tribal African. No, I
hear me
want to.
say that.
No, I want to respond to this
Yeah.
idiot right. Yeah, you talk about like Horn of
You,
Africa.
you,
No,
Why
let
are
me
you
finish.
Let
insulting
him
me?
speak.
Stop
I want
that.
to
Oh my
respond.
God.
I want to
fucking
respond to you about
family is an
Ethiopia.
idiot. Bunch of
No,
come
but
on.
I have to
No,
just,
All
no,
your
you
family is
listen to me
idiot.
right. Yeah.
the
Did you know the
This
ancient
has
Prophet
Shabab
Muhammad
Ethiopia,
coming.
used to?
Get the
Yeah.
fuck out
Did
of
you know
here.
Dr.
Prophet
Ak,
Muhammad?
Where's
Did
African
you know?
millennial?
Did
So
you know? You're not letting me finish.
doctor in drinking Camel milk or what? Get the fuck out
Oh
of here.
shit!
What's go fuck yourself, you fucking slave, man. Go fuck yourself.
I'm no slave, bro. My country is
You are
better than
slave, bro, man. Why do the French fuck your
really
people
like
up?
using
piece
bad
of
languages.
piece of
Fuck off, man. Go eat bushmeat, man. Go eat bushmeat, man. Go eat bushmeat.
Yeah, do that. You get the fuck out. Go be in your country with your bad
we're
dents
talking
out.
about,
I'll spit in your face. If you met me, you don't. If you met me, we'll see, bro, man. We'll see.
See if we met you.
You're
You look like a woman,
believe it.
baby.
African
You
tribe
look like
believe
you look like a woman.
Tonight, where should we leave it?
You're
because the guy is not being
Diane.
mature now. If you just keep swearing at people for every little thing they say, that's not maturity.
Listen, the ancient Ethiopian history, it is not the Ethiopia that we know today. The ancient Ethiopia that we know today used to be called Abyssinia, and before that Aksum, but ancient Ethiopian empire is actually Kush. If you read the Old Testament in Hebrew, if you read in Hebrew, every time they talk about it, Ethiopia was changed by the Greeks anyways to Ethiopia. Before that, it was Kush. You can go and read in Hebrew, it says Kush and not Ethiopia. The Greeks changed it to Ethiopia. So people are actually quick to think this is today modern day Ethiopia. It's not the modern day Ethiopia. And if you look at
What's wrong with you Somalis with Ethiopians?
No. I
We're
have
trying to
nothing.
downgrade the
Let
history.
her finish, please.
I'm just teaching you some history, bro. Just relax, okay? Ethiopia are my brothers. I have nothing against Ethiopians. The thing is, when we are talking about the ancient Ethiopia, if you read the Old Testament in the Hebrew, it says Cush. And Greek changed it to Ethiopia later on, which actually means burnt face. And where was Ethiopia? If you look at the ancient map, Ethiopia was the Sahel, what we call now Sahel. That area was Ethiopia. You guys can go and look up old maps like 14th, 15th century.
Like, I don't know about
Sudan,
all of that is true. That's true.
So Kush, when you hear Kush, exactly.
All of Africa was referred to as Ethiopia at one point.
Ethiopia has got a great history. No one is gonna reject that. But that does not mean is that a point for you to look down on people?
Hold on. I have a contradictory history on that, on some of the details. The Kush kingdom fell to the Aksum kingdom. So they cannot be the same if the one fell to the other.
Yeah, the Kush, the Kush kingdom was located in what is now known as the Sudan. That's where the Kush kingdom was. The Kush kingdom in the Sudan, they've got the pyramids. That's where the Kush kingdom was located. There's pyramids in Sudan.
Exactly.
That's where the Kush kingdom was.
In the Bible. That is the one is in the Bible. If you say Aksum was already Christian when they conquered in Kush kingdom. They were already Christians. So we are talking about before Christianity when we're talking.
No. But there's religions that predate Christianity. For example, the kingdom of Kush. They had the Ankh. I don't know if you've seen the Ankh symbol.
That's Egyptian. Ancient Egyptian and Kush, they had a similar religion, yes.
The Christians adopted it and made it a cross, but it was the Ankh. So there was religions that predates Christianity,
But
So
my point?
one thing I think that gives Ethiopians the edge over other Africans is the fact that they didn't get colonized by European power. So they are looking at other Africans and saying, hold on a minute, we didn't get colonized, but you got colonized. So I guess they can look down upon us to a certain extent because we allowed ourselves to be colonized.
I really don't think that is any reason for them to feel any superior. If they're going to feel superior,
but that is a good enough reason. That is a good enough reason.
They are a big country in East Africa. I think that is good enough. There are 100 million among countries that are not.
You see, you don't really, but that's one of the main reasons why they may look down on other Africans. They didn't get colonized by European powers. But
the terms are just technical. They were defeated and that's how the Chinese
They were not colonized. They were not colonized.
Technically, they were not colonized. Doesn't mean they were not defeated.
They fought as more African countries fought. But maybe they had superior weapons. Ethiopia has been a big kingdom. No one is.
The only country they fought was with Italians. The only country they fought was with the Italians.
They were defeated too. So let's not.
Mussolini.
The Ethiopians were
Benito
only
Mussolini came after and defeated
in the
Ethiopia. Yeah,
1930s.
Mussolini.
The Ethiopians were only defeated in the 1930s when the Italians were using,
you know when Nigeria was colonized? It was in the
the British
1900s.
conquered Nigeria.
And Nigeria was ruled
Yeah,
by
no.
59 years.
To Niger. The British took Lagos in 1851. Yeah, the Italians were carrying out. No. Let me finish. The Italians didn't. The Italians didn't. Let me finish. The Italians didn't conquer or defeat the Ethiopia until 1930s. You understand me? The Italians were basically using chemical weapons and air power against the Abyssinians. They didn't defeat them until the 1930s, and even that one they struggled. They had to use tanks, fighter planes, tanks, and everything. So if they were colonized by if they were not colonized by a European power, then of course they're going to look down on the rest of Africa and think, hold on a minute, if you guys had held your own, the entire continent would have been, off European.
That's African general. That's African general.
In the 16th century, Ethiopia was actually under the control of the Adel Empire, which was 15 years under the control of Adel Empire. So
yeah,
Ethiopia
but that's not
cannot
what
say
we're talking about. We're talking about
this is an African.
Yeah, but we're talking about the situation with Europeans coming in. You feel me? If that kid is
You know why though? Crazy. You know why though? Listen, can I just tell you why? Listen, when the British came first to the Ethiopia, okay? When the British came first and they visited Ethiopia, they saw these people already were Christian. They had already read in history. They had already the covenant, whatever. The British just left. British never tried to conquer Ethiopia. They just left. And then later when when Italian wanted to conquer Ethiopia, Britain helped Ethiopia to fight against the Italians. Ethiopia was left alone because they were the only Christian nation in the African continent. Yes, but that is Britain never attacked Ethiopia.
Let me finish. You're saying the British help.
Where's your point you're trying to make? Where's the point?
I don't know what the point is trying to make.
The point I'm trying to make is the 15-year-old Ethiopian kid feels superior to everyone on the debate, particularly the African, because he felt his country wasn't colonized by a European power. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Why were they not colonized? It's the question. Why were they not colonized? These were the only kingdom that was Christian.
Well, apparently they managed to fight off the Italians.
Were not. And England left them alone.
Can I add something?
England took India. England took a lot of other Japan.
England left them alone. No.
But they did not.
England left them alone, but the Italians went in there.
Yeah,
you can't deny that fact. Italians
and England helped them against the Italians.
Yeah, but you see, again, you're neither here or there. You're sitting there saying, but England helped them. Didn't you know that when the Ashantis, for example, were fighting the British, the Dutch were supplying the Ashantis with firearms? Oh, a lot of African kingdoms got help from other European powers. Yeah, you have to give the Ethiopians credit for resisting the Italians. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask Kwesi this question.
I give them a
credit. What is the big technical difference between being colonized? Let me finish the question. Being colonized and being defeated in a war.
Yes.
Remember, the African West African countries that were defeated and colonized, they were not ruled directly. They just sent people to officiate on their behalf. So what is the technical big difference between actually being defeated and being colonized?
Okay, I'll tell you the difference.
That's why.
The difference between being defeated and being colonized, obviously being defeated means what? You've been beaten on the battlefield. But being colonized means, one, they'll force their language onto you, which is the case with Ghana and Nigeria. Two, they'll push, certain, they'll control your foreign affairs, plus they'll have direct access to your resources, so gold, diamond, oil. It would be all in the hands of the multinational companies from these countries that colonize the place. There's a big difference between being defeated and colonized, and I've just told you.
Okay. Now let me
Ethiopia was colonized by the Adel Empire. In that case,
we need to get somewhere. We can't just be talking
No, but we're not. I'm just talking.
If that's the case, we have to.
Can I get somewhere with Kwesi, please?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
If you're an Ethiopian,
Kwesi, you answer the question. Let's not go to the next thing. You answer the question about the colonization, that they teach them their own language, but that language aspect, I agree with you, but almost all the other things, is included when you are defeated. Your resources are taken from you. All those things are done to you. Maybe the language may be different.
But
That is true.
teenager,
So I don't understand what the big difference
but
is.
But I think
But
This is why
question
we need to flesh this out. When we
No,
just
no,
say,
no,
oh, because
no.
we're not colonized, we're not colonized.
Teenager,
We
there's
say
a
it's
difference
different. And
between
remember,
being
the reason why they
defeated
were
and
not colonized, let me tell you the reason why they were not colonized. The reason why was because during that time, they were already transitioning from colonies. They were trying to start giving up the colonies because they saw what happened to them in the First World War, and they were already struggling to maintain control of the colonies. Not long after that, they actually went on to lose it. France lost its homeland to Germany. England was about to lose its homeland too. They were busy colonizing the world, but they almost lost their own homeland. So the trend was already moving away from colonization. So even when Italy defeated this in Ethiopia, there was no question that they were looking to start another colonization.
but teenager, just because
at that time.
Britain, just because Britain colonized York doesn't mean we can't respect the Ethiopians for standing up to the Italians. We have to respect them for that.
But it's not superior. But when you keep tying it
Of course they are superior to you.
No, because
No,
circumstances matter.
Let me finish.
How about even in Nigeria, there are some parts of Nigeria where the Civil War didn't touch. Does that make them superior? It's ridiculous.
No. Teenager, if you stand there as the most populated, let me finish. If you stand there as the most populated part of Africa, which is Nigeria, and you allow British to move in and overrun the whole region and not be able to put up fierce resistance well into the early to possibly mid 20th century, the Ethiopians managed to get Nigeria. Why don't you want to give the Ethiopians respect?
It was not like
Why don't you give the Ethiopians? Why don't you give the
I'm not saying they should not deserve respect, but to say that they are justified to feel superior is a very wrong.
Of course,
so Teenager, the way they acted.
Maybe the reason why the English didn't go after them was because they were almost like the English already.
Let's say there's 9 of us on this panel, yeah. If a boxer walks into the room and beats all of you, yeah, but doesn't manage to beat me, and I fight him to like a score draw, even if he did manage to defeat me, he sort of didn't conquer me fully. Of course, I'm going to feel superior to you guys because I managed to.
But basically, you learned from all those who fell.
And then don't forget
What
all
if
of
you
you follow
we
my
watched how
steps.
they fought and implemented their tactics to defend yourself. So
And don't forget,
you just happen to
all
be the
of us,
last
we
one.
follow your steps, and we worship your king, some of us, and some of us take your flag, and some of us literally put it. So of course you boosting them up, right?
Rastafarian. That's Rastafarian. That's something completely different. That's Rastafarian.
All of Africa has almost Ethiopian flag. Yes, they do.
No. African have
what is the
Pan-Africanist
AU?
flag.
AU is in Addis Ababa.
You're not even African.
So of
you're an
course
Arab.
they
So
have
let me educate you more.
geez.
You're Arab. Listen,
Guys,
listen. You don't know what you're talking about. Most Africans have the colors of African flag is the Pan-Africanist color. Look, you've seen Chadba Kwesi's flag. That's Pan-Africanist color.
He's not being. He's not.
No. African countries copied Ethiopian flag. This is a fact. African countries copied Ethiopian flag. But one thing I will
no, Nigeria. I don't think so.
Not Nigeria.
And where is the AU? Where is AU?
Pan-Africanist color.
Addis Ababa. So of course
Ghana
they
is
feel superior.
Pan-Africanist color. That's pure
I don't
Pan-Africanist
know
color
why
flag of Ghana.
anybody should be feeling superior because just by deduction that they survived a situation. I don't because you can say the Haitians should be feeling superior in the Caribbean. The Haitians defeated the English.
But the Haitians are superior though to the rest of the blacks in the Americas.
Oh my God!
No man, don't bring that argument.
Is it because of I'm not
gonna. Just expose that the way we are using these terms wrongly. We can't just be throwing words anyhow.
Teenager, let's look at the facts.
They were victorious, but that doesn't mean that they're superior. It's two different words.
No, if you're victorious, of course you're superior. Being victorious.
They were victorious.
They were, Teenager, let's be honest.
No.
Ethiopia was the most organized government system in Africa at that point, to the extent where they actually managed to go and do peace treaties with the British, asking them to help. They were successful at what Ethiopia sees itself as in, okay, we are able to talk to the Kakunas at equal capacity to an extent whereby even if we lost the war, we expel these people from our country. And that is actually a very good feat that they managed to do. Also, not just that.
Everybody expel people from their country.
Dr. K, Dr. K, can you explain? Dr. K, sorry to interrupt
Them to
you.
leave, they withdrew.
Go ahead. What did you say?
There's a difference
Dr. K,
between
can you
withdrawing and being expelled.
Dr.
Well, I
K,
think
can you?
Ethiopia has got.
Dr. K, can you explain to tribal African, right? Yeah, this idiot about how the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and his companions went to Mecca and met the Ethiopian Christian king. Did you know there would have been no Islam today without Ethiopia?
The Ethiopian king, letting them.
And this guy wants to bring, and this guy keeps talking about Arabs conquering the Horn, while it's the other way around.
What a lot of West Africans,
there is no history that Arab conquered the
most West Africans are ignorant
no history.
of the
Where is that history? I want to see that. Arabs never conquered history.
Arabs were in the Horn of Africa.
That's a lie.
They were in East Africa. They were in East Africa. Have you heard of the Omani Empire?
There is no history Horn we're talking about. There's no history Arab conquering the Horn of Africa.
What a lot of people in West Africa and other parts of Africa are realizing.
Well, West Africans are ignorant about Sahelian Africans as well. Explain that to me. Why are Igbos and people from the southern coast?
Let me finish. What a lot of people in West Africa.
They've got the people with the highest IQ on the continent. You call them ignorant. You're joking with me.
They are ignorant.
You guys were saying they're not super. There's Ethiopian figures in the Bible, not just Sheba. For example, the book of Enoch, the scrolls, was written by Ethiopians, and Enoch was an Ethiopian. They are in the Bible, the same Bible.
The Egyptians. They are superior to the Egyptians.
No, they're not superior to them.
My God.
They've had more advanced civilizations in the past.
The Enoch in the Bible is not the same
Kush.
Ethiopia.
My goodness,
That's Kush.
Kush. It's Kush. You guys, why you guys? I just told you. When you read Kush, it's Kush. In ancient Hebrew, they said Kush. Greek changed it to Ethiopia, and Ethiopia used to be Abyssinia. It has nothing to do with the modern day Ethiopia. It's the ancient Kush when we're talking about the Ethiopia, you guys. That's all I want to say. It's history.
Kush
Go
and
and
Ethiopia
check that out.
are not the same thing. I think you are
It's
really trying to confuse people here. Ethiopia is different from
not
Aksum
modern
and
day
Abu.
Ethiopia. Not modern day Ethiopia. Modern day Ethiopia used to be Abyssinia. Modern day Ethiopia used to be Abyssinia.
The Atlantic Ocean used to be labeled the Ethiopian Ocean. If you look up the old geography.
Also, you guys keep generalizing this Ethiopian guy. No, it's an Amhara guy, specifically Habesha. Even the word Abyssinia comes from the word Habesha. That's where the two
sounds like
exactly. It
the
was
Northern
never
Kingdom.
Ethiopia. They
was
just
the
took like
Habesha
100 years ago. I think the Ethiopian name they took.
Ethiopia,
But
even
before
is
that,
not
they used to be
population.
Abyssinia
They've got
before.
all kind
I
of
think
people.
what a lot of people don't realize. I wanted to say one thing. Ethiopians have their own written language, right?
Habesha.
Yeah, which came
Everybody's got their own
which came from
my country
it's
has got their own
it's
written
for
language.
Zabinian.
Bro.
It's
I
from
don't
Yemen.
know.
It's from Yemen.
The Habeshans have a written language.
Arab people.
No,
It's English. Wait, I have a question about written language. Is English a written language of the English people?
They had
it's from Latin.
I don't
All right.
know that, no.
It's a Germano
It's from
language.
Latin, right? Okay.
Ge'ez is an
So
old
what's-
ancient
so-
language in Sardinia.
So because West African languages were written in Arabic script, so what's the difference from English, French, and Spanish
English
written in
are
Latin
Latin
script?
people. They are mixed with the Latin people at this point.
They're Anglo-Saxons. They're not Latin. They're not from
No,
Rome.
they're mixed with them.
Everybody's mixed at that point. That's like saying I'm a white man.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. So what? So why?
Not everybody.
Why? How is somebody superior if in West Africa Yoruba is written in Ajami
Right, but
Arabic
you see,
script?
Latin is in
How's
Europe,
all
right?
of them?
Latin is in Europe.
Well,
Okay,
God, in
and
Arabic.
well, if Prophet Muhammad, the first place he went to was Africa, so by extension, Africa has strong roots in Islam. That's in the East we use Arabic, in the West we use Latin because those are the two strongest roots in terms of language.
Latin is
I
Europe.
mean, Arabia is like Arabia is closer to Africa. Arabia is right across from Africa.
We have 14,000-year-old mosque in Zayla. So it was about the same time as the Prophet were used to live. It has.
I mean, back then they weren't thinking in continents.
No.
It's right.
No.
It's the same location in a sense. That's why the people look so similar. They weren't dividing themselves off by continents. People were crossing over that Red Sea for time immemorial. They didn't really look at each other as different. You had black people, just because there's a lot of mixed Arabs today who have light skin. There were black, African, curly haired, whatever. They're all in that region.
Yemenites are the original
They're
Arabs.
all one people
Saudis
in
are
a sense.
mixed
They
with
have a lot of
the white
similarities.
slaves. Yeah. Saudis just became white because they had kids with their white slaves over and over again.
What?
Right.
The thing of the matter is this, okay?
Yeah, Dr. K, do you know, Dr. K, about North Africa, do you know the reason why it's white here? Did you know that they captured 1.5 million slaves? That's why North Africans look whiter, because they bred with their slaves.
Yeah.
The North Africans.
Yep.
They mix with you from where?
From slaves.
Well,
from
did
Russia.
you know that 1.5 million Europeans were enslaved by North Africans, and they took them
by
to?
the Berbers.
They even went as far as Iceland.
They went all the way to Iceland. Yes.
But okay, this is the thing. Okay.
Google up Barbary slave trade and educate yourself.
I'm not saying, but how were these not Africans? Were they Berbers or they're not black like
I'm
West
don't call them
Africans?
Berbers. Berbers is a Greek word that means
because
barbarian.
if I look people like from, let's say, Egypt, no, let's say Morocco or Tunisia, okay, that kind of complexion, that is not a complexion of a mixed person from a black and white. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
It's a different kind of mix.
The thing about those countries is that when people look at them from outside, they don't notice what is inside. When you look at the southern part of many of these countries, they are darker. And that is why it's not very straightforward to just say, oh, they are what you see. There are many countries like Russia now. You look at Russia, they look like blonde hair, blue eye, but there are Russians that look Chinese because you don't understand.
That is because they're close to Mongolia. Mongolian is
But
like
that's
Asia.
my point. The nations have different distinct people in them. So those ones that we were talking about, that they were from the slave and they procreated with the slaves and the invasions, they are the ones you see on TV. But it doesn't necessarily mean that if you go deep into that country, you're not going to see the dark ones.
That's the majority. That's just the majority of the people. You know, we all know Black Africans have got some history in that area, the Egyptian time, the Nubians. Yeah, so it's not
what
more
is happening
that
on that continent is very obvious. The Sahara Desert became dry, and it's a lot earlier than people actually think that it happened. Maybe it happened even 6,000 BC. That the Sahara started drying up, and it sparked the civilization of Egypt, because most of the people were migrating away from the dry lands and moving towards the Nile, and that's how all the cultures came together and founded Egypt as you know it today. So, and then many of them moved to sub-Saharan that's the West African region. And if you look at the West African region, that tells you a lot too, because if you look at the languages there, it's about 1,000 languages in that region. And whenever I'm in West Africa,
if you look at the Sahel region, those people look different. You know, Mali, even Mali. You know, Mali people, they've got like Mali, Niger. Those people from the Sahel, they look like Sudanese, all of them, right up to
because of their environment. You do know that, right? Because of their environment, because of their diet and environment.
Yeah, but
well,
also
I just think there's some different kind
language.
of phenotypes, some different kind of how look.
Well, West Africa is diverse. Let me finish. For example, people from the Sahel tend to be lankier and a bit skinny. Not skinny, but someone from the coastal region.
Yeah, but you see, that place used to be called West Sudan, so I'm guessing it was part of the larger Sudan country. Because if you look at their language structure, it's Afro-Asiatic. If you go to Chad, Mali, Nigeria, a lot of these languages are Afro-Asiatic languages. Even Hausa is Afro-Asiatic Chadic language.
Yeah. Africa is just so diverse, you know, and yeah. But
what I don't like about that term,
let me just say this before. At the end of the day, about Ethiopia has got a great history, you know. But to me, that is, I don't know. For me, that is not a reason to fear. If you might feel, but I don't see it as superior. If that's what you lean on
not
to
Ethiopia,
say you're superior.
They say the Habesha, they have a superior history. The kingdom of Abyssinia, not Ethiopia.
Well, we don't. I don't know the details.
We're talking about ancient history,
Yeah,
though.
well,
We
I mean,
are not Ethiopian.
we gotta
so
come
don't
into the
know.
modern times. We can't just feel like we're better because of ancient history. What are we doing
yeah,
today
the
to make us
Greeks,
good or great? We all gotta
the
do a lot to
Greeks.
get
I
better.
want
Wait,
to
one
come.
second,
Let me
one
just
second.
finish. I
One
want to
mic,
come to
one mic,
Ethiopia.
one mic. Thank you. All right, so we have a new panelist. We can let him go ahead. If you want to unmute your mic, you can tell us a little bit about, who you are, and thank you for calling in, and you can go ahead.
Influence with the FK.
Oh, yes. Hello? Can you guys hear me?
It's probably, yeah.
Loud and
Yes,
clear.
we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. In South Africa, usually I'll say how's it, but I'll say how are you guys? All in the panel and all in the group chat. So I'm South African. I stay around Limpopo and Johannesburg. Originally, I'm from a province by the name of Limpopo, which is the north part of South Africa.
Are you Zulu?
So I follow. No, I'm actually another tribe called Balobedu. Balobedu is like
that's okay.
yeah. So if anyone has ever heard about Queen Mujati, the Queen of Rain, so I fall under her tribe. But anyway, so yeah, I've been following this channel for about like a week, and I like what you guys doing here. But sometimes it's just like it's sort of like complex because some people here are misinformed. What I will do here, I'll present my country, South Africa, which I basically know a lot about, and few African countries. I'll stay local at best. So I've had a lot people like.
Oh, your internet.
Yeah, South Africa needs better internet.
Wow, stop it. So I was saying something about that Afro-Asiatic language. I was saying something about the Afro-Asiatic language. When did you hear about it?
I think
Go ahead.
So earlier on, we spoke about South Africa, and I mean, we watched the videos regarding my country, and I know where we got where that comes from because I followed other videos. Anyway, some other day, Crazy mentioned that South Africa owes some African countries. So, guys, I don't speak English every day. So if I'm not clear with my accent or some word, please let me know so I can rephrase.
Bro, English is not your language. Feel free, man. Speak it the way you
most
want
of the
to
times
speak.
I don't speak.
And your country's English speaking.
No, let me look. English people are like maybe 2% of the population. So I speak English when I'm in the office or somewhere else. So I don't speak English most of the times. Oh, anyway, so Crazy, why you feel like South Africa owes some African countries, but I think you feel like we owe the whole continent? Where does that come from? Like where you get that?
The question's for me, right? I'll answer that. Did you watch the video that African Millennial played? The Nigerian brother was basically defending you guys throughout the entire video. Like he was literally defending you guys. You see, sometimes you have to pay respects to little contributions. He didn't have to defend you guys, but he was doing it. You feel me?
So
and in the case of South, I'm not saying the country, but there were some African countries, Zambia, Tanzania, that literally put some of their citizens. They literally, a lot of them lost their lives in your struggle, and they shouldn't have done. They should have just, shut down the door, mind their own business.
Where you get this information, and how many people lost their
Where
lives?
did I get this from? There's videos you can literally see on YouTube with the government at the time, pre-94, literally carrying out airstrikes in Mozambique.
Let me tell you something.
On ANC on ANC training camps, there's literally facts, hard evidence. Of the government carrying out bomb attacks in Lusaka. I mean, how can you come here and have no knowledge about what was going on in other parts of Africa?
Crazy.
No.
Let's say now.
There's literally evidence showing.
I need to respond.
There's evidence, hard facts showing that Nigerian civil servants had to take a pay cut just so they can give the money to the ANC to fight whatever.
There's no evidence. You listen now. Shut up. You listen to me.
No,
There's no evidence.
Purpose, can you one question? Can you admit that you South Africans are ungrateful bastards to the continent? You're ungrateful bastards. Can you admit
there's no evidence that shows that a Nigerian
Stop
government or
feeding
whatever
the
the bullshit you're talking
flames,
about has ever
No,
sent money to
You see,
ANC comrades or South Africa? There is no evidence for such. There is
exactly,
zero.
because
So
you don't know.
let's move on from
So
there. Let's get to the bottom of this. Let's get to the bottom of this. I want you to.
We're not in exile.
I'm here for you. What?
Your leaders were
Whoa,
not in exile.
first and foremost, Kwesi, calm down.
I
Second,
need
this
to
is a
talk.
conversation
I want
between.
you because I
He
feel
needs
like
to
you got
defend himself.
resentment
You
because
can't let
we
him
are
talk.
better
Let
than
him
your
talk.
country. We are doing better. Like Black South Africans are the most achievers in the past 27 years in Africa. So deal with
because
them.
your country
So
was built by the white
let's
man?
get to the bottom of this. You need to shut up. You from East Africa. That part is like shut up.
Well, I think
Well,
without
your
this
country,
is
your
topic
friends,
for today.
your friends to white people,
You need to sound like
and Indian people, you stupid South
sound
African.
like Nisi right now.
This is not
crazy. We're not talking
this
about
is
you
not
from
the
East
topic
Africa.
for today.
I'm
Okay, today.
talking shut up. So crazy. There's no evidence that shows that Nigerian leaders have ever paid any money to ANC or South Africans. There's no evidence for that. Let me talk. South Africa, do you know how much South Africa has helped African countries in the past 27 years? So you're busy focusing on what happened post 1994.
How have you helped the rest of Africa last 27 years? Tell us.
Listen.
Well, is this now about South
Yeah.
Africa, African millennium? I don't understand this in the war, It's not about South Africa. No, come on. This is just something different.
Just had an argument with Kwesi because Kwesi said that.
I need to respond. That's my country. I need to respond. I've been listening to you guys talk about us. I need to be given this chance to respond because you're sending wrong messages about my country.
People coming off the live?
Just talk for
They're
a
running
minute.
away because I'm gonna bring
Just
in
talk
facts.
for a minute. And
I'm about facts now. So
yeah, go ahead.
So, okay, AM is it fine? Because I want to bring facts, and maybe this might hit a lot of things. So I want to bring facts. Can I talk?
My darling, I know where it's gonna go. That's
Okay.
why I'm afraid.
Okay, so South Africa has done a lot of helping in the past 27 for countries like Ghana, even Nigeria. It's even more. We have been training Nigerian soldiers to fight Boko Haram for the past, I'll say, 8 years. We've been on the ground with them, training them, even supplying them with our manufactured military weapons. One of the most complex
I am not a
weapons in the
Nigerian.
world.
I want to hear what you've been doing for Ghana.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to you. You know the deals that our government has been doing with your government, putting in infrastructure, giving you companies that your country needs. We've been investing in your country for the past 27 years because of Black South Africans.
Investing in what?
You know that. What about the company like MTN? You know South Africa is supplying the brewery of Ghana construction.
No, let me answer the MTN question. MTN is a multinational company. They're in Ghana to make money. What do you mean no?
MTN is a company that is built and funded by
No. Hello, no. See, MTN is in Ghana to make money. They're a SIM, network company that are in Ghana to make money.
You didn't have such things before us. You had to wait for us to gain independence. Ghana has been free for how many years?
Listen.
You feel so entitled.
Listen,
how many years has it been? Is it 65 years?
I never said.
What have you achieved? What have your people achieved?
Listen. I said many times, South Africa is way more advanced than Ghana. I wouldn't even compare Ghana to South Africa. I'll compare South Africa to some countries in Europe. So I never said Ghana was as advanced than South Africa. I never said that. What I did say is that there's a reason why Zambia and Tanzania shares the same anthem as South Africa, simply because of the contribution they made. Now you can sit there and say, also Tanzania and Zambia didn't made any contribution.
We've more than 10 million African immigrants. We housing more
again,
than 10 million of African immigrants. What more do you want from us?
Wait. We're not talking about other African immigrants. We're talking about Zambia and Tanzania here.
African, I'm being specific. They're not even Zambia. We are literally carrying the whole continent at this point.
No. See, again, you're running around in circles. You feel me? You guys were in Zambia, in Lusaka, in your tens of thousands. Literally.
In the camps. And it was like less than 5,000 people in each country. like in the camps.
Tabiso, did you just say
Please.
that you are carrying the continent because you help train some
Yeah,
soldiers in
we do.
Nigeria?
We've got the
That is.
largest
Man,
African
can
in the
you
world.
just stop? Can you just stop? I don't know whether you came
Actually,
here to
refugees
just
in Africa. Wait.
Can I finish talking?
Okay.
I
We
don't
don't
know
have
whether you
refugee
just came
camps, by the
here
way.
to trigger arguments with you, but you have to
Yeah.
try to keep things factual. Otherwise, we're just going to be going round and round, and we're all going to be wasting
Yeah,
our
let's put
time here.
facts on the table.
For
Yeah, let's
you,
put facts.
for South
Officially.
Africa now, South Africa is gaining from Africans, and Africans are gaining from South Africa. For you to be saying that, oh,
Yeah,
what have we
that's
done?
true.
We took migrants in, because that's what countries do. Countries take migrants in.
No.
So it's not something
We
all countries take
no,
migrants
no.
in. It's not only South Africa.
No country.
We've got
no
refugee
country
camps
Ghanaians
in my country, bro.
Ghanaians take migrants in. Do you know how many actors
The
and
question is
artists
which
in
African
Let me
country,
finish my point.
chief,
Let me finish
which
my
African
point.
countries got
Do
more
you know how many
immigrants?
artists that flock to Nollywood just to? It's like when a European leaves their country to go to Hollywood to go and act. Do you know how many of them leave African countries to go to Nollywood to go and act? Do you hear Nigerians complain about immigration constantly? I don't understand what is wrong with so many African countries where they just go on like, oh, people are coming to our country.
Nigeria is
We're about to
not
die.
even in top 5 in Africa. Nigeria is not even top 5
What is your
in
problem?
Africa with most
Be number one. Go and have
you
number one.
saying South
Carry
Africa
the
is
number
doing
one
a
and
lot for you guys,
see,
and you
carry
guys
the
are
number one
ungrateful.
and sleep with it and make it feel better. Who is
Let's ask him
asking
some
for your
numbers.
number one? I'm
How
just
many
saying that
refugees?
stop acting as
Wait.
if
Why do
you
South
carry
Africa feel
everybody else.
Let's talk
superior?
about numbers.
Why do South Africa
One,
feel
yeah, numbers.
superior, huh?
Just
We don't
Tabiso, how
feel
many
superior. I'm here to
refugees
Do
do
this
defend
you
my
a
have in
country.
your
You guys
superior
talk about
thing,
my country.
Wait,
superior
come on,
I'm
than
let's
here to
talk
defend
about
your
one
country.
thing.
What did number
How
one
many
do for you?
refugees?
Why do you like to kill other Africans?
Well, like, look,
How many
200 people were
refugees do you
killed
have?
last week in Nigeria North Nigeria, in
How
one village, in a day.
many
200 are killed in Nigeria North. So talk
how
about
many
that.
refugees
Who have we
do
killed? How
you
many?
guys have? Like I said, how many
200 people
refugees?
died in Nigeria. They were killed by
Only
Nigerians in a
we
village last
wadayerin
week.
dadkan wadayerin.
You seem to have a lot
So
more
forget
energy
about
to
this
talk.
killing.
See, for a South
No,
African, I
yeah,
would have
she's speaking in
preferred you.
Arabic. So
For a South African, I
It's
would
not
have
Arabic.
preferred
Come
you
on.
to have
No, you
more
guys are
energy
always picking on
for
us.
the
Let's
white
get to the bottom of
Africans,
this.
for the
Which
white
countries
people.
Yeah.
came?
You
Which
get to the
countries
bottom
do
of
you
this.
host now for Africa?
Can I
You
get
spoke
on?
about
Let's
Pan Africa
Wait,
earlier.
hold on.
You spoke
A
about
South
Pan Africa
African,
earlier.
that guy came here
wait.
to just cause argument. You should have more argument with your white counterpart in your country
wait.
than you
Yeah,
have
well,
with
the
us
whites
here.
are fine because you guys are running to my
Because you seem
country,
to
and it
have
seems
a
like
lot
you
of,
want
and
to be
that's
close to the
pathetic.
white
If
South
I had
Africans
white
anyway.
people
So
in my country,
the white South
if I had white
Africans
people
don't
in my
have a problem
country,
with us.
I wouldn't be sitting here. And I personally, I don't even respect an
Come on.
We
African
have got
that
millions
comes
of
here
Nigerians
to
in South
argue with
Africa.
us when your country is being
Your, pe-
controlled by another group. You
your
come here to come
people
and
are
argue
dying
with
in
us.
Mediterranean Ocean, bro.
Oh, get
Your
out of
people are
here.
dying on the ocean trying to get to
Pathetic kind of
Europe.
human beings. I don't know
It's
where
a
you
white
crawl
nation.
out from. What
Your
kind of rock
people
you
are
crawl
dying
out from to come
in
here
an
to come and
ocean
argue
trying
with
to
us?
get to Europe, bro. Your people are dying in
Just
an ocean
go
trying to
away
cross to
and
Europe.
crawl
So
back
don't
into
tell me
your
about a
hole.
white man.
Come on,
So
guys.
let's get
Tabiso,
back to it.
This
I
is
want crazy.
ridiculous.
I
you
want
mentioned
crazy.
So,
I don't know where people come out from.
Tabiso,
You just come
can
out
you
from nowhere
answer
and start arguing with
Tabiso?
Africans. Go and argue with the white people in your country, controlling your country, that enslaved your forefathers. Fool.
Yeah, well, your
Tabiso,
people are running
why
South
was
Africa.
you guys in exile in other countries?
Come here to come and argue with
You
us
know there
about
was apartheid.
superiority.
There was apartheid. Which country in Africa is having apartheid or a war? So that you want us to help. You helping based on what? Which country is having a war in Africa?
And
We were
these
there when we were
countries
in
are
the
not
war.
being proud that we kept South Africans in our country during the apartheid. They
No,
don't say
every day
that.
is a topic.
They're just quiet. Why do
There are
why
Nigerians
is
that went to school in South Africa under our government. We send them to school
it's
for our
normal?
tax
I
paying
think that's what
money.
Africans should
So,
do. Man,
Tabiso, I have
that's
a
what they
yes,
question.
why
should be
you guys?
doing.
But I'm reminding you guys of what we're doing because you come here every day and say South Africans are as
No,
if
no,
we're
no,
not doing
not
anything.
it's not like we
No,
say
not
we
every
do.
day,
No,
actually.
not every day. That's not correct.
The wealth in
No,
your country is
Yeah,
controlled
but
by
few
7% of the
the-
population.
yeah, but African millennium hasn't
Yeah,
done
yeah, 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 yeah. Go there and talk to them and stop coming to argue with people that are suffering like you. Fool.
You're angry. Calm down, bro.
The people you're arguing here are suffering. This is what they call classic crap
Nigeria is a
mentality.
hellhole, bro.
The people who you're arguing with here are suffering like you, and you come here to come and argue with them. Go and argue with people stealing your money.
Who owns your oil, by the way? Who's owning your oil and gas? Who's owning Nigerian oil
Nigeria
and gas?
owns the oil and gas.
And we are fighting for that too. I'm not here telling you that we are doing better, but you are so
But it's
stupid.
normal,
I don't know
bro.
what I don't want to call you stupid. But you're so childish that it looks like you're not old enough. I don't know who allowed this guy in even. He's not old enough, and he's just coming to start talking nonsense. It doesn't even make sense
Black
what
South
he's
Africans
saying.
are richer than black Nigerians. So the other day you guys said
Oh
Nigerians
my
are the richest in
God.
Africa. Wrong.
This is
That
sick.
was
They
wrong. It's
are.
black South
Nigerians
Africans.
are the richest
No,
in Africa. That
facts
is
on
a
the
fact,
table.
bro.
Facts on the table.
No.
This I think they are put up to
Okay,
this. They
tell
are
me
put
your
up to
richest
this.
South
This guy is
African.
not making sense.
Who's the richest South African? Just tell me your richest South
Who's
African.
Patrice Motsepe is a 1 billionaire that we have in a black community.
1 billionaire. Do you know how many billionaires Nigerians have got?
It's 4. It's 4.
Who?
No,
Name
it's
them.
more
what's
than
going
we've
on
got
here?
more than
I know
Why
Aligo.
people so
I know
angry
Aligo
with the South
Dangote.
Africans?
I know Aligo Dangote, which is the richest black man in the world. So what? I've got facts. Let's talk about
they
facts.
also listen. They've got more than
Listen. Nigeria's got
But who cares
9,100
who's rich on?
millionaires.
Where do they
Yeah,
create people
so
like this? It's
you
like
mentioned
you
the
have
other day. So I'm
KPNG,
here
Who
for
cares
facts.
how many
you have
Facts on the
billionaires
table.
you
R,
have,
you
really?
have
Well,
Tabiso.
you
Where do
Billionaires are
guys
not
know
going to give you
fall out
any
billionaires. I
money
care
scrum
anyway.
like
because
this? It's
well,
like
you
they are
just
creating more and more
we are
people
the
like
most
this.
achievers in African.
Look at Dr. R, look at Tabiso, they
No,
all
let's
come
bring
out.
facts.
So it's almost like people are being put
I'm
up
here.
to divide.
Calm down.
Look at them, they are all Nazis. And they are
I
young
like
people.
South Africa,
You
bro.
are going to
Don't
grow
get me
old
wrong.
and you're going to
I
hate
love
yourself
my
for what
South
you're doing
African
today.
brothers. You know, as a
These
Pan-Africanist,
useless
I
kind of
love
people that
South
can't think for
Africa.
themselves.
You know, no matter what's happening, I just
So you
those are
just
my
create them
people.
and
You know,
crawl out from somewhere, come and start
we
talking
love
nonsense.
we love South
so wait,
Africa. Don't
so
listen to what we are saying, so it's okay. Yeah, I love South African people. You've been doing great for the continent, and we appreciate you, bro. Yeah, forget about Kwesi, forget about Niger. Continue doing the good work for Africa.
What good
no,
work are they
wait,
doing? What are you talking about?
South Africa
Everybody
ain't
doing
done
the
shit
work.
for the rest of
Let's
the
keep this thing
continent, though.
behind and move on,
Nigerians
bro.
have literally shed blood for fellow Africans. What blood have they shed for Africans?
How did you share? Because you
What are
sell
you
drugs all
talking
around
about
the
that they
world.
are doing stuff
Is
for
selling
people?
drugs shaping
That is
the,
very, very
you shaping
offensive for
what?
Nigerians to shed
You
blood for
shaping
fellow
what to
Africans.
who?
And
Calm down.
these guys come
You are
here to
used
talk
to be
about South
patted
Africa
the
doing so
back,
much
bro.
for
I'm
people.
telling you facts today. No. You are used to be praised for doing
Go
nothing.
away.
I'm here today. Nigeria's helped which country in
No, go
Africa?
away.
Like, let's get to
If I was the
the
one
point. What
hosting,
did Nigeria
if I was
do?
the one hosting this, I
This
would
is
not
very
put
primitive
you up. I would
behavior.
just go and put people like you in the back room. So when you're mature, you can come
Ghana
to
has
front
helped.
room.
Ghana has helped. Ghana has helped. Wait, hold on. Ghana has helped so many countries in Africa. I can name 10 off
What
the
did
top of
Ghana
my
do?
mind right
Okay.
now, easy.
Nice. Let's go there.
Oh, we helped
I'm
free
waiting.
Guinea from French influence. We
Let's go.
helped
You see how happy
Guinea-Bissau with
K has
money
gotten?
during the time
Dr.
for
K is the
independence.
happiest
To
when
Niger,
people
calm
are happy
down.
among
Shut up.
themselves.
To
I
Niger,
don't know what
keep
kind of
quiet.
stupidity people have.
This
I
is
really
not
don't know what kind
Nigeria,
of
by the way.
stupidity people have.
You guys are used to behave.
Maybe I shouldn't be
You used to
coming
this
here because it
behavior
looks
of
like I'm
shouting.
dining
Yeah.
with demons.
This is barbarism.
People that are
Like,
just
keep quiet.
out there
To
to divide.
Shut up.
What kind of human beings are
Shut up.
Do you know the problem
To
is?
Niger, you should drink your
Stop.
oil actually. You should try to drink your oil to Niger. You've got too much oil you
Oh,
are wasting
shut
it
up.
there in Nigeria. You're giving your oil to the
I don't
British
blame you. It's
companies
African
and
millennium that
American
put people like you up.
companies. Shut
If
up.
people like you, I'll
Keep
put
quiet.
you in a nursery room
I'm
until you
here.
are
You've been
mature
making
to
noise
come
for
outside.
weeks and months about my country. I'm here today. You
Babies
should remove
online
that
talking
picture of
trash.
yours wearing a crown.
Let's play
So
some
Tabiso, let me ask you a
Anamiampo beats and
question.
let's
You
dance.
said that
Yeah.
South Africa has the most number of people in Africa that they literally carry in the continent. So how many refugees do you have in South Africa?
You should go to his nursery. He
We
doesn't know
don't
what he's
have
talking
refugees
about.
camps, so
Okay,
it's
so-
hard to calculate because we absorb them to the population.
You
You
observe
don't know what you're talking about. He just
Yeah, we
he
absorb
goes
them
and
to
reads
the population
statistics and
because
he
we
thinks he
don't
knows
we don't
everything.
believe in
He doesn't
keeping
know what
other
he's talking
Africans in the
about.
camps. So we kind of like Pan Africans. So we don't keep other
So you-
Africans in the camps
That-
like
that's
Really?
what's happening in other
Really?
countries. Yeah, we keep them.
So these
in the
people
camps.
have
We absorb
South African
they work,
nationality and
they
everything.
compete with our locals for jobs and they don't even come with
Wait,
skills, but we
they have
compromise.
ID.
Yeah.
I did more than you.
Yeah, we
They have
compromise.
South
more than
African
you.
ID.
I did more than you. This is
Do
this
I
is
have
the
South
competition.
African
This is the
ID?
discussion we're having.
Yeah, do they
I
get
did
South
more than
African
you.
ID?
Yes,
No, we
Dr.
can't.
K, he's
No,
right. He's right, bro. South Africa,
there's a protocol. There's a protocol. Like there's a process for that to like they don't just get IDs on the go, but there's a process.
Mm. Okay.
Carry on with the I do more than you. Okay, let's carry on with I do more than you.
Because Uganda,
You're
I would
ahead,
say,
bro.
does the most.
Like,
Uganda
relax.
houses
What?
the most number of refugees.
Because they've got refugees camps, they don't have most immigrants. They've got most.
No, actually, no.
refugees
Ugandans
because
actually
they've got
allow
camps.
them. No. Listen, Uganda allows its
Mhm.
refugees to actually integrate in the community. That's why they're actually
Uganda
quite amazing.
Uganda doesn't have 15%
Uganda
Allows
of
took
immigrants that
refugees
South Africa has.
from Iraq.
Uganda doesn't
Was
even
that
have
Iraq?
15% of immigrants that South Africa houses. So I don't
What
think
does
it's okay.
what does immigrant mean? An immigrant and refugee are two different things. An immigrant comes in and populates the job market, improves the economy. A refugee is someone you're almost taking in as a burden. So you actually help. Wait, I'm sorry. Let me finish.
What
There's a
did you
difference
say?
between a migrant.
No. Let's go back. What?
there's a difference between a migrant coming to a country and a refugee. Refugees don't
Yeah.
add to the economy the same way that migrants do. So you saying
That's
South Africa
true.
has this many migrants, that is a benefit to the economy. Just like the UK when they say, oh, too many migrants.
You're talking
These
about,
migrants are the...
you're talking about South Africa,
wait,
remember.
hang on.
You're talking
one
about
second.
South Africa.
Let me finish the point first.
Yeah,
When the
you're right.
UK people complain about migrants, right? What they fail to tell you is that these migrants are operating in jobs that the locals don't want to be operating in. These so-called migrants in South Africa, especially since they don't have the ID process immediately, are going to be doing jobs that local South Africans like you, South Africans like you, wouldn't want to be doing. Am I right or wrong?
No, you're wrong. Like maybe me,
I'm
but
wrong?
we've
How?
got a large. Listen to me. Maybe me, yes, I might not be doing those kind of jobs, but we've got a large population as well of people who need them. I mean, 27 years ago, we were not that educated
You're not
27
answering
years
the
ago,
question.
so we still have got that good population that still can do those jobs.
They
I'm
can, but
getting
do they
there.
do it?
So listen to me. South Africa
Refugees
and
can
UK,
also contribute as
have you looked
migrants
at
too, so
the
I don't
GDP
understand
of
why you are
UK, the
differentiating
population and
them.
GDP per capita of both countries? Have you looked at that as well? And look at the amount of the migrants, immigrants, refugees, whatever you want to call it, that both countries have per ratio. So when we talk about things like this, when you say UK, that's an example, but it's not a good example because you have to take in consideration regarding the GDP per capita of UK and compare the living standard.
You haven't
all
made
those
a single
things you need
point,
to
bro.
account
Shut
there.
up. There are poor
No,
countries that take on people all the
point is
time.
you
How
cannot
many
compare
countries
the image
surround
between UK
Iraq?
and South Africa.
Stop.
That you cannot compare
Whom
that.
are these children?
To Niger, come down. You're gonna die hard.
Wait,
There are
so
many
How
countries
old
that
are you
surround
tonight?
Iraq too.
How old
What
are
is
you?
wrong with you
You're
people?
going to die young,
brother,
bro.
listen. As you said, let me
Get
clarify
out.
this thing.
I don't know why
As you said,
crawl out
in
and
South
just come and
Africa,
talking nonsense publicly.
in South
Like
Africa,
you know stuff.
there's a welfare system, right?
There was a time young
Right.
people
And
respected
in that
others
welfare
and
system,
listened. And this one
in that
talk as
welfare
if they know
system,
everything.
wait, hang on to Nigeria. In that welfare system, these migrants, unless they have a national ID, they can't
No
actually
respect
get
at all. And this is
access to these systems. So these migrants you keep telling, you're not helping them. They're helping your economy because they can't even participate in these housing systems. It doesn't matter whether I'm there. Hang on. Yes, I've been there before, but whether I'm
Yeah,
there now
but you're
doesn't
talking
matter.
about I'm not, bruh. I'm on
Listen,
the
just
ground
listen.
and
It's
one-
about economics. No,
okay.
brother, listen to the point before you listen.
Okay.
South Africa has a welfare system, yes or no?
Yeah,
Simple
that's
question.
true. But that belongs
Right.
to South Africans.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
hang on again. Like I said, just yes or no. Simple question. Migrants who
It's
don't
a
have
yes, a
national
big
ID
yes.
of South Africa cannot get these access to these things for free. Yes or no?
What?
If you don't have the ID or rights to work,
Yeah, but
can you or can you not?
because
Simple question.
Because our
No,
system,
simple.
because our
It
system
doesn't matter
is
why.
weak. They
Simple
can
question.
get. Some do get. No, it's
Really?
not a simple answer
Really?
because some
No,
do
no,
get.
come on.
Yes,
This
some
sound
do manage to get.
argument. No, wait, hang on.
I'm telling you.
This some argument doesn't work. Some of anything is true, but majority of them cannot access these systems.
No,
Yes
how
or no?
did you
Simple
get
question.
to the majority? Because we're here.
What do you
So if
mean?
you come to
Just-
South Africa, for
no,
example,
no,
if you come to
come
South
on,
Africa now, and if you come to South Africa now and go to any restaurant, a job that doesn't even require skill, you're gonna find that there's more Malawians, there's more Zambians,
I am asking
there's
you
more
a different
Zimbabweans,
question,
there's more
brother. I'm
Mozambicans.
talking
No,
about
Answer the
access to
fucking
free
question.
education. Answer the question. I'm not talking about jobs. Yeah,
who said?
brother, I'm not
Who
talking.
said
I'm
answer
not
the
talking
fucking
about
question? Where is
jobs.
that little dude from? Who said that? Who said that?
Someone else, brother. Listen.
Who said answer the?
Don't start talking about
Okay.
jobs. I'm talking about access to free things paid by the
I can't-
taxpayer. I
I-
know
look,
the South African
it's-
system works enough that some random foreigner who doesn't have the
I-
national ID or rights to work cannot just access free housing from the
So-
government, etc.
So,
That's a
so
fact.
free
Now,
housing
if that's a
is
fact,
free house,
right?
free house. There's our social systems is not only free housing. We've got
that's not the
free
you know,
housing.
Yeah, the
man, are you
waffling,
so
how it's
stupid?
waffling
This
all
guy,
over the
like
place.
literally.
Waffling all over the place.
Come on,
To
brother.
Nigeria,
Listen,
we've
I don't
got
listen.
free
brother,
Send this
access.
guy
So
to
they still can
kindergarten.
access.
Let
They
him go
still
to
go to our
kindergarten.
hospitals and use them for free. South African women are giving birth on the floor, while you some whatever sometimes even illegal immigrants, taking births that belongs to South Africa and giving birth, and
Stop
our women are on
waffling
the
and
floor. So
answer the
those things are
question.
happening.
So,
Hey,
so,
Nigeria,
brother,
Nigeria doesn't even
brother.
exist. That's a British company. Just shut
Right.
up. Nigeria is a
So
British
things like
company. Keep quiet.
See, your problem is that you
You need to
know some
you need to humble
statistics.
yourself, bro.
You
Keep,
know
I'm
some
keep
giving,
quiet.
I'm giving up.
No,
I've
but
got
you
more
also
files
need
on
to
the
also
country.
know about elders. You also need to
Yeah,
know that
you
sometimes
don't act
people
like
know
one.
more,
So I
have
thought you
experience more than
act
you.
like one.
But what
You
these
don't
young
act
people
like
do
an
now
elder.
is is that they go online, They go and read a lot of statistics and they come out and start
You
quoting
act young,
stuff
I'm gonna treat
without
you like a child.
understanding. You talk about how you have taken more
Listen to
refugees.
yourself.
Have you seen how many wars are going on all over the world? You see
You are angry,
Arabs
bro.
expelling Arabs because of the war in Iraq. You see Arabs
How
expelling
many?
Arabs because of the war
What
with
happened to Ghana
Palestine
must go? Where
and all
did
the
you
other
go?
things.
Ghana must go again.
I'm just talking about Arabs right now. I'm
Okay.
talking about, because this is a black thing that we do. I also talk about the Ghanaians too. So I am talking to
Yeah,
you now because
Ghana
you
must
come
go
here
never happened.
quoting all this
This guy is
stuff
low IQ.
and without caring to check information about other groups. Like, oh, we have done so much for Africans. How about the people that
We
are
did.
controlling
That's a
70%
fact.
of the
We did
resources
and
of
we
your
still do
country?
it. We're even funding countries like Mali as I
Tiny
speak to
population
do
in your
research
country
on their
controls the
Timbuktu
wealth.
history because the
See,
white
he's
man wrote
talking.
some like
See, he's just
we
talking.
even funding Mali.
He's not
if you don't
listening.
know.
He is talking.
Many countries.
Let me tell you something. If you
We
want
give
to
more
learn
fund to
anything,
Pan-African government.
go
We
and
give
read
more
more of your
fund to
statistics and think that's going
African
to teach you
Union.
anything.
You
Teenager,
guys
I
said
agree
which
with you on the
country is
What
a
is this guy
Pan-African country in
talking?
Africa. You guys said which country is the most Pan-African country in Africa. That's South Africa. We give more funding to Pan-African government. We give more funds to African Union. That's what more is Pan-African than that? We actually pushing even the African inter-trade more than any country. So
you mean with the money that generated by the Caucasians in your country?
Yes,
Is that what you're
true.
saying?
That your people are running to Europe following those same Caucasians.
Oh my God!
They even dying in the ocean because they
You
taking
came
the oil,
here.
bro.
You know what you came here to do? You just came here to argue with people. That's all.
I'm here for
And
your
you're not here
ego,
to
bro.
learn
You're gonna have
anything.
to
You're
humble
not here to
yourself.
learn anything.
No,
And what is the
humble
point?
yourself.
I am humbling myself. You came here and starting to
I
argue
want
with
you on your
people
knees.
and
I
calling
want
Kwesi
you down
out
on the floor.
and questioning everybody. What are you talking
Tonight,
about
I
on the
want
floor?
you on
You
the
are a
floor.
child.
I
What
want
is?
you on the floor. You have to pray.
If
You have
I'm on
to
the
ask for
floor,
forgiveness, bro.
if I'm on the
Wait,
floor, I will
Unless
still
if
be
the wrong
higher than
people.
you.
Wait, one second.
H Block hasn't spoken yet.
If I'm on
Okay,
the
sorry,
floor, I will still be higher
African.
than that guy because he's a
Benigno,
child.
sorry.
He doesn't have a clue.
Yeah.
You know
Wait,
what they say in our
Tunaja,
culture?
hold on.
What an
you.
elder
Tunaja,
can see sitting down, a child standing on a mountain will not see it. And that is your problem. You don't understand that you don't
Tunaja.
have access to certain information that you think you do have, and you don't listen.
Teenager, this is what low IQ is, Teenager. Now do you finally agree with me? This is an example of low IQ. Do you agree with me, Teenager?
Yeah, which country
The
you
low
from?
IQ doesn't
Which
affect
country
his
from,
ability
bro?
to absorb
Which
information. So
country
this is
from?
why I like to specify stuff.
They
Which
can't
country
actually
you
take in
from?
information in real time and
Which
respond to
country you
it.
from?
They just keep saying useless
Which
things.
country you from?
That's a
Your
low
country.
IQ
No
person,
shame.
Teenager.
There's no shame. Which country you from?
Yeah,
Don't
so
answer that question.
Don't answer him. Why are
Then
you
No,
telling
then
him
South
low
then
IQ
African.
don't
person?
No,
Because he said there's no shame and they will answer you.
Stop talking. 1 second. I have a question for the South African brother. Do
low
you
IQ
think that
person.
some of these problems would be better if there was just more immigration rules and less people were coming into there? Do you think that would change the dynamics of
I've
what you're
got better
talking about?
side. I've got better intake on that because it also
Uh-huh.
revolves my thought. It also revolves on my intake regarding African unity. Like African Union in terms of
Yeah.
this one Africa thing. Because I'm not against one Africa, but I'm against the implementation, like how we go about it. I believe that each African country at this point must be putting major walls. They must be building walls for themselves, like according to the colonial boundaries, keep them. Because after so many years of having those boundaries, they've created like tribes, like communities, like nations, we are used to them for now. But after that, we secure our borders. We carry on building infrastructure. We need infrastructure to penetrate through each country. And we relax the logistics, how we go through, how we trade, how we pass through countries for logistics, for trade first. And we build infrastructure. South Africa is ready. South Africa can help many countries. We've got one of the best construction companies. So somebody mentioned the Namibian roads. I don't know if it's today or on your previous videos that Namibia has got best roads in Africa, but most people think recently they were built by South Africans, not the Germans. But obviously South Africa is also with the colonial companies, most of them. So what we need first is also transfer of skills. So and people confuse having resources with being powerful. Having resources has proven that you're not gonna automatically be powerful, because Africa is one of the richest continents. But what have we achieved with the resources? What we need is information.
I don't know how many people here that confuse resources for being powerful.
Tonight,
African
this is
continent is a great example of it. I don't know.
This is an example of a low IQ person. They can't take information in
So-
real time, respond to it. All they keep saying is
so,
random things.
But there are many people like this now. They come online,
Yeah, these are low
they read
IQ
statistics, and they
So
just start
African
spewing
Millennium,
stuff
can
out.
you
And I
control
think we
this?
should have a kindergarten session where
panel,
we
This person
nurture
has
this
an
stuff
I'm still
because they
talking.
can't just come and start spewing stuff and
still
Okay,
causing
you guys
arguments.
are talking over each other. I can't hear.
IQ
African
over
Millennium,
lemons.
can you hear me? So I'm
He just
saying
spoke
the
for a while now, but he
implementation
was
of how
interrupting people while
Africa is
other
going to
people were
unite
talking.
it's wrong because now current Ghana is doing well in West Africa. Senegal is also not doing bad. Nigeria keeps growing and it's growing fast. So at some point, Nigeria is going to hit 1 trillion. To increase their GDP, they really need to hit above 1 trillion. And I think they're going to do that. They're coming well so far. They just need to deal with some issues that they're going through, but I think they'll be fine. You look at I'm not sure about Liberia, but I think in West Africa, I'm looking at Senegal, Ghana, and Nigeria mostly. In East Africa, you look at Kenya and Ethiopia and Tanzania. I think they're on the right path. Egypt is the boss. Egypt is gonna either take over South Africa soon, or if not now already. So you got Morocco on the north. There's countries in Africa that can lead now and put infrastructure. Egypt is also helping countries like South Sudan. They're helping with infrastructure also. Is it Tunisia? Like, they're working together. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is the idea that I see some people saying we just need to wake up tomorrow, remove all the borders and integrate. We know, we have discussed this before. It's not going to work for some of us. I don't want an influx of immigrants. We're already dealing with that. and can you keep quiet?
Oh my
bro?
God! You really
So
must
you
be
look at
dreaming of
Botswana.
a lot of immigrants coming to your country.
You look at it. They already here, bro. What are you talking about?
I know now. He really scares the living hell out of you. The more we show up.
Hey, bro, they scare the shit out of me. If you look at our crime, it's too high. So I know what I'm talking about. You look
Hold
at a
your
country like
government
Botswana.
accountable.
You couldn't hold your own government accountable. That's why you're running away. So don't tell me about holding any government accountable.
I'm telling you now where the source of the problem is. I'm not saying I'm not going to hold my government accountable.
You know
I
about the
want to
source
hold
of
my
our
government
problem, but you
accountable
cannot
too.
deal with
I'm
yours.
telling you that instead of focusing on your fellow Africans, hold your government
I don't have a
accountable.
fellow African. I've got my South Africans. I don't have a fellow African. So don't make a mistake. So
okay, you're not
African
fellow African.
Millennium.
I'm telling you to hold your government accountable.
Let him finish. We have
The
someone
moment,
else
okay, watch
so-
African
that has to
Millennium.
talk
When
on the
everybody
panel
else
too.
start talking, he will start interrupting them.
Quiet.
Go ahead.
Quiet. So you look at also Nigeria. Nigeria, I believe, with Ghana, they make a good partners in terms of securing the west of Africa. But they also got Niger on top of Nigeria, which has got more problems like us and Zimbabwe. And we've got Mozambique too. But if you look at Southern Africa, we've got Namibia and Botswana. If Namibia and Botswana and South Africa comes together tomorrow, more land, and Namibia and Botswana, they've got fewer population. I don't think it's going to favor them if they join us now because they're doing better than us, I think, especially Botswana. But we're going to grow in that sense. So if we can acquire the regions and build from the region, if West Africa cannot build and unite and Southern Africa cannot do the same and East, then there's not going to be Africa. How are we going to jump from, if we cannot utilize the regions, then we're gonna just jump completely to the scale of the continent. It's crazy. There is no single continent that is actually like united with like completely removing the borders. We don't have any situation.
We
We've
have
never seen
European
such.
Union actually. Most of the
But
countries
European.
can move. That's a whole continent, bro.
Yeah.
So
but
do you know how
listen,
logic works?
But listen, the mistake you made there is Europe is already almost fully developed. You know, the
That's got nothing to do with anything. You made a simple logical statement. There is no continent that has a trans travel
Europe
system. Europe does, bro.
Europe, no. Did they completely remove their borders? You're the one who's illogical here. So Europe
No, they
had to
haven't
wait
removed
to
borders.
get to this
They have
stage.
borders,
They
bro.
had to.
But oh my
They
God.
had to wait to get to this stage to actually
Bro,
they taking
listen.
steps.
Okay, fine. But listen to what
There's
you
a reason
said.
why
Wait,
your
hang on.
Africans,
Just
your
hang on.
countries are
Listen,
still
just
poor.
bro.
This kind of
listen.
reasoning. Okay.
Bro, listen, you made a logical argument. There is no continent that has free travel, etc. But there is. Whether there's a reason behind it or it's different doesn't matter. You made a simple, clear, factual argument that was incorrect. You need to understand what you're saying. You could say that Europe is developed, blah, blah, but you can't go making a logical argument and say
And
that's
what kind
wrong.
of human being? What kind of human being comes up and attacks somebody for saying that this guy was defending your country all through this thing. If it
Who?
was somebody that was
Who?
gracious, let me finish my statement. If it was somebody that was gracious, they would be like, "Oh, it was nice that he was defending our country," but so and so and so. But he came and attacked Kwesi for it, for
Yes,
saying
because he has been
that,
doing that in the past. He has been attacking my country in the past.
Because he comes across as questioning some of the things your people are doing doesn't
Nah,
necessarily.
he's
You see,
misinformed.
I think
No,
Africans. One
I
thing
was teaching
Africans
him.
do is that because of
Teaching him.
patriotism,
Yeah, I am a
they
South African.
they seem to lose their sense of logic.
South
And it's a
African
serious
first.
problem because I see a lot of very intelligent people doing the same thing. I've seen it
You
before.
can cry,
Where
bruh. You can.
if Nigeria does something
whatever.
wrong, if Nigeria does something wrong and somebody calls Nigeria out on it, you don't see me coming here to say, "Oh, you know what? No, that didn't happen.
You
That
cry
didn't
every
happen."
day if
Yes,
anyone
you
says
do.
anything wrong about
Oh
Nigeria.
no, tell me
bruh.
one
You cry
thing,
all the
African
time.
millennial.
Don't even
If
go
you're
there.
saying that because you just
You're
said
super
that
defensive.
I
Yes, you
do
do,
that,
Kunaja.
so give me one.
Whenever we talk about Nigeria corruption, you say it's not that bad.
Yo,
No, I say all African
and
corruption
Nigeria is
is
really
a red
corrupt.
herring
Nigeria is super
because
corrupt.
the corruption argument is not the reason why we are backward. We are in the
Nigeria is
UK
so
now where they
corrupt. My
just.
leaders that are corrupt looks like
Can you let me
angels
finish? You see
instead
what I
of
mean? That
fans of
he interrupts
Nigerian
people
leaders.
all the time, but for him it's okay. He interrupts people all the time. Nigerians, the corruption that you see in Europe today, they just wrote off $4 billion just out of corruption. They say it's fraud. Fine, they just wrote it off. Nobody is hearing about it on headlines. Nigeria's national budget is 26 billion, and they just wrote off 4 billion as if it's nothing. And that is just the list of it. Not to mention the one that they give to their friends and all the rest of it. So when we talk about corruption, we don't understand the reason why corruption is a bad thing. We just say corruption is bad, but we don't understand why. And that's what I'm saying, that the reason why it is bad has nothing to do with the reason why we are poor. There are many countries in Africa that are not corrupt, but yet are they rich?
All
They are
right, all
not.
right, all
No,
right. Wait 1 second. Before anybody responds, we're gonna have H Block go ahead and say his statement, and then anyone else can interject after that.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone in the panel. The South African guy, man, you're not making any points, bro. Like, you just all over the place. You're not making any points. You're not listening. You're talking over people. But I want to get back to the original subject, man. I think, watching that debate in 1950s, Ethiopia took a big L, and then Nigeria was the winner in that debate.
I agree. And then Ghana was weird as well. That with the woman.
Yeah, I like the.
This is why. Yeah, go ahead.
I like everything that the Nigerian kid said. Even though he sounded like Pan African or something, but his answers was
Way of
logical.
thinking, yeah.
Yeah, but Ethiopian guy just sound like a dumbass. He's delusional. Like it was so cringy. I couldn't even watch it.
He's a lost tribe of Israel. His skin is black because he's in Africa.
Right here you have a black man, or like visibly looks like fucking black man, like everybody in the continent with the fucking. He even had like a red hair, like
Yeah, exactly, right? The guy had
right.
red hair.
He wasn't even one of those Ethiopians that look like Arabs. He was one of those Ethiopians that look like super African, and he talked about, oh, we are not Negro, we are come from Israel. I'm like, what the fuck you talking about, dude? Like, damn, he embarrassed the whole country of Ethiopia, though. So Ethiopia took a big L in that debate, in my opinion.
I think what he's doing is a subtle. In modern day, what people do, they do it in a subtle way. They will ascribe it to, oh, we are not Africans first. We are like this first, and some other person will be like, oh, we are not like Africans like the way this guy just came in. We are not like other people. We do more for you, and other people say they are superior because they are not colonized. These type of terms that we use is a way of still differentiating ourselves. And one thing. Okay, let me just say this quickly. One thing we have to be careful about is that let's keep doing it. Watch what happens sooner or later. When things get out of control and Africans keep suffering from the consequence of this type of mentality, you find that someday somebody's going to rise up and say enough of all this nonsense and destroy all this stuff we so much cherish. All these tribes, they will destroy it all and destroy all the religions and replace it with something different. This is what has happened to China. This is what has happened to Russia. There are many countries out there that have killed millions of their own people, burnt their own books, burnt their idols, burnt whatever they have in the past to move on into the future. And if Africa feels like this group, this kind of mentality where, oh, I'm this, everybody's holding on to their own, and we know it's not leading us anywhere, there could be a movement that comes in and changes everything. And Kagame is a warning to many Africans that are being tribalists and supremacists and all that. Look at what he did to his country. He made them so that they don't talk about ethnicity anymore. Why do you think he went small China there? That's what people should be wondering about. These are symptoms of the system warning us that if we carry on like this, a leader will rise tomorrow, and people will follow that leader. Because if I ask any of you here, what is keeping Africa apart? You people will name tribe, religion. It's a no-brainer. The leader will think, I have to destroy these things.
No, I think it's not the tribe or the religion, or it's the mentality. It's too much arrogance. I feel it's a lot of arrogance.
Guardian, can I?
Oh yes.
Guardian, I just want to add you have to remember, like, Asians are not united, Europeans are not, they're not really that united, so why should other Africans give a damn about each other? We were never united in our history, or we're too different from each other. Like, for example, let me finish here. What does a Vietnamese, man? What does an Indonesian got in common with the Chinese? Are they the same?
They're similar. They're not the exact same.
No, not really. I'll give an example. An Indonesian will have more in common with some from Madagascar than from China. Did you know that?
Not necessarily.
I think you know why we need to unite. You know,
I see the point you're saying.
Why is that? Why is that the case? The Indonesian will share a lot of characteristics with the Madagascan, but not with the Chinese. Why is that?
Africa,
I gotta answer the question
first. Let me say something, please. Africa, we are the most diverse continent. So I think we coming together is for our own benefit. Those people over there, they don't have as many distinct ethnic groups as in Africa. So it's easier for them to put their shit together. But we in Africa, it's more challenging because we are so diverse ethnically, even by DNA. So that's the more reason we need to stick together. Do you know what I mean? We can't be separately because we can't afford. It was just like small region. Everywhere we have internal war. Look at Ethiopia. The Tigray fighting this one. Nigeria, this. In Cameroon, that. This. We're just so different. So that's the reason we need to come together. If we
But
don't...
one second. Before you go on that, where does financial matters or money tie into all of this? Because I'm tired of everybody saying they're brothers, but they're not putting their resources together. I don't care if you're my brother. Why are you not helping me and I'm not helping you, but we're just supposed to be brothers? Like, it doesn't work.
No, that's things take time. African millennium. Most African countries at this time, listen, at this time they've got some kind of diplomatic relationship among themselves. That's where it starts. We've got diplomatic relationship, and from there we move on. Some countries are more placed; they are placed on better mineral resources that the other ones don't have. We don't expect them to do the same contribution. I think it's for us to use our own initiative and say, "Oh, look at this brother. He's not doing good. Can we help him so that we can all build together?" Do you know what I mean?
Can I ask everybody a question here? How many people knows that African Union has a defense pact?
What does that mean?
Well, they don't put it to use because look at what
defense pact.
They don't put it to
actually
use.
have a defense. You know why? I actually think they put it to use because I've not seen any African countries fight each other, and that's why you see African countries don't criticize each other.
But that's not a defense pact. It's just if a foreign country attacks the African country, all the other African countries are supposed to defend if they have a defense pact, but they don't do that.
Pact, but hear me out now.
At all.
Pact,
So
the last signatory to the defense pact was 2017, from what I gathered, and these countries are they plan to stop conflict between countries, and then move further to stop countries and conflicts within the countries. And we've been having these discussions for how many years now, and nobody actually knew of all these things. I just discovered it recently myself. Does that not tell us something that maybe the leaders we keep criticizing all the time may actually be better than us?
No.
We think we are more. We look at what we are doing here today, but they have figured it out since 2005. They passed that thing in the African Union since 2005, and this is why you see African countries don't fight each other. We are poor, we are the desolate and all the rest, but they don't fight each other. They don't insult each other. You rarely see African president insult another African president. There is a reason why that is happening because of that deal that they have there. And if they take it further to be able to stop conflict on the continent, if they can do that, then you will see that all this talk we are talking here, people are actually doing good work on the ground. And this is why sometimes I am more optimistic than people, most people on this planet. Now I'm quite optimistic because I don't understand why people are so disheartened about everything when people are actually doing good work, and you are not, you're in a way, you are not doing those people a good turn. Because if they are doing good work and you are busy dismissing all the work they are doing, they are all rubbish and all the rest of it, what are you doing?
Well, some
Other than
countries,
insulting
it
fellow
could be
Africans.
argued that some countries are not pulling any weights at all, and that's a problem. There's some
But all
people
the countries
leeching
signed
out
on
of
to
other
it.
people's countries. Let's be honest about that. They're leeching.
What do you want to see? Kwame Nkrumah would kill to have what they have. Kwame Nkrumah would kill to have a free continental free trade agreement, to have a common passport, to have a defense pact. Jesus Christ, this is a wet dream for Kwame Nkrumah. I'm telling you, some of all this is here, these we have accomplished in silence. It's a wet dream for Kwame Nkrumah.
Hear me? Look, I think Africans, we fail to understand that the continent of Africa, we are still just advancing. Your
You're
country
very
might
low.
be. Hello? Well, sorry, I'm driving, that's why. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
It sounds like your microphone is still tribal and primitive.
Oh my God. That was a good one.
No, it's just that I'm driving.
Tunaja, can I ask you a question?
Right, one second
Tunaja?
before you ask the question.
I wanna ask
Josie Gold, did you have anything to add to the panel?
Yeah, what the South African guy was saying earlier on, like what my fellow South African was saying on earlier, I think called in, some sort of commotion. I think what my brother was trying to say is that it was. Let me put it to you in this way: in terms of like what Kwesi was saying, the whole other Africans help South Africans. The reality is that most South Africans have never heard about it. It's just the reality, because there are very few South Africans that actually went out of South Africa during that time. So most people's parents don't pass that knowledge down because they don't know about it. They've never heard about it. It's not spoken about. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying in South Africa, in terms of assistance from other African countries, it's not really something that's spoken about because most people were inzals. Inzals mean people who fought the struggle from inside the country. So I guess that's a contentious thing. And then the whole immigration thing. Sure, in terms of asylum seekers, let's say people in military camps, so on and so forth, I'm sure you'll find other countries who have that. But I think what he was trying to say is that many people who come into South Africa are illegal immigrants, as in they don't even apply for asylum. So that's the problem in South Africa in terms of that. So I
No,
think
but he
it's
said
just
that
a
South
misunderstanding.
Africa helps them. No, he said that as if South Africa helps more
Yeah.
migrants, when it's actually Uganda. Uganda is the best country at helping refugees.
When you
Millions
say
of people
help,
in that country.
look,
Yeah, help as
define
in
help,
give them a
like,
place to
explain
stay,
help.
give them a place to stay, pay for their food, education, all that stuff. These migrants are illegal people coming in, working, building up the economy, and they don't have access to a lot of the so-called free things that naturalized South Africans have. So actually, the South Africans not helping them because they're the ones
Negative.
helping to build the economy.
Negative. That's negative.
Negative how?
Yeah, what I was trying to say
There are
is
many foreign.
this, like,
Hold on. Let me just finish this. Hold on. You can't just cut in. Hold on. The reality is that many kids in South Africa who are here illegally, I'm not talking about just asylum seekers, just illegal, have access to education. That is a fact. In terms of housing, you might argue that many of them do live in slums. And in terms of working, many of them do get jobs. So you can't say that they do nothing for them. That's not true.
No, so education is the one thing they give them, right? Because they don't. Do they have? Okay, let me ask the question. Can they easily go
Education
to get?
is given to
Yeah. That's for any country. Now let me ask you a question. Do they get access to medical care
It's not
the
for
same
any
way
country.
that?
Yes.
Do they get access to medical care
In South Africa,
for
look.
free? For free.
Okay, let me tell you something about South Africa.
Simple question. For free.
In South Africa, healthcare is free for anybody as long as you're in South Africa. It's illegal to reject someone if you're sick or dying, whatever. It's illegal.
Even if they don't have the
Healthcare is free for
question
anyone.
idea. Okay, that's new for me to know.
Even if you don't have an ID card, they people. Let me tell you this, Kaiser. They people come in from neighboring countries, even further far, like West and East Africa, for free healthcare in South Africa, and unfortunately, it's caused an overload, like on our system, on our healthcare system. So yeah.
Well, I mean, like having
I
a
think maybe
free
that's what.
healthcare, bro. Like having a free healthcare is not the same as having like quality healthcare. For example, in Canada, they have a free healthcare, but we have a better, health system here in the United States. Even though we pay for our healthcare, so like
I don't
having a
think
free
so.
healthcare,
But
like what's the
Look, I'm
quality?
gonna be straight. Hold on, I need to
Right.
respond to it. Look, I've used like free healthcare my whole life up until recently. So for me, I'll say it's good. Sometimes it's even better than private healthcare. So there's private and government, which is free. So the government for most people use it and it does well. Sure, it has problems, but if you look at the lawsuits in South Africa for like, let's say, there's a word for it, like like when the doctors do something they were not supposed to do. Like there's a word for it. I forgot what it's called. Like them being sued by private individuals. You'll find out that private hospitals have more lawsuits against them than the government. So it's complex. But I'd say maybe the conditions in the public healthcare system are not as good, but they do the job. Like the doctors, they do the job. But the problem is that they overwork because of the demand. So it
Are they
can
black or
go
white doctors
personally.
or Indian?
Hey Josie,
Black majority.
Can you explain a little bit more? Like the other South African guy, he made a good point. He was saying that in South Africa, they don't have refugees. They integrate like all the refugees to the society. Can you explain a little bit more?
Okay, first, I need to go back in time. So this ties into what we were talking about the immigration part. So the few South Africans, right, who are in, like, let's say Zambia or some were in Mozambique or what is it, Tanzania as well. Even though I never really hear much about Tanzania, most of them were in camps. Camps as in they were never allowed to go into society unless if they had a skill. So many of these guys didn't like the feeling that they got there. So of course, after 94, when they came into power, they came up with this bright idea to let people work in society. So instead of you being in a camp, like they were in camps, so their idea was no, why should we have camps when you can come into society, get a job, so on and so forth. Like you can actually become part of the society and integration, which of course has flopped. So meaning that you'll have the basics that South Africans have. Like if you're a kid, you'll have free education, healthcare, so on and so forth. If you're an adult, you'll have the same working opportunities. So the idea was good, but the implementation was bad. So yeah.
So what's bad about implementation? I don't understand.
The implementation is that if you can allow people in your society, especially people who are coming from outside your country, who come from, how do I put this, an economy that's not as strong as South Africa, that doesn't have as much money in it as South Africa. And on top of that, you haven't made the right policies in place, the economic policies in place for the economy to grow so your own citizens can have jobs. If a foreign national who's willing to work for much less comes in your society and starts competing in terms of wages, it's going to cause a problem. And many people, and on
Socially,
top of the way,
but,
people can't. Yeah,
but don't they
it's
put more
going to
money
cause.
into their taxes?
What do you mean? Explain, elaborate. What do you mean put more money into their
So
tax?
because okay, so I know what you guys are talking about. This, but what's happening in South Africa is not new. It's the same thing that happens in Europe all the time. You get all these low wage workers working in all these low wage jobs, sure, competing out the locals, but really the end goal is that the, the the business owners are able to make more money because they're able to make more profit, and by them making more profit, they pay more taxes in ideally, including the people working, and then that means basically the total tax that the government gets is more because there's more people contributing to the system. So that's actually better for the country's economy. Maybe not for social stuff between the locals who claim that they would do these jobs, but realistically, locals don't like doing bad jobs.
Yeah. So what I was just trying to say
No,
is
because
this.
here's
Please,
what. Hold
can I just say
on. I
this?
need to answer his question. I need to answer the guy's question. Like, I need to answer the guy's question.
Right. I got a question to
South
answer too.
Africa.
I'm gonna listen to it too.
Well, hold on.
No, my fault.
Hold on.
He cut it to me too. I was just trying to
Let
get
me
that
just
normal.
finish this point quickly. So, look, South Africa is not a Western society. It's basically a semi-developed society. Sure, large parts of it are developed, but it's still a developing country. So, meaning foreigners coming in, especially when they're illegal. So, these laws are put in place for asylum seekers specifically. If your country's in a war, so on and so forth. Not necessarily for people coming in because the economic migrants, because the economies have completely failed. So, there's a large influx of people. And in terms of like paying taxes and so on and so forth, like that hasn't worked out like that. It keeps many people out of jobs. It hasn't changed anything in South Africa. That didn't go like how it went in the UK. So yeah, I'm not sure if I answered your question, Kaiser.
I think that, I said this before, that your governments are the ones to answer the question. The same thing even goes with Ghana and Nigeria, any country. Whenever you have these other problems, it's because the governments are failing the people. I said it before. The government of South Africa could easily have the people. I wouldn't say easily, but they could have easily transitioned their own people to the higher end jobs, while the immigrants come in to fill a different niche. It's happened in Europe. Many European countries have the same pattern.
Niger,
And yes,
the reality is this, right? Like I said earlier, the South African government hasn't done a lot. Well, they've done a lot, but a lot of the economic policies they put in don't create jobs. So there isn't a lot of jobs to go around in the first place.
that's what I mean by the
So
government.
now
They are the
they did
issue,
that.
not the
Yeah,
immigrants.
hold
They
on.
are the issue.
Yo, no, but I'm gonna get to that. I agree with you when you say the government is the issue, but I can't blame a poor local for being angry and disgruntled at a foreigner. Because at the end of the day, we're talking about people on the ground. The people on the ground, it's just me and you here. If you get a job over me because you're willing to work for much longer and for way less than I will because I have rights and you don't, I'm going to hate you. It's not something that's just happened in South Africa. It's happened even in other countries. Sure, you're right, but I also can't blame the poor black South African.
I think
That's
the way
what
I
I'm
portion
saying.
the blame,
I'm not
the way I portion
disagreeing.
the blame is that 70% of the blame goes to the government, 30% goes to individual, because we still have personal responsibility. We can't just act as if we don't have responsibility to our own people or human beings too, even if they're just human beings. I do see. So, but the government 70% should handle some of all this to make sure it doesn't get to the point where the people really get so frustrated that they feel like they need to attack this in Africans in their own country. So that is that anyway.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
me, it's
what I was
90.
just trying to say is like we as Africans, we need to keep a really, really good relationship with our brothers and sisters, because Africa, we are still just developing, and we still have a lot of issues with our political system. Ghana might be doing good today, South Africa might be doing good today, Kenya, but you don't know. The next president might come in, and in just a blink of an eye, there's a civil war, or there's some kind of a tribal conflict, and these people, you'll be running out to these very countries for refugee to seek refuge, and this might be the people that you have been batching in my country that go away, go away. So we should just be very careful, because we are not a stable continent yet. Anything can happen at any time. No, we've not got a system like the African Union that can really control the political situation in most countries. So we should be really, really careful, and we should treat our neighbors and brothers with the
That's a
kindest thing we can ever do. Because look, just Ethiopia, it was like this great country, but boom, there's the Tigray people, they're fighting, and people are running to Sudan. And if these Ethiopians were saying to Sudan, oh, get out from Ethiopia, you're this and that, where would they be running to hide? So because of that, we should treat ourselves and our neighbors with all the due respect. You will never know. We're not yet stable yet. That's
that's
just
a
my
great
point.
point. African
Yeah,
tribal Africanism. That's a great point
yeah.
you
Where I
just
grew
made,
up,
bro.
where I
Hold on, let
grew
me
up in
finish.
Nigeria,
Tunaja, let me
it's a
finish my
very, very
point,
quick
please.
point. I know you were about to say something. This in revelatory. Let me just say one
Okay.
quick thing. Where I grew up in Nigeria, there is this stuff they play on the radio. They say today is you that is at the top. Tomorrow it may not be. So you need to treat your neighbors kindly. And this is what Africans should be remembering. That today you might be at the top. Tomorrow you might not be. This in the 70s, Nigeria was one of the richest countries in Africa. We were giving loans to Malaysia and so many other countries, even United Arab Emirates. We're giving loans to them. So you just never know in this life. So one should keep that in mind. Thank you.
Tribal African made a great point. Like I know when my brother made a Dr. R said, why should we be united as Africans when we're not even like we're very diverse? And that's also a great point. But like what I want to add to that is like it doesn't matter if you're Afro Asiatic, if you're a Bantu, if you're South African, Khoisan, whatever. Like what we all share is experience, right? We all have exactly the same experience when we go to outside Africa. Like we treated the same, we seen the same. Like we might think that some of us might think we're not even black, but other people look at us like everybody else. Like when a white person sees Ethiopian person, Somali person, a Nigerian person, they can tell the difference. To them, it's just a black person. You see what I'm saying? So like I feel like
Well,
we should.
I think they know the difference. They're just playing dumb that they don't know. They do know.
No, bro. I don't think they're playing dumb. Like even me personally, like I'm a Somali person, but I really don't see much
H
difference.
block,
You know what I'm
can I
saying?
say
We all
something?
have exactly the same
Can you
features.
stop talking about your BS American experience, my brother?
Hey, Dr. R, I'm right though, right? Like we share exactly the
You're
same
Black
experience, bro.
American. H block. Okay.
So like I
Sorry,
feel like
sorry. Continue.
we should just put our differences aside, and we should just unite based on our experiences, and I think Africa is the future
How's your experiences going to unite Africa, my brother?
because we all discriminated the same outside
No,
Africa.
but Walala, you do know, right? And if you look at Ethiopia, they're chopping each other up here, and our enemies are being chopped up by other tribes. So why you talk about unity? Well, 90% of what you just said out of your mouth is hard.
Oh, bro, like those people that are slaughtering each other in Ethiopia, those are ignorant people. Like those are not educated people. You're an educated person. You had the privilege to get educated in UK. You see what I'm saying? Like so you can't compare ignorant people that have never been in school that slaughtering each other in the African continent to
Exactly.
people like what I'm saying. So like I'm the point I'm trying to make is like I think we should just put our differences aside and then unite as Africans because Africa is the future. Like the Africa doesn't need the world needs us. You see what I'm
So
saying?
H block, you're
Can I
telling me
ask you
that
a
the
question?
solution is not to
Oh,
separate all
Nat,
these
I
African
want to
countries?
ask. Yeah, Dr. Hawiya. I mean, Dr. Hawiya. Sorry, H block.
Yeah, I
There are
take
too many
that.
doctors here. Sorry. H block. Listen, brother.
Yeah.
It's all good and fine to uniting and stuff. Look, the problem Africa has, the biggest problem we have right now in Africa is we cannot even communicate. We don't have highways. We don't have nothing. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, if I want to work with African countries and I want to export and import African goods, how are we even gonna? I cannot even go so far as Kenya or Uganda or Rwanda. You understand? These are my neighbor countries. There is no
Well, you've already
highways.
decided to
That's
go
why
to
I
Arab
wanted to
League.
ask.
So what's the problem?
Uh,
You've decided
wait,
that
we
you're
are
not part
talking
of
about
Africa.
Africa
You're
right now.
making with an Arab League, but you're not
Listen,
interested in Africa. You're interested in Arab
the guy
League. So
who's
what's your
talking is
point in it?
Somali too. So if he talks about
I
Africa
know.
and drag
I don't.
Somalia, so yeah, can you
But
just
you're
chill out?
trading with with Arab. You said that it's better
Yeah,
for
I
you
will
to
trade
trade
with
with Arab
Arabs.
people.
I have no problem with trading with Arabs, and I want
So
to
why are
trade
you
with
talking
Africans.
about
More
uniting
money
with
for me,
Africa?
for that
Unite with the
matter.
Arabs.
But how do you
Just
want to
unite
even
with the
trade when you
Arabs.
don't
No.
have a highway?
Yo,
shut
just
up.
How
because
You
do
don't know
you
anything,
want
you
to
dumb idiot,
trade?
man.
that's
Can I
just
say
because
something
we trade
about the
with Arab.
highway? Can I say
Mr.
something
and
about the
Dr.
highway
Hawiya, that
issue?
can that can let the shine. You
Can I
understand?
say something
Right,
about
I
the
right.
don't
highway
I
understand,
issue?
understand.
wallahi, wallah, how
I
you even.
understand. Only me.
So
I know
I
exactly what you mean.
don't understand.
I I understand exactly
Can I
what you
say
mean,
something
but
about the
the
highway
thing is though, like,
issue?
okay, in this day and age, we have the information technology, right? Like we
Yeah.
have the internet. You know, people can communicate with each other. So we have to start somewhere. We can't just say that, oh,
So
Africa is too divided. Like we can't do nothing. Why should we talk about uniting?
so
Because Africa is divided. We killing each other.
No,
We're
I
our
mean,
own
yeah,
how
enemies.
can
actually,
now
some of
what
them
I
are
was
doing okay.
talking about, what I
Well,
was can I
I
talk
want
please,
to
guys?
answer
We're
the
talking for a very long
question
time.
directly, and I don't know
Can
why
I
people
just
are not
answer?
listening.
Yeah,
You
I
want to
just
answer the
want to
question
ask.
directly.
Whoa.
I,
Let
I want
somebody
to ask
finish
this
their
question
point.
actually to Niger, but somebody would just came in
The
here
moment I
and
ask
jump on
question,
me.
this lady jumps up and say, whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know. I'm just trying to answer the question directly that she asked.
Yeah, but I never finished my question though, to
Go
Niger. Let
ahead.
me finish my question. Yeah, thank you. So I don't know what tribal Africa is jumping on me. Anyways, listen, the most important thing is when you want to trade, you need infrastructure, you need highways where you can easily connect to country to country. This is common sense. We understand. Of course, I can trade with Africa, I can trade with East and Arabs, I can trade with Europeans. This is what a country is for. You should trade with the whole world and not just be stuck in one place. But the
Right.
question is, after we don't have this infrastructure, how are we going to get through? And I want to send something, or somebody wants to send me something from South Africa. How is it going to work? We don't have this. I mean, you know a lot about Africa and stuff like that. Do you know anything about that? Are we
So
building some highways? What
yes,
are we doing?
only me.
And
Of
I asked
course,
Only
this
they
me.
are.
question
They're
to
building
Okay,
Niger.
see,
highways,
they've just
I'm
train,
not
all just
asking
jumped
any
in.
of you guys.
Why
I
don't you
asked
all
you,
answer? Because
Niger.
it's you she's asking. And
Yeah,
we are
Yes,
she's
I
all
not
going
asked
African.
you,
and
That's
we're
why
all
she
Niger.
going to
doesn't know
take
shit about
complete
Africa so
trash. They
much.
were all going to say
Wow.
complete trash. And I wanted to answer the question the moment she mentioned that because I heard something very recently about that. The
Yeah.
Nigerian this minister of aviation was looking to create
Nigeria can't have
can
electricity in one
can
day.
you just let me answer this guy? Do you want to shed light or you just want to make noise? Leave the Nigerian power supply issue alone. Okay, point is he says something very interesting that many of us don't know. And he said that he wanted to create a Nigerian airline. That's sometime this year, I think in May, April, there's going to be one out. And the reason why they are doing these things continentally, not only in Nigeria, is because the continent has decided that they want to start controlling their airspace now. And because it's going to take time to build rail tracks, road, all the things only me just complaining about, that they wanted to do it through air first because the air is easier to put together. All you have to do is use the airports and put planes on it. And
Okay,
I
so
thought
to
that was
Niger,
very clever.
to answer the question,
Well, isn't
Tanzania.
that
Wait,
expensive? Is it
yeah,
not
it's expensive.
expensive
It's
importing the shit
impractical.
through the
It's
air
very
It
when you
is
could
very,
get
expensive
through
very
the
through
expensive,
sea?
but
air.
at
Very
least it
expensive.
allows the
You need
process
To
to
Niger,
highways.
start while
listen,
they
to
have the
Niger,
roads
your,
built.
your country is behind.
Inter-
Tanzania, wait, hang on. Tanzania and Burundi, I've just put the link in there, have signed a deal. The both countries will be paying for an SGR, so standard gauge railway, from Tanzania all the way to Burundi, from basically from the Tanzanian port, so that Burundians, and this is
But
supposed
we're
to link
talking
up Uganda and everywhere.
So how
intercontinental,
long is it going to take to complete?
intercontinental. Hello, we're talking about
I don't know, but
intercontinental railways, or highways, not only one from
yeah,
one neighbor to another neighbor, from
but
the whole continent. That's what I'm
but
talking
it's
about. I
Oh,
think
but you
I've
see,
seen something about that on YouTube. I
right.
don't know if
there's
they're doing
like
it
right
now.
right at this moment there is a highway linking Cameroon and Nigeria. Yeah, there's an
Yeah, that's
ECOWAS
highway
highway
country to country.
linking
Which is good.
Cameroon and
It's a good
Nigeria for
start.
business. It's going to be completed. There's a lot of work
It's a
going
good.
on the ground.
Wait.
So
The
people
only
who
issue
don't
here I
interested in
have,
African history should not be talking about African history because
tribal. What my only
there's a lot
issue
of
is,
work going on, and we should give people this credit. We don't have an option. We need to
but
unite, bro. There's not like what do we
but
gain? We have all to
my
gain, and
only
we have everything to lose if we don't unite.
my only issue is I don't see the urban planning being so good. Like for example, if Tanzania and Burundi do this, they need to be able to connect that same railway to Kenya, Ethiopia, and Uganda, etc. And then each country, whenever they build a new railway, they need to think, okay, so there's another railway that connects to this country, connect all the lines up. The issue with Africa I've seen is lack
Hey,
of
Dr.
urban
K,
planning.
didn't that
They
fail?
just don't plan.
Wow, you've
Didn't that?
not been to the African
No,
Union
no,
to
man.
check it. They have a
They're
plan for all
planning.
these things.
They have a plan. Yeah,
Jesus
they have.
Christ.
They have.
They have a plan
They
for all this.
do.
They are talking about
They
controlling
do.
the airspace, and the reason why they are going through air first because they understand that the trading will start slowly, so they need to facilitate it through the air first
Air
while
is
they
expensive.
build the ground and this thing. Of course, it's expensive, so it is the ground, and the ground is not going to be ready for 10 years or so. So you have to start from somewhere. You can't say, oh, just because it's going to be expensive, you shouldn't do anything. After all, there's EasyJet in the UK
No,
here.
but
They
tonight
fly
you're missing one
they
point.
fly all the way from
My-
the UK to Spain for £50.
the main point I'm saying is, like, do these countries, let's say, look, there's railway from Mombasa to the other port in Nairobi, whatever. It's not port, but Nairobi. There is this Burundi thing that they decided to pay. Both countries are paying for it. There's a lot of these like disconnected railway services. But my issue is, and I really think I know the answer.
Dr. K, that's already
Would they
failed
actually?
with Tisara. Have you heard of Tisara?
Tizara, no.
Just that Tanzanian East Africa Railway that was bankrupt years ago. There was a BBC documentary about it. If
So
you
this
know
one's
about
probably
it.
gonna fail again. So sad.
So Dr. K, my point is, Burundi and Tanzania. Why didn't it just trade with its neighboring partners like Congo and that instead of like Tanzania?
Because Tanzania has a seaport. Burundi, I'm guessing, doesn't have a seaport.
Kezo, that's your
Yeah,
argument. You know why it
I
doesn't
think
hold
they might
water.
not
You
have.
know why
They
that?
might not
Let me
have
just
all
make this
the
point,
things they
please, to
need.
Kezo. The reason why that argument doesn't hold water is because you know full well in the UK that some destinations within the UK is more expensive using train than air. How do you think that is possible?
Highways
So
are the easiest one.
yeah,
Highway is the
they are the
cheapest
easiest
one.
ones, but
Yeah.
you have to start from somewhere. To build highways through forests and mountains and all the rest takes a long time. So I think the leaders are doing what they can to integrate the continent as fast as they
Also,
can.
it's already been done.
I think there's already a map that they built it by the time of colonial was finished. They made a map goes from Egypt all the way to Sudan and across the whole of Africa highways. But that did never come to life. 60 years later, we never got through that. I've seen that on YouTube. There's highways that they
We need to
connected.
learn to take yes for an answer. When our people do something, we say no. When they don't do something, no. Okay, what is the way? We have to
I
take
know
yes for
the
an
way.
answer sometimes. I have the way in my head, but the only thing I know is blocking all the ways. You have to, when people do the right thing, acknowledge it so that they will do more of the right things. That's all I'm saying. Because I think that was a genius idea for them to come up with that. There are so many things we discuss here that when I go and check the documents, they're actually ahead of us. It's crazy.
To Nigeria, is there a highway linking Ghana and Nigeria?
Yeah, even up to this in Gambia.
Good.
All the way
There's a
from
highway
Nigeria
now
to
linking.
Gambia.
There's a highway now linking Cameroon and Nigeria. So if we're linking from Cameroon to Nigeria, so we've got to Ghana. So if they're going to Gambia, so we've got to Gambia. Do you know what I mean? There's these works going on in the ground. They take time. The African Development Bank, you need to go and see what they're doing, how they're developing this continent. There's a lot of work that's been done. It might seem small, but it's going to pick up. You know, the things that have been going on, like every day plans, and they are maybe that the train station, the train railway that this lady said from I don't know Egypt to that was supposed to maybe to be financed by the European Bank, but they're not doing things again in Africa. Now the African Development Bank is taking all this initiative and they're doing great work. You know, you just need to see what they're doing and give them credit.
But these things are
Gradually,
there
we're
in
going to get there.
Southern
We're still
Africa.
fighting colonialism and corruption and things like that.
And
Yeah,
it's
we
not
know
fair on the
that
people
is
that are
just in
doing
the
those things.
country
If
of
you
South
people are
To be
doing
fair,
good
though,
work,
I don't know about
if you are
some
doing
of
good
these
work,
things are already there, though.
Josie Gold, if you are doing
But
a
that's
good
a good.
job,
That's
Southern
good.
Africa's
and
already
That
there.
is good.
and
It's already
somebody
there.
go behind you, somebody goes behind you and starts saying, "Oh,
Railways
you
that
didn't do
start from South
anything.
Africa
You
all the way
didn't do
to
anything."
Zambia.
No, Josie Gold, if you go and do something good for your
What?
people
What
or
are you talking?
anybody, no, I'm saying that if you go and do something good for anybody and people are just there saying, "Oh, you never did anything. You never did anything." Does that sound very good from your point of view, knowing that you've contributed positively and worked very hard for your people, and people just go and dismiss everything outright? And I don't think we know the damage we do to some
Look,
of others people. We make people disheartened. Was it not you, Josie, go that? Oh no, it was the other guy that said he wanted to leave his country because he was disheartened with the politics of the country. With this type of talk, why
you
wouldn't they
mean
be
the other
disheartened?
South African? What's the
Yeah,
South
I used to.
African?
I think it was Loki.
Can
That's South African.
I get
So
in?
you mean
Can I
Radi?
say something, Josie?
Radi,
Can I
yeah.
say something,
Radi?
Josie?
Yeah. What do you
Can I
say?
Yeah.
can
He said
can I
he's
say
leaving South
something, Josie?
Africa
Sure.
to Canada
Go
because
ahead.
he's
Josie,
disheartened with the
Sure. Go
politics.
ahead.
Yeah. To Niger, that guy
I'm
said
listening. Yeah.
he's leaving ANC, working for the government. He never said he's leaving South Africa.
No, he's going to
No,
Canada.
he
You didn't
did
know
tell
that?
you, so he did.
He's
He
going
said
to
he's leaving
Canada.
South
He
Africa.
did say he's immigrating in a previous life.
Oh,
Yeah,
maybe
he said he's going
okay,
somewhere to
maybe it's another
Canada,
video.
You think I would just
and
dream
he
of
said
that kind
something
of
about
statement?
white
Then
holding
my
hands with
apologies
white
to
people.
Tunaja, my
He's a
apology because I thought maybe I didn't
no,
watch
that
that
guy,
video.
that's the
Sorry.
same guy.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Would South Africa be developed if it wasn't for white
Like,
people?
that guy was something else.
Oh no, the K has started again. He's come with all these
Hey,
devilish
just
Repeat
questions.
the question.
We don't.
Would
Repeat
South
the
Africa
question,
be
Kate.
He wants to trigger an argument
without white
again.
people?
hey,
White people
Josie.
is a
Hey,
major
Josie.
contribution to South Africa.
Look,
Clearly,
I've
they
said
won't be
that to
this
you many
advanced.
times, Kaiser.
Hey, Josie. You're
I
closer,
disagree.
right? Josie, are
Yeah,
you closer?
but from Joburg, mixed. Yeah,
Do closest speak click language?
yeah. It has many clicks in the language. In the language,
But
yeah.
but mainly they're Bantu, so I don't understand. Like, that's not a Bantu language, right?
Okay.
I don't think it's Bantu at all. I can't
Yeah,
understand
here's
anything
where
these people say. They're not Bantus.
okay, let me explain
They
this.
are.
No, because I can't understand their language. You
South
see, if I
Africa
speak to someone from, if I speak
Hold
to
on.
someone from
Dr.
Zimbabwe,
K,
like
hold
from,
on, wait,
one second,
stop.
from the Shona, I can understand
Kaiser,
Shona.
you're not South
But these
African.
people on
Yeah,
their
but you're
weird
not South
languages.
African.
They're not
Let
Bantu.
Josie
he
explain.
asked me
Let
a
Josie
question.
explain. He's South African. Let him explain.
I vote Hossa for the African
These are not your
language. I
people.
say.
Exactly, that's my
Okay,
point. They're not Bantu.
okay, let me go. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Kaiser, stop interrupting people. You've been talking for look. Okay, the story
No,
is like
no.
this. The Bantu part was more dominant, meaning that basically, if you look at it carefully, the Bantu basically came in and took over. Meaning like that's where all the click language sounds come in. But if you listen to many of the words as well, you'll notice that there are many similarities between some sort of Central African countries and East African countries. But of course, it's further different, especially closer because it has the most clicks. So yeah.
No,
So
they
when you
aren't. I
say
don't. Tell me
Bantu,
one
but
word.
technically it's
One
actually a
word.
mix. It's a
Tell me
mixture
one
between
South African word that
no,
is
I'm
actually
Kosa.
similar.
Kosa. That's a word.
That language is hard to speak.
Yeah.
And that's why I want that language to
It's
be
really
known
hard.
by Africans.
Yeah,
Because the
yeah.
Chinese language is so hard to learn. It's really so hard to learn that by the time you want to go and spy on them, you will be like going to their language classes for ages before you get out there.
To Niger. You see, the Nguni people, they're not Bantus, right? The Bantus are only as far as Shona people. These are the people, they're more, the language is more like that weird ancient African language. It's not Bantu. Shona, I can understand Shona because I speak Swahili, right?
Well,
I
wait a
actually
minute.
can understand Shona.
Wait a minute. Zulu is a Bantu. Zulu and Kosa are both Bantus, bro. What are you talking about?
No, they have some Bantu admixture in there, but they're not really
No,
Bantu.
No, they are mostly
Zulu is
actually
Bantu,
Bantu,
bro.
actually. They are mostly Bantu.
How
Have you
I
seen
don't
them?
understand those languages. I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the language. I'm not talking about the
Bantu
genetics
is a
of the people.
language.
The language too is not it's not
I'm
Khoi
talking about
or
look,
Kosa.
Teenager, let me explain.
The thing is like
No,
this.
hang on.
Well, hold on. Look, there needs to be clarity here. No. No. Like, cause you're talking a lot of crap. The reality is this, okay?
These guys are.
Goonie people and Xhosa people share the same ancestors. Basically, all Goonie people.
Yeah, you do.
Goonie people. No, most Goonie people when they do a DNA test, it comes out as either Southeast Bantu or Khoisan. It's mostly a mixture of those. What he's right about is that some people will have more Khoisan in them, and some people will have more Southeast Bantu. So it's actually a mixture.
But look at the language, right? The language is so
which
separate
part of
from
the country
other Bantu
where you might
languages.
be. It's the dominant, but you
When
keep the
I
Bantu
hear
part is
Zulu
more
talk,
dominant.
they sound
Xhosa and
real
Zulu share the
Bantu.
same
When I hear
dialect.
Bulus talk, they don't sound coy. They don't sound coy at all. They sound
Yeah,
real
but
Bantu to me.
Xhosa,
No,
here's where the
Teenager,
problem
it's not
is.
Bantu.
Here's where
The
the problem
Zulus.
is. Here's where the problem is. Hold on. Stop, Kaiser. Here's where the problem is. You can't separate Zulu people from Xhosa people. All the Nguni speakers, they share the exact same dialect. They understand each other when they talk. It's more or less the same language.
And those
You
people
can't
are not
separate
Bantus.
them.
The only
Zulu,
Bantus are the
Xhosa,
Shona people,
Swati,
people
it's in
like
their
that.
head. You can't separate.
See,
Can I say something?
Shonas are Bantu.
Yeah,
These are the
you
Nguni
see,
people,
you're
not
talking about a
Bantus.
part you don't know.
No, Shona, like
Go
I
ahead,
said,
Tawiso.
it sounds like
Kaiser,
Yeah, let Tawiso speak. Let the man talk.
And this guy's a guy. Is this guy a troll or what's happening with him? Is he just trolling or what? So Josie,
Yeah,
he's
I
quite
want to ask you.
mischievous all the time.
He's trolling.
I want to ask you something, Josie. What was the Tswanas, the Batswana, which I share close relation with them because I'm underpaid. So Batswana, are they mixed more with San or the Khoi? Because the Khoi and the San are different people. I mean, different tribes. So at the Batswana, because Batswana they also.
I'm not sure which one is
integrate.
Khoi or San, but I know they also mix because like my mom's people.
Okay, the Khoi were more on the coast side.
Isn't it
They
you
were
said
more
earlier that
on
you're
the west.
Balobedu, right?
Yeah,
Here's
but
the
I'm
thing.
Balobedu. Yeah.
Go.
So
Okay,
which tribe has the Asian?
I'm not
people?
sure
The
which
tribe
part
that
of the
goes
Khoi. Hold on,
over the
let me just answer him. Let me just answer him. Look, let me just answer him. I'm not sure which one was a Khoi or San, but I know it was Khoi San, one of those groups, one of the indigenous groups. Because like my mom's side is them, they also have like Balobedu kind of like ancestry as well. So, but some of my cousins
I can explain to you.
took the DNA.
Josie, I want to ask one question.
Also like large percentage, like 60%.
I want to ask one practical question.
Oh,
How do you write the
Would you
clicks
stop
in
interrupting?
your language? How do you write the clicks in
Not
the
you,
Hausa language?
Niger.
Yeah, I wanted to ask how it is written, the clicks. When you are clicking, do they write them in
X,
different
any
ways?
word with an X is a. Hold on.
The X is the click, eh?
No.
I see.
To put it
The
to
X
make it
is the
simple for you.
Tunisia, clicks is not a Bantu language. These are not Bantus.
And Q's are.
Yeah, they are called. I don't care what it's called. The point is that it's the hardest language to learn. And if
but
Africans
whatever.
choose that language, the Europeans will find it hard to decipher, or the Chinese. And right now, they said that Africa is, 10% of Africans speak one language, and it's English. So why not just have the others start learning it? Because for me, the Swahili is 15% Arabic.
No one's gonna learn
Swahili.
Swahili is
Most
15%
fancy languages are ugly.
Swahili is 15% Arabic. I can't accept that we Africans choose a language that is 15% Arabic.
Your name of your country is 100%
Arabic language.
The name of your country is 100% white man. Nigeria.
Yeah, but am I advocating Nigeria for Africa? I'm telling you that we need to make Africa for Africans in terms of the way we define our things.
These people like Josie Gold is not a Bantu, right? South Africans
are
not Bantus. The only kind of Bantus in South Africa are like Shona people. The rest of them Nguni people with their cliques and their mixture with the Khoi and San. These are not Bantus. I don't know where that's going.
You're wrong, Kaisa. I thought you were.
You're saying pure.
That's the case.
If you say pure, I can take that. If you
I've
say
seen
pure,
the
I can
Zulus
take
dance. I've seen the Zulus dance. I was surprised to see a cultural dance in. See, let me say something, please. There was this Zulu dance. I've seen this Zulu women dance.
Come on,
and I was surprised in Nigeria recently. There was these ladies that were dancing. I was like, wow, that is so similar. Some of the way they were moving around and dancing around. So when they say those people are Bantus, there's a good reason why they are saying they are Bantus. They are.
Okay. So because we dance similar, we're related.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Let me explain it tonight. Let me explain it.
Because that is true, of course.
Can I speak?
Do you dance like the Scottish?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead,
I can hear you, Christopher. We can hear you.
Yeah, we can see you.
Thank you.
We can hear you.
All right. Is it Dr. Keizo?
That's me.
I've been to Nairobi a lot of times.
This was the guy that was trolling me in the chat. I'm going to troll you here.
No, I'll troll
you. Want to talk?
You want
to talk?
Just let the man
now
talk.
we're here.
Let the man talk.
Let him talk. I'm just having a. I'm just fooling around.
Many times to Niger. Okay. Anyway, let's get to the point. Dr. Keizo, what is nyama choya?
Nyama choma.
Grilled meat. Grilled meat.
Okay. So nyama. What does that mean?
Yeah.
Meat.
It means meat.
Josie,
you're gonna go down saying it's the same language. Okay, fine.
Josie, what does nyama mean?
No,
okay,
I'm not saying it's the same language.
No, but I'm just that actual word, meat. No, but this guy is saying that
nyama means meat.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many words. What's up?
Can I say something, guys? So inyama is in the Nguni language.
Yeah,
in our language,
it's
nama.
Christopher finish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So all I'm trying to say, because he's saying that there's no words, nothing. I heard so many similar words when I was out there. So many.
Apart from
similar
Nyama,
words.
give me another one that you know.
No, that's the one I picked up.
Because in Shona, I can tell you like the
What's the
language Shona is similar to my mom's language, Buganda language. Shona, it's almost the
Yeah,
same
but
language.
I'm gonna
But the Nguni
give you
people,
a phrase.
their
Like
language is so
Tabiso,
weird. Like
Tabiso,
right, go ahead.
Yeah. Sure.
It's
Okay,
a Creole
Tabiso,
language, man. It's mixed.
like
It's not a real Bantu language.
your language falls under the Sotho speaking tribes. Hold on.
Yeah. Yes. So usually the Zulu.
So what does a kuna matata mean?
No
Hold on,
worries.
let him answer. What does a kuna matata mean? Kaiser.
It means no problems, right?
No
That
worries,
kind of
right?
stuff.
Now,
Yeah.
like Tabiso, what does hauna matata mean? Like hauna matata. What does that mean?
Hauna matata.
To Tabiso.
No.
Like,
Yeah, hauna matata means
no
no
problem.
problems.
It means the same thing.
No
Right?
problems.
Which language?
Exactly.
Yeah.
No problem.
Which language?
Yeah.
Wait, which language?
No worries, right?
It's
Which
Michael,
language?
Can you
can
hear how
speak?
close that is?
Yeah, but which language
Can
is
I-
that?
No,
Can I
that's in
speak?
Soto. What we talking
Exactly,
about?
Soto. Not is that
That's
part of the Nguni language?
Like
Is it part of the
Tswana, Soto.
wait. Is it part of the Nguni language? Simple question.
Can I speak, guys? Can I
Yeah,
speak?
let him speak.
Because I'm gonna
Christopher
explain this.
Kane. Christopher
Simple
Kane.
question.
You said
But the
Africa
Nguni
controls
language
his
is
airspace.
yeah. Go ahead.
This dude is an
Yeah,
idiot.
let him
What do you
explain.
mean by that, Christopher
Let the man
Kane?
explain.
So can I
Wait.
speak? So
We'll debate it.
Tabiso, just speak.
Okay,
Tabiso,
Balobeli
just
they
talk.
mix. Yeah.
Just go ahead.
Yes. Balobeli they mix of
Go
the
ahead.
Lo. There's a tribe in Zambia called Lozi. The Lozi tribe in Zambia was once invaded by Basutu. Basutu, they come.
I think your microphone got invaded.
Tribal microphone.
Yeah, so you didn't answer my question, Josie.
Dr. Kane, I'm not done with Dr. Christopher Kane. I mean, what did you mean by what
Elijah, are we
Africa
speaking
controls
over?
his airspace?
Are we speaking over people? We'll get back.
No, I'm not speaking over him now because
Yeah,
his
you
mic
cutting.
is
Your
gone.
connection is cutting. We can't hear you carefully.
Yeah, if his mic is on,
Can
I'm
you
not
hear
gonna
me
speak
now?
over him.
Can you
Go
hear
ahead.
me?
Your
Now?
mic is cutting.
Yes.
Let's have your mic is your mic or your connection. Something's not right with it. Like check it.
It's probably my
It
connection.
seems
Okay,
okay
fine.
now.
I'm out. Is it fine
Okay.
now?
Yeah, it seems
Is it
now.
fine
It
now?
seems fine now. Yeah.
Okay, Josie. I
Yeah,
was saying
speak.
the Balobeli tribe. The Balobeli tribe, they actually come from Zambia. The Lozi, the tribe. There's a tribe called Lozi. Actually, we are Balozi, not Balobeli. We are Balozi by the old
Balozi,
sound
alright.
of the word. Yeah, Balozi. It's the abbreviation of Lozi from a Zambian tribe. The Zambian tribe called Lozi in Zambia was conquered.
Alright.
The tribe came up about the Sotho people conquering part of Zambia, and they infiltrated that part and then introduced their language. So they're kind of like the tribes that were there combined the Sotho from Basotho, and then they came up with Lozi. So that's why when we came down to South Africa again, it was easy for us to relate with the Baileys and Botswana because their languages they circulate around that northern part. But they also like under Bantu languages because Inyama is like Nama in my language. And then what was the other word we spoke? Akuna Matata. Ahuna Matata in my language. I'm not gonna say Akuna
Nama.
Matata. I'm gonna say Ahuna
Nama and
Matata.
Soto.
Yeah.
You guys are answering my questions. The language you mentioned before, is it Nguni language? Yes or no?
No, it's not Nguni.
Yeah.
That's
Exactly.
Not.
I was against
But
Nguni.
But
Yeah,
but
no,
listen,
that's not
I'm not against
but
Zambians,
listen,
so
but
Nguni
listen,
are not Bantus.
but listen,
Okay,
guys.
Christopher. Okay, let's go to Christopher.
Nyama is in Nguni, it's in Xhosa. This is Zulu, Swati. So it's in Nguni.
Hey man, I just love how you guys said Xhosa. I'm from Xhosa.
You see,
Yeah, there are
I
many
say it's
other
a great
ones.
language and people are not listening.
That's tight, bro.
And 50%
No one's gonna learn that
Arabic
language
language.
tonight, yeah.
It's a great language. I say they should make it a continental language.
It's
Force
too
people
hard
to
to
learn it.
Niger. No one's
That's
gonna
the
learn a hard
point.
language.
That
And
is
guess
the
what?
point.
Hey, I got a question for Josie. Josie, are you familiar with those people hunter and gatherers from Tanzania that also speak click language?
Hadza.
Hadza, are you familiar with those people?
You cutting.
Are you
Kabza the
familiar
Small.
with the? Are you familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay,
What? Like,
the
repeat what you
Hadza
said.
are they close to the Khoisan people?
The language maybe, but the genetics are mixed up with
What's a
Nilotes and
hunter?
Bantus.
Is it in East Africa? No, I don't know. Like,
Tanzania.
like,
Yeah, they're in Tanzania. They are hunter and gatherers people.
those are like Ngunis. Okay, look. I think to make this simple is this: most South Africans are a mixture of what you call Bantu and Khoisan groups of people. That's basically as simple as that, just to make it simple.
So they're not Bantus.
Because most people they find their traces in that. So that's basically it. Yeah, if you 100% Bantu, then hey man, then you're right.
Dr. K, if you have problem with clicking, how do you not have problem with people speaking like they are speaking from their nose, like Hosa or Kola? There are so many European languages that sound as if they are.
I don't like those though. That's the thing. I don't like them.
But
I don't
people learn them anyway. People learn them.
Not many.
Even Arabic languages, they have a lot of nose kind of word whereby it looks like they want to empty the content of their nose all the time. All inside their
Tanaja, Swahili is the fastest growing language in Africa.
Yeah, but the point is, it shouldn't be.
Who cares?
That's my point. We should.
It shouldn't be. You're making a should argument. Are you come on? It shouldn't be.
That's my point.
Oh my god.
You are
We
talking.
want to know.
It's
Okay,
like you're emptying the content of your nose. What is
on
that?
the panel.
I say Hosa because it's just as hard as the
Hosa.
Arabic one. Yeah, it's uniquely African. It's a unique language. If you want to start afresh, why not start from that?
Hey, yo, tonight.
Yeah.
So you would like to learn Xhosa? Interesting.
Yeah, because it's the most unique language on the planet, for crying out loud.
Wait, Crane is speaking.
Teenager.
Yeah.
Teenager. I'm impressed with the way you got passion to learn other languages. Is it because Nigeria has got many languages? Because you kind of like, you sound so fascinated, and I'm interested to know, like, is it
No, he's
because
lying.
like
Should I even speak another tribal language in Africa? Tell me. No, you
What
don't.
the-
You don't speak Hausa. You don't speak Fulani. It's true.
I
I'm telling
speak
you the
other
fact.
languages too.
You speak Fulani and Hausa. Simple
It's
question.
not.
Yes
I'm
or no?
saying that if you are
Niger,
looking into the
simple
future,
question. Do you
I'm
speak
just saying
Hausa
that
or
if-
Fulani?
No, I don't
How
speak
many
Hausa.
languages-
No, exactly. You can't even learn language from your own place. Now you're gonna go down to South Africa.
What is wrong with you? But he didn't let me finish.
That's
I
a
learned
good
other
point,
languages
Dr.
in
K.
Nigeria. I learned
Come on,
other
stop
languages
lying,
in Nigeria.
Niger.
There are other languages I know how to speak in Nigeria. There's no Nigerian you see in Nigeria that doesn't know at least 2 languages. Come on, you can't be in Nigeria. You don't know 2 languages at all because there are too many of them to pick from. My point is that
Naja, can you speak any of the northern languages, bro?
No, you can't.
No,
That's what I just said.
I didn't grow up in the
Oh,
north.
Bro, everybody in
I
Kenya
encountered them a
speaks
lot.
3
I know
languages.
some of their
bro. What are you talking
terms.
about?
I know some of their
Niger.
terms. Like
Everybody,
Everyone in Kenya speaks 3.
Bro, everybody in Kenya speaks 3 languages. Literally,
Minimum.
everybody in Kenya speaks 3 languages. So what are you talking about, too, Niger?
Yeah.
No, but that's my point. I'm saying, oh my God, I'm talking. Did I compare anybody? I'm just saying in Nigeria, what is people just like to fight.
Okay,
Point
so
is,
Tinaja, I have a question
I
for you,
prefer
right?
Xhosa for the continent because it's
Yeah, so
harder
Josie-
to learn for outsiders.
Josie and Christopher Kane. Let's put this Xhosa problem out of the woodworks. Is there lessons? Can you teach a university course and have it very, very kind? Can you basically build a space shuttle in Xhosa? Yes or no? See, in Swahili you can. Yeah, Tinaja, hey, no, don't ask that question. You can't
I've
even
never
teach.
heard of it.
Come on.
Dr.
Right,
K, I've
okay,
never heard
so
of
good.
it.
Right.
Dr. K, I've
So
never
I don't know.
heard about like the Swahili.
That's now the issue.
In
Dr.
Swahili,
K,
I've
you
never
can.
heard people build. In Swahili, I've never heard anyone build a spaceship in Swahili.
No.
No,
let me
I'd say
the
yes
point
for
he's trying to
Xhosa
make.
or
The
any
point
other
he's
South
trying to make
African
is
language.
look. The point he's trying to make is like
Possible.
one of those click languages. They don't have alphabets like Swahili. That's the point he's trying to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can always create some. How hard can it be to learn?
What do you mean the alphabet?
People learn Arabic all the time. Go
Whoa,
to Nigeria. They are forcing
explain,
children to learn
H
Arabic
block
language
explain.
and learn the Quran. Pardon?
Okay. Whoa, I need to understand what H block is saying. H block. Like, what do you
Yeah,
mean? Like, repeat what you
I
said.
was saying,
I need to be
okay,
sure. I
like
need to
what?
understand what you said.
Okay, the language that the Kosans speak, the click language, does that have an alphabet?
Nope.
The closer, yeah.
It does.
An alphabet. You mean its own alphabet?
Its own alphabet, yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
No, I've never.
But But alphabet doesn't
Yeah.
matter as long as
No,
you can
to
speak
Niger.
it. After
No,
all,
listen, to Niger.
The French have their own. They don't
No,
have their own
listen,
alphabet. They use the
to
Latin
Niger.
alphabet, but they still you speak their French
Uh,
language.
No.
So do
I
the
think
Germans.
I think it does. I think it was I, A, E, O, U. Yeah, I think it does have it. Yeah.
Okay,
No,
so
it
let me ask
has
you.
vowels. It has vowels, but not alphabet.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
not
it has
alphabet
Doesn't
like
have
the other
exclamation
languages
marks
though.
and
an
all
alphabet.
those
It
weird
has
stuff.
Yeah. And another question for you, South Africans. In Kosa, can you express yourself in a full philosophical discussion or building like a complex system like a space shuttle, or let's just say a spaceship, right? Anything like that, or
Oh
rocket,
my
or nuclear
God!
science. Well, it's a real question because a language has to be advanced enough that you
Yes,
can
he
have
can.
high complex in Kosa.
Yes,
Not
Okay.
you
just
can.
So how do you
because
say?
it's not
So how
just
do you say?
Swahili
Hey,
that can
hey,
do that.
I
Yes.
want to build a rocket. Hey, rocket!
Exactly. You call it rocket and you put the click at the end of
Yes.
it. It's complete.
Yes, it can.
You know.
But I'm honest because you just trolling. You can do that with any language. You
Exactly.
can do
All
that
you
with
have
any
to do is
language.
take
Make
a
it talk to
Bantu
yourself.
language
You're
and
just
slap
trolling.
a
No.
click at the end of
What
it.
I'm saying is, some languages don't have not advanced enough. They don't have enough words or expressive. But for example, some languages can't even express north, south, west, east, and these are basic things that are needed for like science. So what I'm saying is, a language has to
You
be advanced.
create them instantly. This is not rocket
Come on,
science.
you
You can
don't just
create them
create things
easily.
and then make people speak a thing that
Guys,
doesn't
They
of all
create.
exist.
South African languages have
Oh
that.
my God, winning.
It's
Where did that
already
word come
there.
from? People have all kinds of weird
It's
words that
already
show up
there.
anytime, and you can.
Most languages
Okay,
have
you
that.
see, it's already there.
So how do you say
Yep.
north in Kosa? How do you
Most
say
languages
north in
have that.
Kosa? Yeah. How do you say
Does not
north?
have not.
North. That's how you say it. North. North.
See?
Yeah. No, come on, stop it, Niger. Yeah. So
What?
Josie Gold, how do you say north in Costa? The word is there a word for north that you know of? South, east, and west. Tell me.
See that?
The click
See,
of your tongue.
see. Dr.
Mshona
K,
langa,
you are
Mshoma
here
langa,
advocating a
Mzansi.
15% Arabic language on the continent, and they are telling you that this is the most. The Chinese have a very, very funny language too, but we don't see people laughing at them
Yeah,
now.
it's highly developed. That's the thing. You know,
Okay,
it's
I need to
Have you
tell
heard the
I need to
Chinese
tell
rap?
something. I need to tell
One
something to
Yeah,
Chinese
Niger.
but we
rap,
He
have
kept
that.
man.
saying
Hilarious.
those Arabic is a foreign language, but I need to tell you one thing, Niger, that you're not aware of. Those Afro-Asiatic languages actually started in Africa. Like
That is true.
language like Hebrew, languages like Hebrew, Arabic, even Maltese. The Afro-Asiatic
Aramaic.
language have origin in Africa. It started in Africa. Language like
Yep.
Aramaic and stuff like that. So those languages are not foreign.
Yeah.
But the problem is
I
that
know about
now
Aramaic.
they've
Yeah.
decided to describe them as the 15% actually came from outside the current Africa, because I know that most of this language originated in Africa,
Yeah.
but they are saying that 15% of the Swahili came from the outside this time. So what do you make of that? Personally, I feel like if you want to make a continental language, I would rather have something more original.
Well,
Tonight, no one's
I
gonna speak
don't care,
Kosa.
man. Tunaja Swahili sounds
Yeah,
nice, man.
exactly.
Let's be
Yes.
nice. Swahili and Lingala,
Exactly.
it
So
sounds
Swahili
nice.
is the
You
most
know.
beautiful language in the world. I
Well,
was
I
not
don't
Africa.
with
I'm gonna say the
Lingala. I think
world,
they've
man.
got a
Swahili is
tie
the
with
most beautiful
Lingala.
language.
You know, I think
That
Swahili is just widely used because
Yes.
the Kakuna have learned it, they understand it, so they have to promote it more.
then what
Yeah,
is the
it's
point? We are trying
but
to get away from English and get away from French, and suddenly we go to
so
another one that has
no,
15% already in
speaking
our
speak.
Come
language.
on.
I know some people will say, "Oh, you speak English," but speaking English now is an advantage. Let's just be honest. You know, speaking English now in this present world is an advantage. You know, it's an
Oh
advantage for
no,
us.
let's not get it twisted.
Can we speak
Language is a
Somali then,
tool.
Tunaja? Or are
English,
you against
English.
Somali? Can we have Somali as a national
I
language
don't
for
know about their
Africa?
language. If it
No,
sounds anything like the
that's
Arabic language, I'm not going to
that's
Oh,
worry.
come
40,
on.
80% or 90% Arab.
No, I'm not. I'm not
Come
No,
being
on.
mean.
Swahili
I'm
to
not
call
being
bro,
it
mean.
like
way.
okay,
See,
Come on.
I'm not even
you guys,
advocating my own
bro,
language. I'm not even advocating my own language. I'm not trying to
you
be mean.
guys,
I'm
bro,
just saying,
you
if
guys
there's
sound
anything that is
very look.
original,
Two
the Coastal
Niger,
language is the most original
two
on the
Niger,
continent.
two Niger, and a tribal African. You guys sound very ignorant when you guys say
Yeah,
Somali
say
is Arabic.
90% is Somali, yeah.
I
Somali is
never
not
said
Arabic.
Somali was Arabic.
No, it's not. literally not. They're not even the
So
same
The
Tanaja,
Somali language is older than the Arabic language.
older
I
than the
said
Arabic.
if
Well, do
I
you know
said
Thousands
if
of
something?
it
years.
sounds like
Wait,
Arabic,
let me
somewhat. It
Where
doesn't
Arabic came
sound like
from?
Arabic.
can I ask this
so I
question?
don't know. I just said what I
The
thought.
Somalia, is that many languages or is just one language you call Somali?
Somali is
Yes.
Somali is the official language.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So
But
this
there's
is what
many
I'm saying.
dialects
I
of Somali.
was watching something on YouTube. I saw this lady. She was doing comparison between a language and one girl from Jordan. Their words were similar. Jordan is not an Arabic country.
Yeah, so it's Afro-Asiatic, as in
Good.
the
They were
languages
speaking.
have.
How do you say this in Somali? It was the same, almost word for word.
Okay,
So
can
if
I
you
can I
say,
explain? Can I explain why is that? I'll tell you why is that. Okay, those languages are related, just like Spanish, Italian, etc.
so
Like those
that's where it's close to
Indo-European languages,
Arabic. Yeah.
right?
No, not
No, I
Arabic.
said they're both under the same family tree. For example,
Family tree,
Afro-Asiatic.
yes.
Somali is a Cushitic language. Arabic is a Semitic
Semitic,
language, but
two
they're both
different
under
branches.
Afro-Asiatic, different branches.
Look,
Yeah,
it's,
and
it's,
That
it's
that's
the same way. Look, it's the same way as Hindi and Spanish is the same family language, right? It's called Indo-Europeans. So Somali and the Arabic is the same way. It's called Afro-Asiatic. That's the same language family. But Somali predates Arabic by thousands of years. Arabic is a new language that evolved recently, while Somali has been
yeah,
spoken there for thousands of years. That's the
yeah.
difference.
Also, if it was Jordan, it's probably Aramaic, not Arabic.
Yes, exactly. It came from Aramaic, actually. Hebrew and Arabic both came from Aramaic. They both diverged from Aramaic. Also, Aramaic is very, very close to Amharic language in Ethiopia. Like,
Yes,
very
yeah.
close. You know what I mean?
You are
okay.
making a
I'll
lot
do
of.
some.
None of us have any. I don't have any background in these claims that people are making, because I know that the Sudanese or the Kush people that we know of before, they have their own this in language and writing that is actually different from the Aksum this in empire. So how do
But
you
it's also
relate
Afro-Asiatic.
all of them?
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Talking
That's
about
part of
tongues,
the Chadic part of
Dr.
the
Kezo,
Afro-Asiatic family.
let me speak
It's
for a
Chadic.
minute.
Yeah, you can speak.
Are Rwandans originally from Somalia? I've heard people say that. Is that true?
No,
No, of course
they're
not.
not.
It is true. It's true. I'll explain. It is
I
true.
think it. Yeah, I think it is. Go on.
It is true. Okay, let me explain. Let me explain. So,
Where's the
Rwanda, you,
evidence
you
they
have.
come from the Horn?
Okay, let me explain, please. In Rwanda, you have two main ethnic groups, the Hutu and Tutsis. So at this point, they mixed so much that they became one ethnic group, that they're not distinct from each other, right? However, the Tutsis have origin in Horn of Africa, mostly Somali and Oromo, and you can easily tell that if you just like go to YouTube right now and search Tutsi DNA. Majority of them all have Ethiopian or Somali in there, as much as Bantu, because they intermarried the Hutus for so long that they also became a Bantu group. Does that make sense?
But the
I
question
think there is
here
an
is,
when you look at
why
the
don't they
Tutsis,
speak?
even they do have some features that
Yeah.
remind that is similar to the Somalis. Maybe there's some
No.
truth to that.
Tinaja, the genetically, the 80%, 60% the Bantu DNA, 20% Nilotic, and the rest is like Somali
That's the
Oromo
problem.
DNA.
Africans are mixed. Look at the Maasai; they are some of the tallest groups too in that East African this region. And Africans are mixed. Let's face it. If you try to find where one is from, you're going to end up in other people's
But question I have
backyard.
for you, H Block, is why did they forget their Cushitic language? Because they speak Kinyarwanda, which is purely Bantu language.
Right, because they assimilated when they went to Rwanda, Central Africa. It wasn't called Rwanda back
Yeah.
then, but they assimilated with the locals. That they left their language and adapted the local Bantu language.
Yeah, because I know with the Kikuyu, it's a similar story. They absorbed a lot of Oromos into their tribe, and genetically, Kikuyus have the most similar genes to like Rwandese, Tutsis, and stuff.
Kikuyus are the most diverse group in East Africa, actually.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't see any other tribe that are more diverse than Kikuyu. Kikuyus have DNA from Nilotics, Kushites,
Yep.
Bantus, everybody
Even
basically.
Arabs. Yep.
Arabs, yep, that's true.
Because there's always has to be a mixed import now somewhere where the whole
Mixing
most of the
pot.
people are mixing.
Yeah, I think
Not
if
mixing
Africa
pot,
has
melting
got a
pot,
lot of
melting pot.
Tonight,
Stop it. Kezo,
Wait, one
you need to let go. You need to let go,
All
Kezo.
right.
I think East
So
Africa
there's a
has got a lot of
question.
mixing
I don't
going
know if
on.
anyone wants to answer it, but there's a question on the screen if anyone wants to take it.
Why not the Nubian
Yeah.
language? Northern Sudan and South Egypt. It was written both, by the Nubians are also in Kenya. It was written both ancient and Christian period. And by far, Nubian language, as I know, is Afro-Asiatic language again.
Is that a question? Wow.
That's
Yeah,
a
it's a
fair
question.
point. Could it not be a contender?
No, of course not. Swahili.
Yeah, because he wants Swahili. Let's see, personally, Swahili don't feel like 100% African. Don't you think when we want to start afresh, we better start, because that's the whole point,
No,
isn't
no,
it?
no.
We are trying to divorce ourselves.
I
We
will
might as
vote
well
for
stick with
Teenager,
Swahili.
any.
would you say the same about Hausa? Should Hausa be the official language?
I don't mind. Hausa is quite widely
They're the majority. They're the majority.
Why would
House
I
is the
mind?
majority in Nigeria.
But Hausa is Afro-Asiatic language tree.
But Kezo, if you remember what you said about Swahili, the reason why it was easy to become popular is because it's not from a major group, and
Yes,
maybe there's something to be
Swahilis are
said
nice
for
people.
it.
The nicest
Yeah, maybe
people
we
in
should.
Africa.
Yeah, maybe we should pick from like the Nuba people too. You know, the Nuba
they're
people, they
really
are one of
nice.
the blackest people on that
No.
continent, and you know, they are quite unique. I think the Hosa too, they are a contender.
Man,
Personally,
Swahili sounds good, man. All those other languages just sound different.
Yeah,
You know?
and you got
Let's
English
give
people
it to
in
Swahili and
say,
Lingala. You know.
how about the fact that it has 15% Arabic? You don't have any problem with
Come
that.
on,
Man,
Jaija.
what?
No one cares.
You
Come on.
said it.
European
Topoke was the one that told me that I have 15% Arabic language, and I was like,
European
"Hey,
languages are almost
we are trying to start
80% Latin
afresh here."
languages. They don't have a problem with that, bro.
Tonight, you gotta be
European
practical.
is Arab,
Swahili spreading by itself.
Latin language, but let's give it. You know, it's more
It
popular.
means that
It's
the
more,
Arab-speaking countries will find it easier to learn. Don't you see?
no,
The
no,
Northern
the
African
Arabs
countries will
cannot
find it
learn.
easier to learn
The Arabs can't learn Swahili, bro. Forget, you know.
because they have 50% of their language in there already.
No, it's changed. Maybe the way they say things is different. That's what they say, but I don't know how actually
Can you
that is
imagine a
true.
language
No,
that a
no.
Saudi Arabian can learn faster than a Nigerian? Oh, that's what you want to
No,
spread
no,
it.
no, no, no. Not to Niger. Let me take this. To Niger, you think because Swahili has some Arabic words for Arabic person to learn easily? That's not true. Because
Yeah, that's what
Swahili,
I'm saying.
the grammar is structured. The way the grammar is structured, the language is still Bantu. It's far from
Yeah,
Afro-Asiatic language.
yeah.
Right, their grammar is far from Afro-Asiatic. They do have some Arabic words, but that's not mean Arabic speaker is going to be easy
Arabs
for
speak
them.
with their throat. You know, it's like it's like really deep. They speak inside their throat and their neck. But Swahili is just like free and airy. You know.
Yeah,
I don't
because
see how
that's
it's
the
really.
Bantu influence. Because Bantus don't roll their R's like like the Arabic or other, even French. French is the same as Arabic. You see what I'm saying?
But if we say we want to start afresh, don't you think we should start from
Man,
ground zero?
we can never start afresh. We already messed up.
Finding solutions in
Something I need
Nigeria
to
with
ask. Yo, hold on. Whoa.
saying hold on and no one's talking.
Christopher, I need to ask
Yes.
you a question about the Swahili. Christopher.
Yes,
is he
I'm here.
Hello.
I'm here. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, look, the whole Swahili thing, right? Have you heard anything about it? Anyone saying they learn it in South Africa? Yeah, I can hear you now.
Never.
Yeah, the whole Swahili language thing. Have you heard anything about people learning it?
No. No.
Where can I say something?
Never.
No.
In my country,
Look,
in my country,
no,
at the
so
university, those who
he's never heard. Hold on.
literature
Wait.
study Swahili.
No.
Never.
So hold on. Let me just make this point. Hold on. In Southern Africa, no one's speaking it. Like the most dominant language in Southern Africa for me that I've picked up that people coming here speaking is Zulu, and then maybe two Xhosa or Sotho language in Southern Africa, meaning that people come from as far as Malawi or Zambia that speak one of these languages, and these languages are colourly linked.
Do the
as
colored
far as
people and the white
Swahili
people
in
speak the same
Southern
language?
Africa.
Hey, Josie.
But they come here learning.
It's similar, but it's not really Zulu.
Hey,
it's
Josie,
similar, but it's not really Zulu.
Hey Josie, do the
Yeah.
colored people and the white people in South Africa speak the same language?
Afrikaans.
Yeah, sure, I hear you.
Afrikaans. Yes, they speak
To the
Afrikaans.
Xhosa people and white people, there's some
No,
people
no,
who
no.
can
The
speak
colored people,
who
colored,
can
not the
speak
colored.
native languages like
What's
Xhosa or
colored
Zulu.
people? Is that mixed race or what? What's colored?
It's a
Some
mixed
can,
race,
not
yeah.
all. Some can.
Yeah, colors are mixed race.
Yeah,
South
yeah.
Africans.
Yeah.
But how come they not viewed as black
That's what I
people
was
in South
trying
Africa?
to look, but I think that they try.
Let me explain. Let me explain this whole thing.
So
They are
more of them
not.
understand the language. That's what I'm trying to say.
They are not black people.
But that's what I'm saying though. Look here, I live in the United. You know who Mariah Carey is? You see, like
No,
she.
bro, United States has got a different definition of black people, man. Sometimes
No.
you see some
That's
people
not
that
the
are
point I was
white.
trying to
So,
make.
what is your definition of black?
Exactly. Thank you, Dr. Art. But the
H
point I'm
block,
trying to make
you're
is
cutting.
why in Africa someone
block,
when they're
cutting.
mixed with
Repeat
white
what you
they're
said.
not considered black, but here
because
Let-
it is not.
Okay, so in South Africa, you got actually two types of colors.
Look,
in the Western
over here they're
Cape,
not black
because they
Yeah.
have a like 2-3% black DNA. Why's that in Africa? You know, if mixed persons is not considered black at all.
Yeah, but some of them
Because they're
even.
not. Because
Some of
they're
them.
not, man.
Have you heard? Have you heard of the Cape Malay?
This is not America.
Have you heard of the
Yes.
Cape?
Not America.
Have you heard of,
Like,
have you heard of
it's
the
not-
Cape? Have you heard of the
It's
Cape
not
Malay?
African. They're far from African.
Can you hear me?
But you say they're not
What
African.
you say?
but
What you
they
say,
are
bro?
African.
Have you heard of the Cape Malay?
H block.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Have you heard of the
Yeah,
Cape
he's
Malay?
talking to Christopher Kane.
Yeah? Those
Yeah,
are not
talk,
black
Christopher.
people. They're not black people. They're not black whatsoever. In fact, Islam, they're the ones who brought Islam to South Africa.
They Malaysian though. Those people they came from Asia, like places like Indonesia, and Malaysia.
They're a mixture. They're a mixture.
what?
But they're not black people.
Yeah,
What?
but they're
What
mixed.
are they mixed with?
They're
So
mixed.
they
They're mixed with
look
the
like people
indigenous
from
Africans that were
Madagascar,
there
right?
and white people and Asians. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
not black.
They're not black.
Look. No, like it's hard to say. Like they're very mixed. The thing is about colored people, they so mixed. Some of them have straight hair. So especially people who mix with Asians and white people and so on and so forth. And they're different types of colored people. Even colored people from the
Josie
north,
Gold,
like the
can
ones
you
in
define
KZN
me?
have Indian in them, and then they Gauteng colored. They just
But
yeah, I'm listening.
Josie Gold, my point I'm trying to make is, can you define me what a black
Oh.
person is?
I can't hear you.
I said, can you define me what a black person is?
A black person is a person who's of African descent.
Really?
Yeah.
So Moroccans are black?
Black person is a person who's of
Moroccans
African
are not of
descent.
African descent.
Basically,
Josie
close, very
Gold,
close.
I've got a question for you. Do you consider Josie Gold? Do you consider?
Black
Do you
African. You know what a black African is?
No, I'm saying
No,
is
we
Josie
don't
Gold.
know.
Do you consider
Yeah, go
those
ahead.
that live in America, the Caribbean, to be black?
All right,
Because the
can't
ones in America and Caribbean are mixed.
No, he said people who are of African descent. Those people are of African descent.
Well, mixed. For me,
Though they're in Caribbean, they are of African descent.
Yeah.
Moroccans and Africa, but they are
For me,
not
if
of
majority
African
of the
descent.
They're
DNA
diluted. Like if you watch American
African.
television shows, your average Black American, the ones from the
Yeah,
Caribbean,
but if you look like an African, you're African. For me,
No, what does that mean? You're not asking the question. As Moroccans black?
No,
So Moroccans are not black.
they're not.
No. They're not.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So, okay, African American.
There are Moroccans that are actually black. You see, this is the thing that they don't. They are most of these countries. The southern part of these countries are dark. That's what people don't know.
No, when we talk about Morocco to Nigeria, we know what a standard Moroccan looks like.
Okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
African
Okay.
American.
Whoa,
Can you share
let
the
me
screen,
explain
please?
this. Let me
I want to
explain
ask
this.
him if she thinks this woman is black.
Let me explain this.
Or not.
When they say, hold on,
Do you
hold on,
think-
hold on. Before you put it
you know what's even funny?
Look, the
They
reality
define
is that most of
they
them look
define a
Arab.
black
I'm not
person to
saying
be dark
fine, there might be
skinned.
some black.
Right.
Most of them look Arab.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Are whole
true.
Africans
That's true.
black? Huh? No. So whole Africans are not black. Well,
To be straight,
huh? Simple
For
question.
me,
Are Horn
we
Africans
had
black?
this discussion on the other channel,
Yeah.
and I
We
told
want a
you that
simple answer. Yes or no?
some of them are, some of them are not. Some of them are,
So
some of them are not.
in a family, right? You're gonna look like, let's say there's a family,
but
right?
it's true.
One of
But
them,
that
you're
is
like,
the
oh yeah,
truth.
this is a black one. This one is not. Like, are you this insane, bro? So you're gonna start looking at family and start telling us that some
No,
of them
no,
are
no,
black.
no. You know
The brother
exactly
is
what a
the
black
brother is
person
black. Yeah, like I said, the families in Horn Africa are very diverse looking people. Some people have red hair, some people have more loose curls, some people have dark skin, some people have light skin. So are you gonna be like, oh man, yeah, this was a black one, and then this is a what? Come on, bro, you gotta be consistent.
Look, Kazo. Look, let me be direct with you. For me, I've lived here in Johannesburg my whole life, born and raised. I know what an African looks like. Sure, they could be lighter skin, but the texture of their hair is a certain way. But you can see that this is a black person. But regardless of where a person comes from, whether it be West Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa, even if they have differences in their looks, you can tell this is a phenotypically black African. I don't know how else I can
But
put it.
define,
There's no
Josie
in
Gold, define
between.
me, but Josie
There's no
Gold,
joking around. No,
but Josie Gold, define me
No.
what a black African is, because I can say the same thing about Asians, a Chinese person, an
Yeah.
Indonesian, and a Japanese person, and some from Cambodia. I can easily tell apart if this person is Chinese or not, because they don't look the same. Some of them have got that brownish skin tone. You could easily tell amongst the Asians. It's the same with the Africans.
Hold on. I never said Africans look like I said I can tell the difference. Hold on. Look, I'm gonna be straight with you. I can tell the difference between a West African.
For example,
East
do
African, and a
all
Southern
Indians
African.
look the same?
But
Because
you
there's
can tell
about
that these people are African.
Josie Gold,
9
in
out of
India,
10
yeah,
times I can.
in India, yeah, there's about 1 billion people. Do all Indians look the same?
Nope, not even close.
Basically, India has got basically
they're light-skinned
India's
Indians, and then,
population
like,
is
these
basically
dark
the
ones.
same
But
as
they're
Africa.
Indian.
Yeah,
Yeah,
India is
but
very
they're
diverse,
Indian.
just like with Africa.
Yeah, but they're Indian. Sure,
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
think
denying
this
it's
guy.
The point
diverse.
I'm
I
trying to
admit
make,
it's
the point I'm trying to
diversity.
make is Indians are different.
me-
You've got different phenotypes, different skin tones.
No,
But
man,
how
I'm
do we know if that
incorrect.
person's from India?
Yeah, so Christopher Kane, that girl who you say looks
tell
black,
this
that's
is
an
an
Oromo. That's an Oromo girl,
Like the ones I
from
see
the Horn
here.
of Africa. So I'm confused with you people saying, oh, Horn of Africans are not African, but this is the Oromo woman, and you're now saying she looks black.
No, you're
Kazu,
talking to me about colored people.
Disingenuous. You're being disingenuous, Kazu.
No, I put a picture of an Oromo woman, and then Christopher says that looks like a black woman, and that's a Hona. This is the biggest tribe in Ethiopia, for example.
Yeah. Hold on.
How am I being disingenuous?
No, Kaiser, you're being disingenuous.
Yeah, I told you the
And that
biggest
is
tribe.
I said some of them are black
Wait,
and some of them are
hang
not.
on. No, bro, listen. I gave an example of a woman from the largest tribe in
No,
the country.
but all I
That is a
said was this.
so-called.
There's
Hang
some
on,
that
hang on.
do
Wait,
look
let me
African
finish.
that
No,
are
fine,
black,
fine.
and some are not.
What
That's
is
what I said. No,
what is African to you, Josie Gold?
Yeah, so Josie, you gotta know it. So what's black about her? Is it her hair? Is it her skin tone? If she had slightly looser hair texture and it wasn't as as colored up.
No. Hold on. For me, the Oromo girl you showed us on the other channel. Everyone agreed that's an African, but everyone also agreed with me when we said, "No, man, the other chick that they showed, that's mostly the person that we see on a regular basis." That's what everyone said. Don't you remember that?
It's how.
I
Have
never
you seen
said
H Block? Have you seen H Block? He's a Somali guy. He doesn't look like whatever you think you see.
Or are not African. That's our H Black.
Right. Does he look like the typical Somali you see every day?
H Block does look different, to be honest.
Right.
More or
So
less.
look, I don't know what you're talking about. This black African thing. I think
Josie Gold, what are you talking about? Let me break this down carefully. Like H Block, right? I've got family members that are dark and light, but they've got similar phenotypes. Are you talking about the phenotype, the skin tone, the skull, the hair? What are you trying to say that is different? Because I don't know what the hell you're talking about, to be honest.
H Block has like different hair texture. No, but no.
South Africans are lighter than some of all these Oromo people themselves. So I don't know where we are going with this. I think Africans are just mixed. We have been around a long time. If two black people
He's a
move
racist.
out now, if two black people go out now and start having children in Europe, they will still bear white children sooner or later. So I don't know why is it surprising that some Africans are light skinned and some are dark.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna cut to the chase. It's this whole pan-bantuism supremacy rubbish on the internet and real life. They believe that they are the face of Africa. No, but it's true.
But they are though. They have the numbers. Why do you have an issue with that? Do you have
It's
an
not
issue
about
with
the
that?
numbers.
If
It's
there
not
are
about the
almost
numbers.
a billion in population, you should respect that number.
Why should I respect that number? For example, I don't see Chinese. For example, Asia is a very diverse.
Like let's say like up on.
If people have the number, you can't blame them for having the number and say, I don't approve of people going
I'll
about
admit to
saying we
this.
are superior. But if you have the number, you have to respect the fact that we have the number. And I think Horn Africans have issues with accepting other Africans because they fear that if they do, they will become like minorities in the continent.
Well, they already have. Teenage, I'm sorry to say this, but the Bantu savages from Cameroon have wiped out the Kushites, they've wiped out the Khoisans, and they wiped out a lot of groups. Of course, we've got to be hostile to these groups. And they're not
They've not wiped out anybody. You are all
of course, they
still
wiped
there.
out a lot of people. Come on, man, cut the bullshit, man, teenager. Cut the
How did they
bullshit.
wipe? Which people did they wipe out? Our Khoisans
Google
were-
up the
they
Bantu
not
expansion. Google up the Bantu.
Oh no, I know about the Bantu expansion. That is war. People go to war, and some people win, some people lose. You have to accept that, and that is then. This is now. What are you saying? You want to remain in the same status where?
For example, I'll give
other
an
people are
example.
coming
I'll give an
together?
example. Teenager. I consider the Bantus and the Arabs to be the enemy because look what the Arabs have done in North Africa. They've taken over that area. The Bantus have taken over southern, and central, and parts of southeastern Africa.
Dr.
I'm
R,
sorry to say
let me
this.
ask you a question. Dr. R, let me ask you a question. You said the Bantus wiped out Kushites. Where?
Well, Google up
exactly?
Southern Kushites. Have you Google up here? You know, when I look at Tanzania, it makes me sad. Yeah. Have you heard of the Iraqi people? Not the Iraqi people, the tribe.
They mixed in with them. They didn't.
They mixed with Bantus, the Iraqi people.
No, they didn't. They conquered that area.
You don't have evidence to make that claim, though.
Yeah, it looks like they got more mixed than got wiped out. The Iraq tribe.
No, it looks like
mass graves. We don't see mass graves all the way
Well,
down.
we don't know because it happened thousands of years ago.
Yeah, but there are mass graves everywhere that we have found along the Nile River, you know, with all the Egyptians and all those who were fighting. We don't see them in other parts of Africa, so you have to be careful
What are you talking
when
about?
you start saying
Well, we don't know the population. Well, we don't know the population at the time in history. We don't know. We don't know if the Kushite population was big or small.
So if you don't know, then how can you say Bantus wiped them out, bro? If you don't know, then how can you say Bantus wiped them out?
Exactly. You're just categorically saying stuff that is not proven. The truth is, we are all Africans. In Nigeria, there are groups that are minorities. So why are you, just because you are not the majority, you will never be the majority in the world anyway. So make your peace with that part. I don't see why that is an issue. The point is, when you are within a group, you operate as a group, you tend to do better. Simple.
Bro, okay, Dr. R, what's the haplogroup of majority Bantus? Dr. R, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So what's the haplogroup of the majority of the Bantus in Africa?
The haplogroup, the DNA is E1 something.
E1B1A.
E1B1A, right? And what's the haplogroup of the Kushites? E1B1B, right? So like Kushites and Bantus have always been linked together and have genetically are closer. As much as people think they're not, they are closer with each other than anybody in any other group.
And that is the male haplogroup. If you go with the female haplogroup, you will see all the way from Senegal to South Africa, they are all linked. L1 and L2, they dominate the continent all the way from there to the south. That is why they look similar. That's why a Congolese can walk through West Africa, you may not be able to detect them. It's only when you go into Southern Africa.
Because they're Bantu, I can say the same thing as myself as a Kushite. I can walk through certain West African countries because they think I'm one of them.
Then why are you saying that we are going to dominate you people, or the Bantus are going to dominate anybody because you are just as black as them?
I'm not talking about black. I'm talking about Kushite v Bantu. I'm talking about tribalism.
Oh my God, you are still on that track. I think we are talking something different. If you are looking at the continent, you can't say because of tribalism you can't operate at a higher level. Nations, you in this nation cup, when you're supporting your country, do you remember your tribal thing? The team members are made up of different people from different tribes. That is how Africa is to be. When you are talking from the continent, the context of the African continent, tribalism shouldn't even come into it, because that's a totally different way of looking at the situation. You see what I mean? You can't say you can't go with a national team because one of that tribe belongs into the national team of your country. I don't get that. We do it every day in our lives. Well, how can we not relate that to the continent?
So we gotta end this Kushite Bantu beef, bro. Like we are the
I
same.
It's
don't
not
get
gonna
it. I
end.
really don't.
It's not.
That's a
It's
new
not gonna
one.
end. H block, you're deluded, man. You're deluded.
How am I deluded, bro? Come on, man. Like what you saying doesn't even make sense. You said they wiped them out, but at the same time you're saying you don't even
And you're
know
still
the
there.
population. You're contradicting yourself, bro. And if you made an example of the Iraq people in Tanzania. If we look at their DNA, majority their paternal DNA from the father side is still Kushites. So they're not dominated. That if they were dominated, their paternal haplogroups would have been more Bantu than the Kushites.
Yep.
So
That
you,
would.
you know what I'm saying? Like you can't just make those claims if you don't have the evidence. You can't say
Yeah.
Bantus wiped out Kushites. It's the other way around. Actually, Kushites wiped out a lot of Bantus, bro. Kushites expanded all the way to Tanzania when they had their little kingdom.
Yeah.
That's why you have in Rwanda you have those Kushites. The Tutsis. They had their own kingdom ruling the Bantus. So it's not the other way around, bro. Like
I don't
Bantus
know
are
why
not
he's
threat.
holding grudge. It doesn't even matter now. The point is, we are there now. When we are talking about working together as a continent, it doesn't matter whether this one slaughtered. They slaughter each other all the time.
Hold on, Tunaj. Hold on,
The
Tunaj. I got
Russians lost 28
Tunaj.
million people, and
Tunaj.
pardon?
Hold on, man. I gotta tell some of my brother, Dr. R. Bantus are not the enemy, bro. Like our enemies are not the Bantus, are the Arabs. The Arabs and those people from outside Africa, those people that
H
look
block, you're
down
not
on us.
listening to me. I just told you I considered the Arabs, the Bantus, and the Ethiopians the enemies of the Somali people. If you know
No,
what I mean.
Ethiopians and Bantus are not the enemies. They okay.
No,
Our
I just
enemies.
told you these three people. I just told you they are our enemies, and I'm very
They're not.
hostile and suspicious of these people. If you know what I mean.
You got mixed up with a tribal rivalry, an enemy. So in Africa, even within Somalia, you always have those tribal tribes that are competing with each other. So that's different story. But you can't just sit here and say the
Wasting. Now
Bantus are the
you're
enemy.
now up to you're now wasting my time here. You know who our enemies are. I mentioned
Not,
these three people to you.
not Bantus. That's what I'm telling
I told you,
bro.
Bantus, Ethiopians, Habash, and
No, bro.
Arabs. Three of them are our enemies. That's what I just told you.
So if the Bantus are Somali enemies, I'm a Somali enemy too because I have a Bantu DNA. Like, come on, bro. Like, you can't say stuff like that.
And you see what you are saying. It's only one of them.
What about Oromos?
Are they
Are they also an enemy for you?
Can I say something? Out of the three of them that he mentioned, one of them is not a continental. So leave those ones out. Those ones are outside. The ones that are the continental, you have to learn that they are your neighbors. Somalia and Ethiopia and all those countries in that region. If they got their act together, do you know what it could be? The kind of influence they can wield, because they control one of the most strategic locations in the world. Well, you are busy thinking about your neighbors are your enemies, then you miss the point. I was telling one this Afghani driver the other day in the UK here, and I was saying, why is it that your country keeps getting invaded on the time? Why can't you just talk to Pakistan, Iran, and all your surrounding countries and come to some kind of arrangement that nobody should be invading this area anymore, because it's not doing any of you any good? And he said, yeah, that makes sense, but they don't get the opportunity to do it, and this stuff just happens and it happens and it happens. But it happens because of the way you are thinking now, because you are holding old grudges when the situation that you have on the ground now doesn't have anything to do with that. Somalis have been suffering for a long time because of something that has nothing to do with the Ethiopians, that has nothing to do with what the other group you mentioned again, the Kushites. It has nothing to do with those two.
Do you accept the Iraqi tribe, even though they're mixed with Nilotes and they look Bantu as a Kushite, Dr. R?
They are Kushite. They still have their Kushite language. They haven't even lost their language.
Right. But I was asking him if he accepts them because, like, phenotypically, they sort of most of them look sort of they're not
Bantu.
Bantus actually. They're Nilotic, but they look Bantu.
No,
So
they do mix with Bantus, not Nilotic.
My-
They're more mixed with Bantus than Nilotic.
let me confirm that one because. Okay, fair enough. So do you accept them, Dr. R, even though let's say they're mixed up with let's say these other Africans? They do speak their language, they have their culture, and they're more Cushitic, but phenotypically they look more what you think is Bantu. Do you
So
accept them?
the proper
If they're mixed, I don't accept them linguistically. Their language is Cushitic.
Okay,
Right,
okay.
so-
Let me ask a question. Let me ask everybody one question. Which Africans would you say look the most? Okay, let me put this the standard. The standard says that the darker you are not. Nobody will. You can have lighter children, but the opposite direction you can't. So generally, it is assumed that the darkest groups are the ones that first created humanity. So if that is the case, which African group would you call the original Adam and Eve?
Horn of Africans, easy. Horn of Africans.
Are they the
Kushites.
darkest?
Some of them
Kushas
are
are
the
not the
darkest. Yes,
darkest.
yes. Some of them are.
But the Nilotics are darker though, if you ask me.
Some Kushites
some
are as dark
Oromos
as
are very
Nilotics.
dark. Some Oromos are very dark.
The Nilotics are
Teenager,
darker.
repeat the question. I didn't get.
That's which Africans would you consider to be the original human
question?
beings if it is said
Teenager,
that
please repeat.
okay, that I'm asking the question. I said it is said that when a darker person can have a child of a lighter complexion, but the other way around is normally not possible. So if you take that into account as a standard, which group would you consider the original Adam and Eve?
I can't. End of story.
They are dark though. They are the Ghanaians are quite
We
dark.
are dark though.
That's a false premise. Darkness has nothing to do with origin African. It's genetics. And that's
Whatever.
going to be the Turkana
Oh,
people
no,
and the Khoisan people. Nothing to do with skin tone. And these people are not necessarily
Have you seen a white person have a black child?
That's got nothing to do with anything to Niger. Come on.
It does.
No,
I'm telling you, it's
come
a
on.
geneticist that's stop
That's
it.
1 in a billion. Tonight, that's 1 in a billion. You can't make that as an
Yeah.
example.
Yeah,
That's 1 in a billion, bro.
but that is how mutations occur.
Yeah, but
Mutations
Tunaja-
occur in
But that's
only
not
one
common, though.
direction.
Yeah,
That's not
I
common.
get-
Let me explain what I'm saying. Mutations happen in only one direction, not the other direction. You see what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
Bro,
Tunaja-
the point you're trying to make is irrelevant because the mutation you're talking
irrelevant.
about does not happen often. It happens 1 in like 2-3 billion people. So that's not something you can
Mutations
use
are
as an example.
happening all the time. Every 1,000 genes that are copied, there is a mutation occurring, and this stuff. Okay, that's why you have albinos. And from what I gather, the albinos are they use this thing. It's through the albinos that they created the lighter races. So why do you think human beings, a perfectly black person or any color really, they can just go on and have an albino child?
Albino is not white. It's just a black person without melanin in
I
their
know that,
skin.
but there are two different types of albino.
Tunaja,
The other
look.
one is different from the one that you think
Tunaja,
you are describing.
I don't know what you're talking about. The fact here is South Sudanese people are not older than the Khoisan or the Turkana people. So your
How do
argument
you
doesn't
know?
make sense. Because
How
they've
do you
studied their
know?
genetics.
Genetics,
Khoisan
bro.
is the oldest.
What genetics are you talking about?
Their gene pool, the
Genes, bro.
autosomal
DNA, science,
DNA
bro.
to Nigeria.
No.
Khoisan DNA is the oldest human ancestry DNA of a modern person. South Sudanese is not.
No,
it's not. That's
the
the point.
oldest one that they have of modern humans.
Yeah, and on the darkest people we know is South Sudanese. We can't start
They're not-
making up things about some other ancient dark people that we can't prove. We can
I'm
only
not-
go
I'm
with
not-
what we
no,
have.
No. I'm not sure. I just said it. The oldest DNA that they have of modern humans, and that doesn't mean there were no others there. And there's a reason why the scientists are saying what they said. Because if you look at it yourself, go around and say, okay, tell me any other group that's they were lighter in your own analysis of genetics that went on to become darker later on.
I don't understand what you're saying.
That's and all the people that evolved to be white, are they changed back to being black?
Most of them, no.
Any?
Okay, what's your point? I'm still confused, Tunija.
My point is that the trajectory is in one direction.
No, you get darker. For example, right? If you look at the Afar people of Ethiopia, right? They're genetically closely linked to the Beja and also Somalis. They're actually if you go to Afar region, a lot of these people are very dark. The place is just super hot. If you live in a very hot place, you're more likely to get darker. Afar is the hottest place in the world that people live.
Yeah. See, have you seen the Barbers? The Barbers
white people, they're not gonna get darker.
They are not getting any darker. The Barbers have been in the north of Africa. They didn't get any darker, did they? They've been there for thousands of years. And if you keep saying
because
that,
they kept mixing with white people. That's why. They kept mixing with whites and Arabs.
Just because
look at the genetics.
Come on, but what you are saying, okay, that's your this thing, but you are not. In other words,
Dr.
you really
K,
don't
what
have
about
any
those in the
evidence
south?
of the opposite.
No, Tunija, this thing takes hundreds of thousands
Dr.
of years.
K, what about those from Algeria?
Not exactly. The Europeans emerged relatively recently. That's the white skin emerged relatively recently, so it doesn't take that long.
30,000 years. No, like 30,000 years ago, 200,000. That's a long time ago, Tunija.
Let me add to Dr. K's point.
It's not that long.
Tunija, give me a minute. Let me add to Dr. K's point. He's right. Khoisan are the original man, as they call it. If you look at a Khoisan, you see all features of all people. I'm talking about, Asian, Black, everything. Yeah.
Are you talking about Proto-African times?
Yes, that's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Proto-African. Those are proto-humans, actually.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make sense. The Khois that we are talking about today, because remember, let me finish one point. The ones that we are talking about today, it doesn't make sense. They will evolve in a very hot climate with that kind of skin.
They started from Kenya, North Kenya, Ethiopia. That's not that. I mean, it's hot, but it's not as hot as some places.
From what it is described, where they emerge from, they shouldn't be that type of color.
What do you mean,
Because if you are that light skin, let me explain
confusing, bro. Like,
let me explain.
No. Let me explain it.
Can I talk then?
Yeah, go. Finish your point.
The way this happens is that, remember, during those days we don't necessarily have clothes, enough shelter, so you'll be exposed a lot to the elements. And when you're exposed to the elements, you are going to have UV radiation hitting you regularly. So if you don't have protection, generally your genes are not going to do very well. You're not going to make it to the next generation. So the deduction is that the oldest groups that emerge in that region, which is very, very hot, especially at that time, has to be very dark.
Okay, no. Okay, let me explain to him. Please, let me explain to him. So, like Kay said, the oldest, not just Africa, the oldest humans on Earth are the Khoisans in South Africa, right? So when humans, and they have not started in South Africa, they migrated to South Africa from Eastern Africa, where Horn of Africa is. That's where the first man lived, right? So what happened is there was an ice age. There was a lot of African tribes in the area in Horn of Africa. There was an ice age. The whole Earth at one point, all the way to Africa, it was covered by ice sheets, right? So a lot of the people died. There was only one tribe that survived, and that tribe was the Khoisan tribe, and that's the tribe that populated the whole world. So that just because South Sudanese are dark does not mean they're the oldest people. If we're talking about science, if we're talking about genetics,
there's also the idea that they may have been darker earlier on. So just because they are lighter now doesn't mean their whole gene was altered. No, seriously. No, that's
okay. Let me ask you something. What color
can
monkeys?
be correct. Let me make my point. No, I'm not going to answer that question now. Both can be correct. These Khois can be the first people. It doesn't necessarily mean they were this light before, because they've had enough time. If all the other continent, all the other people have been able to emerge after them, they've had enough time themselves to alter themselves, for themselves to change you. What makes you think they will remain exactly the same? There's no reason why they should
what
remain
color
the
is a
same,
monkey?
especially when they change their environments too.
What color is a monkey?
White. He's white.
Monkeys
like
are what color, Tunija? White, right?
White, yeah.
Now, modern humans didn't always have hair. Actually, sorry, we weren't always naked. We had hair because let's say we evolved from, again, let's use this theory of evolution. let's assume we evolved from some other pre-modern human beings, right? They would have had to have hair, and if they had hair, the skin most likely would have been white, just like their ancestors. The dark skin actually probably evolved due to the climate and us losing hair.
Well said. Thank
That
you.
can't be because
No.
white people burn up in the sun. They don't get darker.
Yo,
No, that is true. But when people go, that's my point. By the time the Homo erectus have started walking out in the savannah, they've already started losing the hair. So that change has already occurred before they probably turned modern human. Because when you are walking in the savannah, you don't need hair to walk in the savannah. You need to be able to run freely and sweat.
But what does this conversation prove? I'm trying to understand
That's
what's
what
the
I'm saying.
point here of this conversation.
They are not conceding the point that when I said because I'm not the one that said it actually, which is interesting. It was a geneticist that was trying to explain the reasons why the white race are tied to the Indian phenotype and how they emerge from them. Because if you look at somebody with an Indian feature now, if they have an albino child, you will not be able to tell the difference whether they're white or Indian. They are basically white. And even in India, attest to the fact that they are linked to the Europeans.
You talk about North India, the Punjab region, not South India.
No, all Indians, even all Indians.
Come on.
Right. Yeah.
All
So
Indians are
before
linked to
anyone
the
goes,
Europeans. That's why they call them. That's why they call their language Indo-European language.
Not
Come on,
the
Dravidian languages are not Indo-European.
What did they call them then? It's
One
not
of the channel
Indo-European
wants to
anymore.
Look. Indians from the north and Indians from the south are two different races. Indians from the south, they're close to the Aborigines in South Africa. I mean, Australia. Those genetically, they're close to those people.
It turns out that they are closer together than we thought.
Did you realize
Even they
that
have
South
discovered it
Indians?
recently that they are closer together than people thought.
No, they're more mixed these days. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Even in ancient times, these people were all in the same areas.
No, to Nigeria. Because
so
do you know how bad the
Iran
caste
and
system?
do you know where Iran is compared to India? They are right next door. They are not that far from each other.
To Nigeria, the North Indians are mixed with the Persians, yeah. But the South Indians have only been mixing recently. They've been hated in the caste system. They were not even allowed to marry each other. They were not mixed in the past. Even for example, Herodotus speaks about South India, saying they look like the Sudanese people. Literally said they look
Dr.
just
K,
like.
you do realize that
You mean like Hausa and Igbo? You mean like Hausa and Igbo? It doesn't mean anything. They are still linked. This is the point. And the fact that when an Indian has a the Dravidians that you are referring to, somebody pull images of Dravidians to us. Let's see.
They look like Aborigines, bro. Like the Aboriginal people.
No, they don't look like Aborigines. They don't look like Aborigines.
yes,
Pull
so
up their
Guy
image.
is
Let
going
me-
to conclude
let me do
the
something.
panel. No.
Let me do
That's
something.
enough. Actually, yeah,
Please, let's not see
you could say a statement,
Yeah, it's
Diego,
the ancient
because you just got
Dravidians.
back. But then after that, we're actually going to conclude the panel. So, Diego, do you have anything to say?
Yeah. You know, there's something a white guy told me that I come to agree with him. He told me the problem with black people is they actually speak to hear their voice. And I find it to be true. 5 hours or 6 hours, 6 hours of this conversation, nothing was achieved from it. I'm being very serious. Nothing was achieved from it. And this is grown people, 40, some people in IT, other in technology and things. And this
We're not trying
comes
to
to
achieve
prove
anything.
my theory that the Africans can actually rationalize for themselves. They're actually smart because the European gave them knowledge. Now, they can be angry at it, but it's the truth because look at these grown folks, what they talk about. Nothing. 6 hours just here talking about nothing.
Well, that's your opinion. We discussed. We covered a lot of subjects. What are you talking about, bro? We talked about race. We talked about Africa. We talked about tribes. In your opinion,
I learned something.
Dude,
about,
6 hours and talking about nothing.
Your
Talking
opinion
about,
again.
Okay, I
Eve
won't say
was a
it's
black.
nothing, but
What's
I
the
will admit there
relevance
was
of
a
this?
good 3 hours of nothing. Yeah, I'll agree with you on that. But yeah,
I don't.
continue.
I really don't, because I learned a lot today from the
3 hours
panel.
of
I
nothing.
wanted to ask a question, but
Oh
I
my
see
God.
that
Talked
it's
about
finishing.
economics, South Africa economics.
Right.
We talked about everything.
Yeah, I learned. I gained so much from this conversation today. From Josie, from Dr. K, from the other guy. South Africa. There's so many things that I didn't know about Botswana, Namibia. So you can't just say we didn't talk about nothing. We exchanged knowledge. We talked about everything. So just to let you know.
You can argue that
Okay,
Nigeria
it's
Africans
interesting.
also like to pose as if
I think you
they
said
are a know it all
there were
group.
some silly
But
moments.
we have silly moments. It doesn't necessarily mean
What?
there is no light
There were
shed
some silly
somewhere
moments.
in the listing.
There were some silly moments. I
What
think
did I
Diego has
learn?
a point.
Okay.
Did I learn
Okay. Let me say this. The thing is, African millennial is finished. So since we came to the conclusion that it's impossible to unite the Africans, I want to ask each one of y'all where you see your country in the next 10 years.
Man, I can't remember
Because
anything
we
I
came to
learned
the
today.
conclusion that
What is this? I didn't learn
That's a
anything.
wonderful question.
Naja,
Actually.
you learned about the Iraqi tribe. Southern Iraqi tribe.
What
I
tribe?
can tell you where I see my country in the next 10 years. I see the economy of my country growing. So a much safer society.
I don't have such a positive
Integration
outlook. I honestly think the country's going to be in the same position. 10 years is a short time. I think it's going to be in the exact same position as it is right now. To be honest.
Same thing here. I don't see any positive things from my country. Hey, I don't know, Dr. R. Do you agree with me? Go ahead, bro. Do you agree with me?
Pan-Somalism.
Well, I see Somalia, since it's emerging from war, I see the country fast rebuilding. Maybe in 10, 15 years' time,
But
I see
we're
it
going
like
backwards right
exploding.
now as we speak today, bro. We going backwards as we speak today. Right now, there's a division. There might be another civil war between the prime minister and the president along clan
Where?
lines in Mogadishu, bro. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the future.
Huh?
Where are you from?
Who?
He's from Somalia.
Age block.
I'm from Somalia, bro.
Oh, okay. No,
Diego,
Somalia
where you
was
from?
always a problem,
Huh?
I'm from Mozambique.
Oh, okay.
Mozambique.
Well, worry about the insurgency in your country before you come talk about my country, bro.
Well,
Oh my God.
Well, the insurgency actually it's orchestrated. When you got oil, you know the oil politics. These Arab countries, they want to have monopoly on oil and the United
Right.
States. So those things are bound to happen. But I blame our leadership that actually didn't protect its assets.
Which country are you talking about?
Mozambique.
Ah, that's a nice country.
Yeah.
Have you been there?
Well, it depends.
I just think it's a nice country because it sounds good and it's by the coast. It's got all, and the pictures I see of the country looks good.
God.
Oh, come on, stop now. I'm allowed
good.
to have my own prejudices too. What is wrong with you people?
Do you know what the GDP per capita is? It's $448. It's not much more than Somalia to Nigeria. So don't say
Okay. Let me say something, Dr. K. Dr. K, when you say the GBD of Somalia is 300 whatever, that's no evidence that's true because Somalia's been in a war. There's no data. Tell me, you can't even give me a source. Who went to Somalia and did this? You know what I'm saying? Like when people make a bold statement like that, it's just so
You know what?
ignorant.
Forget Somalia. Forget Somalia, okay?
Dr.
Forget
K.
Somalia.
Dr. K,
Mozambique
sorry.
is the main point. It's $448. That's not a good country to Nigeria. That's a very poor country.
Dr.
Mozambique is very poor country.
Okay, wait. Christopher wanted to say something.
Dr. K, you really are obsessed with GDP per capita. Let me tell you something.
Yeah,
it doesn't really. It's not a good indicator of how a country is doing. Let me explain.
Really?
No.
Yes. Let me explain. You got to look. There are loads of other indexes. You got to look at the HDI of a country. If you look at a country like Equatorial Guinea, they got a high GDP per capita. So the lower population, you notice any country with a lower population has a high GDP per capita.
No, not true. Have you looked at Gambia? Have you seen? No, not even remotely true. Have you looked
Yeah,
at?
it makes sense, but not in every case.
Let's look at Botswana.
I agree.
Botswana is a unique case. You can't disagree. Gambia.
Dude. Okay, let me finish up. Botswana, Namibia, okay, they're doing pretty well. If you look at a country like Lesotho, all right, they even have a higher
Give me real numbers. Give me numbers. I want to see
There
real numbers. 'Cause I don't wanna...
3,000s in the okay. Namibia is in the 4,000. Botswana is in the 8,000s. Rwanda is in the 2,000s. I know this off the top of my head. So look at any country. Don't just look at Africa. Go to Asia. Look at the small countries.
Bro, let's do it then. Djibouti. Again, Djibouti, small country, bro. Djibouti, small country. What's the GDP per capita?
High GBD, small country. I know. What is it like? 600, 800.
Exactly, it's gonna be around there. Exactly.
Okay.
No, bro, what you're saying doesn't make sense.
Dr. Cato, you don't listen. Market for military
I am
bases.
listening.
How can you compare a country that is basically the market for a military bases, a supermarket for military bases? Point is, that is not a normal country. That is not even their country anymore.
Eritrea. Are you gonna say the Congo, Gambia, Eritrea? There's so many small countries.
Beautiful, you know. The capital of Mozambique here is quite a beautiful country.
Togo, bro. No.
What about
what you think?
Why were you laughing about Mozambique? It's quite a beautiful country,
in fact,
actually.
The highest countries in fact, the logic goes the wrong way, right? Some of the biggest countries have a higher GDP. Countries like Egypt, South Africa.
Hey,
But you're not looking at the
Dr. K.
HDI. You're not looking at the Human Development Index.
Bro.
So
But I have to agree with Dr. K. I have to agree with Dr. K. Even within the African standards, Mozambique is a very poor country. So I have to agree with
And
Dr.
why
K.
is it that poor?
So you're
what's
telling me
that?
Equatorial Guinea is doing well just because they have a high GDP per capita? Are you seriously kidding me right now?
Exactly. Why don't you look at the HDI? Do you know how that even works?
And they are so bad.
No. I know how that works. My point is, I'm not gonna.
How does that work? How does that work? How does that work?
It's a human
They don't
development.
even look like they are
Talking
mixed
about
at all.
infrastructure, education, how people, which jobs that they're doing, all that stuff. That's relevant, but I'm not going to bring that up in a conversation when people don't know.
So you tell me, since you look at you tell me, since you know this stuff, right? Countries with high HDIs, do they have high GDP per capita?
Actually, a lot of them do. Yeah, most of them do. It usually goes along hand by hand, 100%. Yes.
Okay, so let's look at the ones that have got high GDP per capita. How come they fail on HDIs then?
Like, give me an example of some.
I gave you Equatorial Guinea off the top of my head.
Oh yeah, one example, and I give you South Africa. They have a high Human Development Index. The point here is what you're saying. There's no logic to it. There's no coherent argument. What you're saying, bro, because you're contradicting.
How do you work out GDP per capita?
You look at how much gross domestic product comes in the country, and you divide it by the population. It's pretty simple math.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything, dude. You don't understand this, do you?
No, it does mean a lot of things, right? Now, for example, Nairobi's GDP per capita is about $6,000, right? That means the average person in Nairobi makes that. The country, Kenya as a whole, is about $2,000 or something. But in Nairobi, it means if you come to Nairobi, and again, I live in Nairobi, look at the development over here, the way people are living, the lifestyles they're living. It's a lifestyle of people that have A, high education, B, money. There's a cash flow in this city. So it matters.
I don't believe it. I
do believe it. He's right, bro. He's right. I've been to Nairobi. He's telling the truth.
Why would I be lying? H-Block is
He's telling the truth.
I think the other aspect that can mask some of those numbers is that it's like somebody coming to Nigeria and saying, you have a low, whatever you call it, HDI and all the rest of it. But if you look at it in terms of the population of Nairobi, you may have a small Nairobi in Nigeria 5 times over because we have a larger population. So does that mean, let me finish my point, please. Let me finish my point. Does that mean that Nairobi necessarily have a higher HDI in terms of people that are actually enjoying good life, a good lifestyle? So it depends on where you cut it.
Then what? Then Lagos? Then Lagos?
Because Lagos, if you say Lagos now, you pick Ikoyi, you pick certain areas, and you compare how many. It's like saying how many people have got 100 naira in their pockets. In Kenya, they have 10. In Lagos, you have 15. Does that not mean that Lagos has got more? But if you compare it with if you divide it with the population of Nigeria, then you get less in Lagos. You see what I mean? That's why you have to be careful.
I don't.
My point is that when you are making points,
to Niger, how do you
have to take the country's population into account.
Okay, to Niger, let me give you the fact. In Nigeria, you can't have electricity for the whole day. In Nairobi, you do. In Nairobi, it has the best Wi-Fi system in one of the best in Africa.
But
All
the
these
Nigerians,
human development indexes that
this is
Nigeria
exactly
doesn't
the
have.
point I'm making.
Have you
This is
seen how
exactly
many
the point I'm
Ghanaians
making.
on this platform
Hold
can't
on
even
now,
have
you're
internet
not
that works? Wait,
listening.
hang on.
You're not
No, you gotta listen to me.
listening
Do you know
because
how
you're
many times
afraid of the
Ghanaians
answer.
come to this platform every day and the internet never works?
Carry on.
My internet is always working. There's a reason for that.
Okay.
Nairobi is way more
What you're
developed than
afraid
these
to hear
countries.
is that
Tonight,
maybe physically there are more Nigerians that have access to 24 hours power supply than Kenyans have. If you count the numbers physically.
No.
How do you know that? Have you even been to
Because,
Nigeria?
like I
How do you
said,
know?
now I tell you why. Because in Kenya, even
Oh,
poor
God.
people in Kibera, listen to me. In Kitwingude, this is the heart of the shittiest slums. People have 24 electricity. In Kenya, most people have
all
24-hour
Kenya has
electricity.
24 hours.
Yes,
24 hours.
yes. As long as they have the power supply connected to the house, it's 24 hours. Yes.
You know how I know you're lying? Because
How?
even the US, they don't have that all the time.
No, okay. When I say all
That's
the time,
not
obviously it
accurate,
might go
Kaiser.
off.
You're only speaking
US,
about
it
Greater
just talks
Nairobi
crap
area.
No. Wait. You know, maybe make the point clearly. Obviously, the power goes off sometimes in some places.
Oh, no, it goes off all sometimes.
No,
sometimes.
wait. Hang on.
No,
In Nigeria,
hold
it goes
on.
off for a long time. Over here, it goes off for maybe 2 minutes or something in some places. Every like 3 or 4 weeks, right? For 2 minutes, it goes off. But actually, when you look at the villages, the towns, they actually have better power than Nairobi do. So actually, no. When it comes to power and good Wi-Fi, Kenya has done a good development on this case. You can't compare Kenya to Nigeria, where everyone has to buy a generator. No one here owns a generator to Nigeria for a reason. No, the point was
talking about that aspect.
He mentioned
let me explain something to you that you don't understand. Countries have different natures, and when we keep trying to say, okay, just because this country has this one better than this country, it means that country is better than. It's like saying Sweden in most of the metrics that you want to measure, they may actually be higher than that of the US.
Yeah, and it's better than US.
Hold on, but that does that make Sweden richer and more powerful than the US? No, it doesn't, because they have different characters. That is my point.
Power, you see, don't mix power with better money. See, you gotta keep things
better money, or you
Okay,
see, you
okay,
two are mixing things. How about living standard?
okay. All right.
Why is that when I'm talking to you?
No. Tunajan Kaizo, thank you. We're gonna have Diego say his
African Milan,
closing
you gotta
statement, and then
schedule
we're
an
moving
interview
up.
with me.
So, Diego, did you have any closing thoughts on the panel?
African Milan, you need to schedule an interview with me. Yeah, schedule an interview with me.
Diego.
Put your email in the private chat.
Yeah, okay.
Switzerland has $86,000.
Schedule an interview with me. I have a lot of to remove from my chest.
Right now.
People have a higher standard of living in Switzerland than America.
Yeah,
all right, Josie Gold, did you have any closing statements?
Your economics is poor, Dr. Kaizo.
No. I want to listen to what Diego has to say. Diego, speak. Come on.
Yeah, go ahead. Mr. Maputo.
Yeah, okay, so these people don't want to speak.
Maputo.
Switzerland to Niger.
I already put my email in
Speak, Shangan.
GDP.
the private chat.
Yeah.
Mr.
You were supposed
Maputo.
to say something. Sure, but you're supposed to talk. Hey, the internet in Maputo is very slow.
Yeah, man, this is why. Wow. You see, this poor, I'm not going to say,
Diogo.
less developed countries.
Is he there?
Can you just leave this thing that you keep
like
saying? Europe, they are not all level. So we don't go about saying everybody has to be the same. There are different countries, and these people are going to work their way out of it. Have you not heard what African tribe said before? Today it's you, tomorrow it might be some other person. There's no need to be making it look like it's a laughing. The point is, you should not be saying stuff about people like that to make it look like, oh, they are not, something is wrong with them. Why are they not somewhere? You don't know their circumstances. You know, there are some people, like in real life now, you know, all families are not the same. Sometimes some people have a misfortune that somebody is very ill in their family and it almost bankrupts them, and they spend most of. So life is not always equal. You know, take it easy when you are being a little bit flippant about these things.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, Christopher, did you have a closing statement for
But
the
I'm
panel?
never gonna go to Mozambique or those poor countries tonight.
I like the country. I actually like the country. The country actually is
I'm
beautiful.
gonna kick you guys out. I'm being dead serious.
Well, HDI.
Well,
HDI
I
is
hate to break it down for you, my friend, but Somalia is poorer.
What?
I just hate to break it down for you. You know, sometimes
Yeah, it
we
is.
live in a
You are right.
bubble that
It is. Somalia is poorer. So you're
but I
not
hate to
breaking
break it
anything
down
to
for
me,
you.
bro.
I hate to break it down for you.
Bro, you're not breaking
Yeah,
anything down. I know that.
but
I'm not from Somalia, bro.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm from, bro. I'm not from Somalia, so I don't. Yeah, so no, my country is definitely richer than yours by a lot, at least 5 times richer than your country. So you guys need to go and learn how to develop your countries, build schools, have education.
With this kind of attitude, how did you manage to make it through?
Come on to Nigeria. Do you think I'm gonna be
throw you out or something?
Kaiser, there
Do
are
you think
many
I'm
other
gonna
African countries that can say that about your country.
exactly, and that's okay, but they're not here to say it.
Stop shitting on other people's countries. Stop.
Oh, okay, fine. I'll stop using it as a toilet paper.
All I gotta say is HDIs are much more better indicator, GDP capita, Lex. If you look
okay,
at
so let me. Okay, good. I agree with you, bro.
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay, finish.
If you look at a country like Gabon and etc., they got nothing on South Africa in infrastructure, living standards, etc. But we got a lower GDP. So that's all I'm gonna say.
GDP per capita.
Yes.
Do you have a lower GDP per capita than Gabon?
If I'm not mistaken, yes. Equatorial Guinea.
Okay, let's look up on GDP per capita, because you like to say things. We gotta make sure they're right. We gotta be Africans.
You talk a lot of.
Okay, so according to the GDP per capita, I can't really find good numbers, but saying it's like
okay.
1,000.
You know what's bothering me? You keep using online sources. I swear to
World
you,
Bank.
some of those online sources are not reliable. Like even the
This
sources
is a
that
World
they say
Bank,
is reliable
IMF.
is
Look
not
at
reliable.
Gabon. What does Gabon say?
Okay, so let's see. I don't know. It says quite high number, so I'm not so sure if it's
exactly.
Right. It says 6,800. Okay, right. No, bro, I agree with you. Right? Whenever you're analyzing something. No, listen, bro. You have to listen. No, bro. Listen again. Whenever you're analyzing something, there's a multifactorial analysis that you have to take into account. Like I said, power, stability, development, learnedness, all of that matters, obviously. But the general trend is higher GDP per capita on average. Usually it actually has higher human development index. If you look at the highest countries, it's the same thing. Norway, Ireland, Switzerland, Hong Kong. These are the countries with the highest HDI. The same countries with the highest GDP per capita. The two
I
usually
agree
go
with
hand
what
in
you
hand.
are saying.
I don't think he's even knowing what I'm saying. Yeah.
I agree
I
with
don't
what
know
you
why
are
he's
saying.
even.
It's not. I remember I didn't even bother with that one because I'm telling you that there are different countries and different things. I agree with what you are saying.
Right.
And also, remember, it doesn't necessarily mean that the people are any happier. It turns out that Nigeria was one of the happiest countries in the world, even if they are suffering. So, what the quality of life is, if you go to Europe, you know it yourself, they are miserable, even if with everything they've got. They really smile. The further north you go, the less smile you get from them, even if they are living a very, very high standard. So, while Nigerians are suffering, going to market, and they are one of the happiest people. Oh, no. What's going on?